Okay, there we go.
Found out today.
He's so offended. Always discriminated against because my last name's Rimjob. She's not triggered, she's just fighting for the Lord. That man rattled you just by existing? This man's mere presence, his aura, was enough to shatter everything about Margaret. It's like an anime character, like Bleach, where the soul pressure was too much.
I haven't really been able to fit in yet.
Because you haven't kissed Barry on the lips. Maybe the show's so incredibly fake that this isn't even Barry's family and he's actually a happy guy. That'd be nice. Barry is in his late 40s, married to an actual god warrior that scares him. Help him. Help Barry.
I've been a fan.
This is a cute subplot and all, but I can't help but feel like Barry is burying himself in alcohol. Or quite literally burying himself alive in the backyard. Really, it's a toss-up. Could be either one. What a wholesome plotline. Then you go back to the god warrior who's literally throwing holy water on the children and pissing her pants. Even just looking at her makes me fart. Jesus Christ.
A spiritual warfare that God is just.
She's unleashing a spiritual warfare on my ass.
Leave here. Nothing heavy.
Hey, he's in the middle of a Fortnite game.
I'm not really considering like becoming a Christian, but.
Well, with someone like Margaret trying to convert you, I can see why you would be averse to that idea.
Plot twist: the pastor at church is Tristan Rimbo. Destroy the god warrior.
Yeah. He kills the real pastor and takes control. So what was the goal of this show again? It sounds like they just traded wives for no reason just to make each other uncomfortable. Is the music copyrighted? What the fuck happened? Is it a mime dance? Am I going deaf? What the fuck is there music here? This is unnerving. Oh! There's the music. Oh, and the video's getting really creepy too. What the fuck? Am I being hacked by a demon? What the fuck was that?
I run into someone like Margaret change.
Oh! Oh, what the fuck?
Also gives me resolve to sort of ease her into a different way of thinking.
What the fuck was that dimensional shift?
I don't care. Can I have a hug goodbye?
I mean, that's kind of sad. Like, how about a high five or like a fist bump?
But
Margaret looks like she's ready to jump her with like a gun or a Bowie knife.
All I'm asking you is because I never dreamed that it'd be so uneasy for me. Because I'm just a fun-loving, easygoing person.
Yeah, that's the impression I got too, Margaret.
Do not talk. And I've cried more in the last week than I've cried in my entire life.
All because she met Kristen Rimbo. That was the one thing that happened that she hated. She met Kristen Rimbo and it ruined her life.
When I heard that there was arguing in the house, I understood what was going on. I know Chris, and I know that he doesn't listen. And I feel that if there was conflict there...
Chris was so accepting and so nice. Chris did everything he could to make Margaret not melt down, but then the second Kristen Rimbo's presence was even felt, it was over.
From what Chris told me, it's hard for me to tell what went on here.
Well, ask the kids.
Two different sides.
Just ask your goddamn kids. What do you mean?
It's good to see you.
Oh, wow. He's like an NPC. Now my game cartridge is fucked. This feels like a simulation. What the fuck is going on? There was so much tension and then all of a sudden he just said, I missed you. And then it's just happy-go-lucky. I like how Barry didn't come get her. Thank you for not going, Barry. Barry's just depressed. He misses Jeannie.
I have never been so uneasy in my life.
God, she's a fucking state away and still feeling rocked by Tristan Rimbo's pressure. I wish I was that imposing where I enter a room and just ruin someone's life just by entering. Holy shit.
Bring me home now.
He's driving. What do you mean? Don't you fucking tell me I watched an hour of this woman melting down just to not see her rip up her check for $50,000? No. No, that would be unholy. Where's part 2? Okay, here we go. Okay, perfect.
I want out of this, because you know what?
God, poor Barry. Here it comes. This is what all of Season 1 has been building up to. The collapse of Margaret. God, this whole household is distraught now that the actual nice woman left. Now they have to have fucking raging alcoholic god warrior Margaret back. Boo! Barry even made balloon animals. God, Barry's awesome. Oh, welcome home. Even the camera guys, what the fuck's going on?
She is dark-sided too!
Barry, get the wooden stake. Or the silver bullet, I'm not sure. It could be a combination of both. Get the silver bulleted stake.
No money. I don't want it.
There goes $50,000. And there's his balloon animals all sad and shit.
Ashley, astrology.
You're seeing a god warrior in the most primordial form.
Every dark-sided person get out of my house. If you believe in Jesus, you can stay here. Don't stay in my house.
Stay. Please stay. You document it. The kids are in danger. Barry is in danger, more importantly.
I was thrown in the pit.
I feel like this is an ode to Barry. Shortly after filming, he threw himself in front of a moving vehicle. All to Barry. Damn it. $40,000 to Barry. Damn it. $35,000 to Barry. Yeah! Yeah! Oh, ew, no. Oh, hey, wait, that's not bad. Oh, well, at least she gets $50,000 to play with. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Extreme Drive. Let's do this shit. Alright, we have a truck, a Lamborghini, a married woman's Batmobile. That's it? I have 3 cars to choose from, only one of which is actually useful for racing. I'll just start with the truck. It fucking doesn't matter. Alright, here we go. Do they expect me to just sit here and make balloon animals while this loads? This is an absurd load time. Oh, there we go, finally. Now, this is some fucking nonsense. The competition's already got the pedal to the metal. They probably already ran a lap around the world. It's alright, though. I've got this under control. I'll take them on a tour of asshole. Speaking of asshole, take this, bitch! There you go. Nice little appetizer before the main course of anus is put onto your plate. Oh, do not think you can escape me, Lamborghini. Take this, you mobile lemon! Fucking steamrolled into the wall. I was a bulldozer running over a stuffed animal. Oh shit, solar flare! Get to cover. Oh, big boy thinks he's got some fast wheels. Oh shit. They're using the Hot Wheels toy as a landmine. That is some foul play. But it doesn't matter, they can cheat all they want. I will still... You sack of shit. I'm going into the rainforest for a sneak attack. I am the camouflaged speedster. Son of a bitch. I've got more speed than light. Fucking, yeah. And more balance than a diet. Bam! Take that, you Tonka toy. I can't get off the car! How the fuck did this happen? Oh, thank you. Are you shitting serious? This snowball on wheels has been planning this since the start. It put magnets on the bottom of itself. That's a premeditated crime. It deserves to have its wheels ripped off and shoved up its exhaust pipe. What the fuck is causing the cars to turn? I guess physics went ahead and popped its titties like a bag of potato chips. We're approaching 360 degrees rotation. This is a very shitty merry-go-round. You fucking cheaters. This is really just something I can't even fathom. They have no honor. They should be crestfallen by their actions. Oh, now they're activating cloaking. Didn't even help them. Goodness gracious, the environment's phasing in and out of reality. I'm just passing everybody. Jump in, Jupiter, I'm on my side. Land it, wall it, there it is. Oh, fuck. Strong gust of wind. It's alright. Oh, shit. Cheap shot. Someone has opened the floodgates of bullshit. There's only one way to fight bullshit, and it's with speed. Where the fuck is this light emanating from? Is the ancient Egyptian god Re shining a flashlight at me? This is a giant sparkler. It's like a baseball stadium here. Here we go. I'm gonna win this race. Oh shit, this car's fast. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck? Their cars were like twice the size of mine. I'm in a damn remote control car. It also doesn't have any floor panel. I can see right through it. Oh shit, I shouldn't have been looking at the floor thing. Ran right into the wall. Alright, here we go. It's got a lot of speed. Damn it. I don't know if I just can't use this car or if it's just a shitty car. Fuck, 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 fuck. That is simply stunning. It is snowing everywhere but on this racetrack. I guess the walls keep the weather out. Stay on the ground, you son of a bitch. This isn't even a car. It's a paper airplane. It's bullshit. Is that car driving in reverse? Oh, fucking, I guess now I'll never know. My vehicle's too busy acting like it's a tornado. Okay, I guess I'm just driving on an ice rink. That Lamborghini's definitely going in reverse. The clone of my car, my twin brother's going in reverse. I may as well follow his lead. I haven't spiraled into outer space yet, so that's good. What kind of tires does my automobile have? Jetpack? Stone? Tires? Oh, I lost the race. Well, that was a real photo finish. I'm surprised by the outcome. I am going to win a race, though. And I'm going to win a race using Bilbo Baggins' motorhome. I am going to win using this fucking vehicle. Your ass cheeks smell like asshole. Aw, fucking son of a bitch. It's time to use the glue tires. We did not stick to the ground. These tires are still wiener. Goodness gracious. Consider these trousers ruined. Didn't you order some dessert? Yeah. Don't forget to take more dessert. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, that's what you get. You forgot to tip your waitress. Don't worry because I tipped you, bitch. Oh fuck. He brought back up. I've got you. Yes. There it is. Oh shit. It's trying to squash me. You know, it really is sunny. I'm glad I brought my hat. This car's got some really good balance. I'm still on the ground. It's stabilizing the son of a bitch. Well, I kept my car on the ground for about 2 seconds, which is a lot longer than it's used to being on the ground, so that's really good. Awesome. If I can't win this race, no one can. How do you fuck those apples? Oh, damn it. It was a decoy. It's impossible to win a race using this vehicle. Alright, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. Whoa there, Buster. That's a flag on the play. 5-yard penalty. Unnecessary frowning. Let's try and fix that attitude now, shall we? There is a game that just came out a few days ago that's got everyone smiling, it seems, to the tune of over 550,000 concurrent players at its peak. Slay the Spire 2. I've pumped about 12 hours directly into the ass of this game, and I've only just now scratched the surface. It is content-rich, so much meat on the bones, and for only $22, I think it is. Let me double check. We have technology right at my fingertips. I can't remember if it's $22 or $25. And it looks like it is $25, which I think is a great deal because for the price of a single Big Arch burger from McDonald's, you can instead get well north of 12 hours worth of content. In 12 hours, I have only just now completed a run with the 5 main characters: Ironclad, Silent, Regent, Necrobinder, and Defect. So 12 hours and I have completed one run with each of these 5 characters, so I've completed 5 total runs in 12 hours, which is fucking nothing. That's basically completing the tutorial for each of these characters. Like, I'm through the introduction on each of these characters, more or less. I'm only just now getting to my Ascensions, which, if you're not familiar with Slay the Spire, Ascension is what you do after you complete your first base run, going through the 3 acts. There is so much content. So I think it's a great price point for how much content you get. And I know I've kind of already whole hog, both cheeks out, dove into like my impressions of the game thus far. It's very positive. I think the game is extraordinary. And that's probably no surprise to any of you that follow my gaming channel, which all of you should be following the gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. I've got numerous videos up for Slay the Spire 2. I am loving it. So I wanted to give you my review of the game after 12 hours so far, because a lot of people are seeing the headlines about how popular this game is and how much it's been, going ballistic out there and wondering, well, is the game good? Does it live up to the hype? And I'm here to tell you that, yes, I think it does live up to the hype. I really think this is something very special. If you played the first Slay the Spire, you know exactly what you're going to be getting in Slay the Spire 2, but everything is improved. The visuals, I also really like the new characters. Regent and Necrobinder, I think, are extremely fun with very, very cool mechanics. A lot of the cards have been improved. I think they've done a great job with Slay the Spire 2 across the board. There's nothing in here I think was like fumbled or lessened. I think everything has only been heightened and has been made even better. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with Slay the Spire, I'll go ahead and lay the groundwork here, the foundation here, hit you with the foreplay. It is a deck-building roguelike game, which I know in the current landscape are a dime a dozen. You can go on Steam right now and dumpster dive, finding 40 of those bitches released over the last 2 weeks. Roguelikes have become the new wave, the new hotness, and I know everything is ham-fisting roguelike mechanics into everything. But Slay the Spire is like the OG deck-building roguelike that blew up many moons ago, and the sequel, I think they carry that momentum and show why they're still like the best in the business when it comes to this genre. I really think they nail the formula, and there's just no other game I think that does it this well. I think Slay the Spire is to deck-building games what boobies are to happiness. The GOAT. Now, if you know nothing about deck-building games, deck-building roguelikes or anything, I'll just break it down to the bare bones. You will choose a character, and each character plays vastly different from one another. They have access to different cards, and they utilize different mechanics. And they also have a different starting relic, and relics are something that you collect throughout your runs to try and juice your shit in order to, gear your build the way you'd like it to go, or, all kinds of different things. There are just so many different variations. There are so many different cards and combinations and strategies. It is just endlessly replayable. You go through Act 1, 2, and 3, killing a bunch of enemies, which will give you other cards. You'll have potions that you can utilize in the middle of combat. You'll get relics, and you will always be changing your build around. No runs ever really play the same, even if you try and do like the same thing. For example, if you're playing Necrobinder and you want to laser focus on Doom, you will never have like the same Doom run every single time because the relics will always change. The cards you get will always change. The enemies you encounter will change. It's just so fucking fun. There is just endless depth to this game, and I can easily see this being like hundreds of hours to like really min-max everything and just fully fucking complete everything this game has to offer. In Slay Spire 1, A20, Ascension 20 was like the max challenge there. I'm not deep enough into Slay the Spire 2 to know if that's still the case here. Maybe there's even more, I'm not sure. I'm trying to do most of this blind because I think it's much more enjoyable to go in there and like fully just have things, fucking golden shower on top of you as fresh as they can be. So I've been really enjoying like learning everything through trial and error, discovering things. It's been so fun, and I am only just now at like the very tippity top of the surface here of how much content this game has. I'm playing it daily for multiple hours a day. It's so good. So I truly do think Slay the Spire 2 lives up to the hype. I know this was many years in the making. It was worth the wait. $25 for this much content, I think, is a great price point. I love to see things like that. I know I glazed and commended Hollow Knight Silksong for something very similar, where you get so many hours of content for a low price compared to like AAA games, where you'll pay like $70 or, Lord help us, God forbid, but unfortunately even $80 sometimes for like a 6-hour game or something, right? Like, I think this is just so refreshing. It's super nice and also very simple. It's a game you can enjoy with your friends. Slay the Spire 2 has multiplayer. I just tried it for the first time last night with my buddy Ryan, but it has, I think, 4-player co-op. So you can have a run with your friends too. And they scale it up so that way it's not just like a full-blown fucking steamroll. Like, there is a challenge to it. Granted, of course, since there's more of you, there is more flexibility, so you probably will have an easier time, like if you're struggling by playing solo. I know a lot of new players have found it kind of punishing, which it is, and I appreciate that. I think it's a good thing. It doesn't hold your hand and put the training wheels on or clobber you with sock'em boppers. It's giving you the raw, knuckle sandwich, and I think that's wonderful, and it will enable you to get better over time as you keep doing runs and figuring out better synergies and what cards work for what builds. It is just a game that I think is just a joy, start to finish. And like I said, the multiplayer is like a really nice cherry on top because playing with friends is a lot of fun. I had a great time playing with Ryan, and I imagine it's even better playing it in a fucking 4-stack. I bet that goes ballistic. I don't have any real complaints. Like, there's nothing in the game that I was like disappointed by. I will say that there are some cards in here that are utterly useless, just pure poop ass. Like, you will never take them in a run, and if you do, you will feel like an idiot for it. There are just some genuinely awful, terrible cards in here that I think could use a little, sprucing up, a little tuning on. But for the most part, I think they do a good job with all the cards having a place and a role to serve and a function. Some cards obviously are much better than others, but yeah, that's always going to be the case. There's always going to be some cards that need a little tweaking, balancing, but I think just off rip here, they've done a really good job balancing things. Silent, I believe, is probably the strongest character in the game right now, but even then, I don't really think it's busted. Like, I don't think there's anything about Silent that makes it just like a complete cakewalk every single time. Like, you still need to activate neurons. It doesn't play itself. So, like, I have no problem with that being, like, the best character right now, and I still think it's in a good state overall in terms of balance. So, I'm very happy with Slay the Spire 2. I'm really happy to see that it's doing so well right now. Over 500,000 concurrent players at peak is amazing. That's an incredible accomplishment, and I'm glad to see it holding so strong. Still over 200,000 players every single day? That's great. Hats off to the team. They knocked it out of the park. I just wanted to give you this little review as I continue to play through it and, of course, post more of my runs on the Moist Critical Gaming channel, and really, that's about it. So, yeah. Like a jar of peanut butter in the top shelf cabinet in my kitchen, I just can't get it. I truly don't understand what is going on with Twitch that just leads them to making the worst decisions so brazenly. Like, they have to have the orb of confusion somewhere in the office up there, and it is just wreaking havoc on their brains. It is incomprehensible. There is a streamer, her name is Nina. She has on stream, on Twitch, twice now, sexually assaulted people. I'll show you the clips because it is textbook sexual assault. And she was banned for 1 day, initially. She got a 24-hour slap on the wrist, and then she was unbanned. Which you can kind of write off maybe as a mistake on Twitch's end, like they didn't mean to unban her. Maybe someone was pulling some levers in the HQ not knowing what they did. You had someone fucking blasting away at the buttons and accidentally unbanned her because she was banned shortly thereafter again. And I think every sensible person with a functioning frontal lobe expected that to be a permanent ban because she I'm Porky Pigging right now. She sexually assaulted 2 people on stream, on their platform. If you don't take that seriously, what the fuck are you going to take seriously? It's a crime. It's sexual assault. So everyone expected that one to be an indefinite ban. But it was only a week. She is now unbanned and she's already done a return stream. So it seems like Twitch truly only gave her a week vacation here. That's crazy. A week-long timeout. Pretty close to that scene in SpongeBob where they steal a balloon on Free Balloon Day and the cops put them behind bars for 3 seconds saying, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime, and then, oh, you're free to go. That, for sexual assault, is unbelievable.
Oh my God. Saeed, come here. I got you. Saeed, come here.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
23.
No.
Consensual.
No, he's not consenting.
Yes, he is.
He's not even saying nothing.
No. He likes it. Yeah,
He's not.
give.
Oh, no.
I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, stay right there. Stay right there. Hold on.
That was the clip that started it. Saeed is his name. He was not consenting to any of this, and Nina is the one that's like holding him while her friend twerks on him. And his friends are even saying he's not consenting to this, and they do not care. They are forcing it upon him. And this is just a piece of a longer clip, and in the longer clip, they throw him on the bed and start, like, trying to rip at his clothes. They also take his bag and start going through his bag. And this whole time, he is making it very clear he does not want this, and he is uncomfortable with it.
No!
Now they got it.
Take all of this off. Take it off. Hey, yo, cut the cameras, cut the cameras. Yo, cut the cameras, bro. Zo, do your shit. Let me get my Louis Vuitton scarf. Hold on, bitch. No outside clothes on the bed. Hold on. What's going on?
You can't just forcibly take it.
Yeah, let me get that bag. Let me get that bag. This is a nice bag. Hold on, this is a nice bag.
Yo!
How much this cost? Turn around. Start with the side.
Yo, she's taking it. Yo. What? Yo,
Oh, I need this. I needed this. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Zoe, he's not consenting.
Huh?
Pretty clear-cut sexual assault here. You don't need to be Phoenix Wright here in order to argue why this is sexual assault. It's obvious. Yet, and this is something we've talked about in the past, a lot of people, when it comes to a man being sexually assaulted, take it very differently. So I saw when this clip was blowing up, and a lot of people I know, I've already talked about this because I'm tardy to the party, but I'm just so shocked that Twitch is not taking this seriously. A lot of people were talking about how it's actually not sexual assault. It's clear he's laughing. He's going along with it. It's for content. No, it's not sexual assault. He's having a good time. In fact, he wanted it. And that's something that you see a lot when it comes to sexual assault against men, where people say, like, it's not serious, don't be a bitch. A woman can't sexually assault a man because a man always wants sex. So this is a nothing burger. You guys are making a mountain out of a molehill. This isn't sexual assault at all. It's just good old-fashioned Twitch content, baby. And Nina herself even says how embarrassing it would be for a man like Saeed to say that this was sexual assault.
So what if he says, I feel like you did some shit wrong?
No, so the whole Saeed thing, no one essay Saeed. That's why today I was actually looking for Saeed. I was going to talk to him, be like, you definitely felt disrespected as a person. Me, I take accountability what I do. If you dead ass felt disrespected, I didn't know. So you gotta let me know. If you did, I will always apologize. I mean, that's just normal people. But for him to walk around and say all that crazy shit, you never think about what Saeed's thinking too, though. Like, who wants to walk around being called that? That's embarrassing for him as a guy.
You didn't see Saeed today?
No, I was looking for him. I was looking everywhere for him.
Wow, what an angel. Pretty watertight defense right there. Checkmate. The fucking last few neurons remaining in her brain really scrambling there to come up with the perfect cope, and damn did she hit a home run with that one. So she is saying, oh, he didn't get sexually assaulted. Oh, okay, well, if you say so, all right. You would know, of course, yeah, no. It doesn't matter what he thinks happened. You're saying he didn't get sexually assaulted, so then it must not have happened. You're right. And then she goes on to say, like, you have to think about it, like, it'd be very embarrassing for him as a man. Wow. Is that so, Nina? Interesting. Do you keep that same energy when it comes to women that get sexually assaulted? Do you say the same thing? Like, oh, it'd be very embarrassing. She treats it like it's no big deal. She did nothing wrong. Rub some dirt in it, dweeb. Get over it. That's how she handles it. But I imagine if it was two guys who did this exact same thing to a girl on stream, if it played out exactly the same, there would be universal condemnation across the board, including from Nina herself, I imagine, and rightfully so, because stand back, brave take coming in. Plug your ears if you're not ready for the spicy take. Sexual assault is bad. I know. If you were standing up, you're gonna need to sit down, holy. It doesn't matter if it's a female or male victim, sexual assault in all of its forms is horrible. And everyone should be outraged and against it. So why do we treat it differently because it was two girls that did it to a guy? It is still sexual assault, and I can't believe we are still having this conversation about, like, sexual assault against men not being taken seriously. It's not a unicorn. It's not make-believe. This isn't the fucking tooth fairy we're talking about. It is a real thing, and there are male victims of sexual assault. Like, I can't believe that even needs to be said. But I guess Twitch needs a reminder that it is a crime. Like, anyone who is a victim of sexual assault is the victim of a crime.
I did want it to, like, them being banned is not really anything to me, because at the end of the day, like, sexual assault is a crime. And people that say that it's not sexual assault, I don't know what you think sexual assault is, or anything like that. But I don't know what to tell you. Like, as a person that's literally dealt with sexual assault previously, it has taken a lot, like a large total on my head. I've dealt with something like this before, and I didn't want to. When I dealt with it originally, I was working at a job, and it was a gym, and I told my boss about it, and all he did was make jokes about it. And I tried to talk about it a lot more, and I didn't want to tell my parents. And it did affect me a lot. And this situation did bring back those memories.
This is Saeed being very open here, talking about what's unfolded, even mentioning that he's gone through a previous sexual assault situation in his past where it wasn't taken seriously then. His boss was making jokes about it, and it took a toll on him. And now, in this case, it seems like Twitch itself is not taking it seriously and treating it like it's a joke, considering Nina was only banned for a week. They slapped her in detention for a week, and now it's all sunshine and rainbows for her. She's back streaming again. And let me tell you, in her return stream, it's very clear she's learned her lesson. I think the week-long, benching here from Twitch has really helped put it all into perspective for her. You can see how apologetic she is and how remorseful she is for her actions.
Let me tie, right? Oh, what the fuck, yo? Why you always hitting me? Stop with those punches. Oh, shit, I can't touch you no more because I have to make a sign of NDA. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, that's gonna be tough, bro. It's gonna come up 3 months later.
I won't come.
Oh, me? Punch you? You want me to punch you? Are you okay?
Did you sign the NDA or no?
You sure? So I am not sexually assaulting you.
No.
I am not. You consent to this.
Yes.
You fully am okay with this.
Yes.
You will not use this clip against me later in 3 months later.
Never.
Or 9 months later.
No.
Or 6 months later.
No.
No? Hey, chat sees this, bro. Ready? Alright.
Okay.
Ready? 1. You asked for this. Nod your head. 2 times. Did you get it? Okay.
Wait, can I say something?
Damn.
Wait, can I say something?
Damn.
Listen, can I say something?
This seems like a real hoot and a holler. Man, she seems like a lot of fun to be around. So, I don't even know why she even threw out the word NDA. She has no idea what that is. I bet if you ask Nina what a non-disclosure agreement is or what it's for, she would just fucking blue screen. But the reason she's saying that is because she's just trying to insult everyone that made a big deal out of her sexually assaulting Saeed. And I haven't even shown you the other victim yet. I'm saving that till the end. But she's just treating it like it's no big deal. Like, oh, I guess I just can't touch people anymore. Not without like an NDA, I guess. And then this dude over here, this goober, I don't know if he's hiding his face out of embarrassment or shame, but if that is the case, I'd see why. Because that's pretty pathetic to be begging to be punched by this lady just for a crumb of attention. But yeah, that was her return stream, a real highlight moment from it. Some other really great tiddlywinks are when she's being mad at her friends for switching up on her after the sexual assault clip surfacing, where she was mad that they didn't fight tooth and nail for her honor, even though her actions are indefensible to a normal, sane person. So obviously her friends aren't going to go to bat for her, I imagine, or at least they shouldn't. Like, I don't care if you're her best friend, you should be able to come out and say, like, yep, that's fucked up, that is sexual assault. I don't support what's happened there. And she's getting mad that people did exactly that. Like, her friends were like, nope, that's unacceptable. She expected them to just be like, no, you guys are misunderstanding. And then she goes in to be, like, upset that they weren't texting her to get her side of the story, even though there's no sides. It is sexual assault, no matter how you spin it. You can try and feign ignorance until the cows come home. It doesn't change the fact that what you did is still textbook sexual assault. Just because you are a woman who did it to a man doesn't mean that it doesn't count.
You ready?
Yeah, go ahead, Nina.
All right.
Okay,
It's actually not that bad.
I know. Concentrating on the bottom.
Okay, girl.
No, Nina. Oh my. Wow, you have the best masseuse, Toast.
Good.
That was good.
Wow, she is so bold.
My spine.
You love to see it.
All right.
So bold, so bold. Yep, keep it up.
Push.
Yep. Good job, Nina.
So Toast shared his experience with Nina, where he went there expecting a professional masseuse, only to be met by a stranger named Nina, the fucking boogeyman here, coming up and giving him this massage where she was very clearly making a joke of it by just, like, groping him, like just grabbing on his ass cheeks there. Like she was grabbing those things like fucking motorcycle handles. It's not an accident. It's not unintentional. She didn't just like wander down there while trying to give a legitimate massage. She is literally honking on his butt cheeks. And people are laughing about it, making light of the whole thing. Like, Nina, oh my goodness, ha 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 ha. It's sexual assault. If that was a man that did that to a woman that was lying on that table, how many people would be laughing? Probably not very many. I imagine it'd be crickets for the most part. It'd be more silent than a James Corden stand-up routine. There wouldn't be a lot of laughter. It wouldn't really be viewed as a holly jolly good time. I imagine most people would immediately try and say, like, stop or step in, put the kibosh on it, but not here. Here, it's just treated as a joke. But why? Just because it is Nina doing this to a man, Toast, it doesn't make it not sexual assault. And in Toast's statement, he even says he has no idea who she was at the time. She just stepped in, did this. He was extremely uncomfortable, but didn't say anything in the moment because there's a bunch of cameras in his face, and it's hard to try and, like, speak up in front of that because then it creates a tense situation. So it's an extra level of fear where it's hard to speak out and express, negative feelings in a case like this because, well, maybe now the streamers there view you as the bad guy, or the chat starts attacking you or something, so it makes it very difficult, and it's something Toast briefly mentioned, and it's something that I've seen expressed numerous times in the past about, like, it was hard to say anything in the moment because of all these cameras and all these people watching. And it's very true. Again, if this was a man that was doing this to a woman lying on that table, a complete stranger, just starts, honking on her butt cheeks there, how many people would be laughing? Probably none. It shouldn't be treated differently in this case. This was still a non-consensual sexual act that was performed on Toast and Saeed that is not being taken seriously. She received a week-long ban, and that's it. And it's not like she herself has digivolved into a better person or anything, learned her lesson, expressed any real level of remorse or anything like that. She is still treating it as content. Like, just the idea of her sexual assault is now a joke on her stream. Like, oh, I just can't touch people anymore. I'll have to NDA you, tee-hee-hee. That's crazy to me. That is just crazy. I know she issued an apology statement not long ago, which I think is pretty blatantly obvious, not her words. I think that was farted out through an actual PR firm, because I don't think she is capable of something like that. I'll stop blabbering here in just a moment, but it is so wild to me how little Twitch did here, and how little they seem to care about what's happened on their platform here. In the past, they've made plenty of questionable bans and unbans. Like having full-blown sex, penetrative sex on stream was a 3-day ban. And many other such cases of similar things, like that lady who full-blown spread her butthole goatsy style on stream only being 24 hours, stuff like that. But this is something so different from that, where that sexual content is something that shouldn't be allowed on Twitch and isn't by their own rules, and they don't seem to really enforce them all that well. This is literally not even just against their rules, it is against the law. Sexual assault, again, is illegal, and it has been broadcast on Twitch twice with this woman, Nina Lynn, being the sexual assaulter. And they only give her a week ban for it. This is unlike anything I've seen from Twitch in the past. It is truly shocking. And I'll leave you with one more clip from Saint Nina here. You remember how I called this week ban basically a vacation? Well, it's not just my words. She also views it that way as well.
W chat. I want to say W chat. So all the haters out there, y'all can suck my dick. Word 2, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you bitches, bro. You bitches not me. Y'all never been through nothing that I've been through. Fuck you. This ain't the worst it's ever been. I'm not gonna lie. It's bad to say, but this is not the worst it's ever been. I've been through worse. I've actually been through worse. So this jail was kind of like vacay jail a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Nice work, Twitch. Vacay jail for sexual assault. Unbelievable. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, my friend sent me something today, and I really appreciate that he was thinking of me when he found this. It's a text thread. Well, it's a very short series of texts between a very short man and his now ex-girlfriend, whom he broke up with because she had the audacity to wear heels around him. Now, I myself am also a fun-sized gentleman. I am on the shorter side of things, and I can see why Matt thought of me when he found this story here, this adventure. So the background is these two went to a party, she wore heels, he got really salty and upset about it, so he broke up with her because she was now taller than him while wearing those heels. So she's now trying to process this and figure out what the fuck just happened, because he had a conniption in the car and then spiraled out of control, so now she's trying to get some clarity here. I'm still so confused. Can we just talk? I never meant to offend you. I just really like heels and wanted to look good at the party. I'm sorry. Imagine having to apologize because you wore heels. Like, imagine being around such a sensitive fucking loser that just wearing shoes was offensive to him. Don't chat me, man. You're embarrassing to be around, and even now I'm not with you and you're still embarrassing. Do you realize what you done? I gave you everything and you threw it back in my face. He can't even use the right through. His fucking goober. I don't even know how you make that mistake with through. When you're actually old enough and mature, you will remember this time and realize you fucked up. This weenie thinks that she's going to be reminiscing about this relationship in the future, as if she's ever going to think about this little McNugget in any way, shape, or form after this, other than maybe looking back on it and laughing. This is such an over-the-top reaction to something so trivial. This is comedic. So I imagine she might think about this in the future as like a, haha, you remember when I dated that gnome who got fucking pissed off because I just wore heels once? Yeah, what a crazy time that was. Meanwhile, this guy is like fluffing himself up, thinking that he's like the best thing that's ever happened to this girl's life, and down the road she's gonna realize she made such a huge error in judgment to wear those heels, to insult his masculinity at a party. She'll lose sleep over it, and she'll rue the day. I just wore heels, though. I don't mean that hostile, just literally confused. Seems like you flipped so quick, and now I'm just feeling confused. You're too masculine for me and I deserve better. Yeah, you're too masculine. You wore heels. That's like the most masculine thing a woman can do, obviously. You're way too masculine. I'm high value, and you are still a child and finding your way in life. Yeah, this seems like behavior of a high value male. Melting down all because you're short and insecure and your girlfriend wore heels so she was taller than you and you just didn't like that. Brother, you're short. Get over it. Like, you can't change it. If you hate it that much, go get leg lengthening surgery. Goober's whining about feeling like less of a man because his girlfriend had heels on, God forbid. What a sin. There's nothing high value about having a list of things that can't be done around you so that way you don't feel like a loser. That makes you a nuisance to be around. That's not high value, that's high maintenance. Goober. Like, he is trying to, like, hypnotize himself with it. Like, he stands on his step stool so he can look himself in the mirror and just reaffirm that, I'm high value. I'm high value. I'm high value. She's wrong because she wore heels. She insulted my value. It's not your fault. I understand you aren't very conscious and have baby brain. Oh, God, just reading that sentence out loud is revolting. I understand you aren't very conscious. What is he doing? Dating a dead body? Like, what? I don't think he's expressing what he means to. Then he's insulting her, calling her stupid, basically, for having the idea of wearing heels around this short, insecure loser with such a short fuse. It's absurd. I really wish that she had, like, started dunking on him. He is so sensitive. All of this, all worked up because his girlfriend wore heels at a party, which made him feel emasculated. I have a high value network, and when I'm around big people, I already love the start to that sentence. Big people. I don't know if he means physically or metaphorically, like, you know, powerful people, or if he just means tall people. This man just goes to a party and, like, with average-sized people, he just thinks he wandered into the fucking Elbaf land of the giants from One Piece. It's so fucking absurd reading the things this guy had to say. All over him being just so uncomfortable in his own skin. When I'm around big people who I can network with and elevate my business and future, I need someone who shows me off and compliments me. You're so needy, brother. Oh my God. Makes me look good in front of others. You're not that. Don't message me ever again. She did nothing wrong. She wore heels. That's it. It's not like she went out there and started insulting him or anything. He just lost his mind. He's going off his gourd here just because she wore heels and was a little taller than him at a party. Who cares? Get over it. You are short. I am short. It is something you're gonna have to come to terms with, man. It's not changing, unless you do want to go through leg lengthening. And even then, even if you do go down that path, you're gonna get made fun of for that too. You're gonna get clowned on. So your best bet is to come to terms with it now, instead of letting all this hostility fester where you're lashing out at people that have done nothing wrong with this short man syndrome of being, like, so hostile to anyone you think is slighting you. She did nothing to insult you. All she did was wear heels because she likes wearing heels. That's a very normal thing to do. If she was a little taller than you, so what? It is what it is. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. It's not that big a deal. It's not worth being this insufferable piece of shit to her all over that. And then, like, breaking up with her and, you know, just going ballistic for something so minuscule that doesn't matter. He talks as if he needed to do this to appease his high-value network that he's built up here, like some kind of fucking Illuminati or something. But it sounds more like the network he's building up is people that don't really respect him, and he doesn't want to give them more ammo for insults. He's like, geez, you're taller than me in heels. The high-value network that I'm around will not appreciate that. Alright, you gotta go. Hit the road, please. You've insulted me. You've made me feel like less of a man. Like, how is that not just so shameful? Being short, it's not the best thing in the world. It's not like I love being 5'6", but again, I can't change it. And I'm not going to be mad about it forever. I stopped being mad about my height when I stopped growing at like 21, even though my height had only grown like a couple inches since high school. What am I going to do about it? What value is there in getting angry at anyone taller than me? Or feeling as though people look at me as less of a man? What value is there in me just constantly being on edge about that kind of shit? It's preposterous to get this worked up over it. This is now a message to all of my fellow shortmen out there. Do not be like this guy. Just come on in. The water's fine. Being short's not that big a deal. Trust me, it's really not. It's fine. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. Had me giggling. That's it. See ya. Yeah, I know it's been a while since I, the almighty, undisputed lord of speedrunning, have dunked my dirty ass in the speedrunning bathtub, but I decided it's time to re-enter the crucible and claim a world record. Just like Golden Superman when he sat in the sun for 1,000 years gathering energy, that's what I've done, on a much larger scale. So I'm coming back and I'm definitely getting a world record here. This is on a porn game called Game of Moans. If you follow the official podcast, you know that our friend Jackson made this game a couple months ago and put it out. Since then, it's been getting frequent updates, but the first version he published is this version, and in this build, there's a game-breaking bug, an STD, if you will, that allows you to beat the game way before you should be able to. So with an optimized route that I've calculated and put into practice here, I should be able to beat this game in under a minute, when normally it offers far more than a minute's worth of gameplay, unless you prematurely ejaculate from all the build-up and also all of the sex and porn. So let's go nuts to butts here. Time starts once I hit enter on my name, so let's begin now. Now I need to start by apologizing to all of you watching and Jesus Christ himself, because I am going to be skipping through all of the actual pussies, titties, and ass and penis. I know it's kind of a sin to miss that in a porn visual novel, but for the sake of the speedrun, it's got to be done. Now I'm coming up on my first skip here. Hopefully I can pull it off. Ooh, there we go. Got the hands of a fucking surgeon. What can happen there is you misclick on brand and click the door and it costs you a few milliseconds. Ooh, like I just did right there with Sir Roderick. Oh, fuck. Roderick is the eater of runs. The amount of times that he sidesteps my mouse, just jukes me out and makes me click the door behind him is immeasurable. That man just fucking obliterates great runs. I'd reset if I didn't have such a good brand skip. I can still get world record here. Could still get under a minute as long as I pull this off properly. As long as Roderick doesn't take me over his knee and spank me again with his penis. Coming up in the most technically difficult portion of this run. I have to make sure I get this rabbit on the first try. Come on, baby. Oh, perfect. That's expert marksmanship right there. All of those years of FPS gaming at the highest level are finally paying off. This is the speedrun to finally put me in the history books beside the hentai speedrunning greats like... Well, I'm sure there's a few people that speedrun hentai games besides me. Come on, baby. Oh, fuck, I just went the wrong way. Oh, shit, that's a time loss. That's alright. We're still making spectacular time. Come on, baby, come on. Give it to me. Bang. Time. A 123 is not bad. It's definitely world record, but I truly think I could have refined this and got it under a minute. Now, if any of you have played Game of Moans, you know this isn't the true ending, but I can't speedrun the true ending on YouTube, but I'll show you where it takes place. So you grab the panties, come down here with Sansa, you get a scene that ends with you seeing straight up pussy. You get the beef curtains, you get the whole meat of vagina. And I clearly can't speedrun that, so I decided to make it an any % route of just claiming some soiled panties. And I've set the world record as expected, as I usually do when I set my mind to speedrunning a game. So I'm fucking happy with that. Bang! I am now the world record holder for Game of Moans, and probably one of the very few porn game speedrunners out there. What's your favorite Bible story? I guess, I've said this before, the one that always stuck with me, that really, like, made a lasting impression, not really even in a positive way, was the, story of Abraham. I don't know. That one, like, actually kind of frightened me. But I don't know if I'd call it my favorite. That was just the one that really, like, stuck with me. Why did it frighten you? That's the story of the, Abraham needing to sacrifice his son. Why did he do that? It was a test of faith. He didn't actually kill his son. At the end, it was like, no, stop, you've proven your faith. So it was basically like the first prank. My favorite is Samuel 18:27, where King Saul ordered David to kill 200 dudes and take their foreskin so he can marry the king's daughter. That one gets mentioned a lot. I've talked about that one as well. I actually talked about that with Wendigoon once. I'm pretty sure that was on, I can't remember where we talked about it. It might have been Red Thread. But we talked about that exact story. Other than Donkey Ollie, do you have any other memorable Bible animations you watched as a kid? Not animations, but I watched a lot of Bible Man. When I was a kid, I used to go to a Christian after-school care center. So it was a lot of, like, Bible study courses and stuff when I was a kid. Those things like Bible Man, VeggieTales, that kind of thing. VeggieTales is really, like, the only Bible animation I watched at the time. VeggieTales was actually pretty good. It was. VeggieTales was, I always enjoyed it. How accurate was this game compared to the Bible? Pretty close. It's pretty close in a lot of areas. A lot I didn't even remember. So, it was actually a faithful adaptation in a lot of ways. The story I remember the most is the story of Job, where God took everything away from Job to test his faith. That one was very sad, yeah. Job's story was another sad one. You a Christian? I'm not as spiritual as I was, but yeah, I mean, I always was growing up. Again, I got baptized twice. And like I said earlier, for my entire, like, young life, I spent after-school care in a Christian facility, like, for multiple hours after school, till my parents picked me up. But I'm not actively spiritual as I was back then. I'm just of the belief now that, like, what modern Christianity is becoming, where it's, like, very normalized to pervert the scripture into a lot of different things and try and, like, present it as something that I was always taught it wasn't, has really just soured my desire to be going and being active in the churches around me. Don't need church to be faithful. But then, I agree. I think that's completely fair. You can talk about Christy Gnome's husband and his fucking honkers, his big old melons. Yeah, that shit was wacky. You feel spiritual at all while playing, like a reminder from God? That's kind of a cute question, actually. Unironically, playing through that, like, did just feel good. Like, it is, I don't know. The actual messaging of the scripture, I think, is just a generally positive thing that if people actually did subscribe to, like, the people claim they do, it'd be a lot better. Like, the world would be a lot nicer as opposed to the way they use Christianity now, like by Paula White Cain, Kenneth Copeland, those kind of people. So playing through it reminded me of, like, oh, there's, like, really good messages here that really sucks to see what it's being turned into. People like Paula, nothing new. Jesus spoke of people like her. Oh, I know. It's just very normalized now. Did you order a Trump Bible? No, I have to, though. I gotta spend $1,000 on the Trump Bible. Increase my faith level. Speaking of, that did just remind me, I gotta check in on my Trump phone. It was supposed to be here at the end of March, according to their support guy. I'll have to check in, it's probably on its way. Can't wait for the Trump phone review. Yeah, me neither, man. Any day now. That's what they keep saying. Any day now that puppy will be delivered. I'm excited. I know it's gonna be worth the wait. They're forging the phone out of real gold, that's why it takes so long. You know you're making a joke, but what's crazy is even if they were doing that for every single phone, it would have taken less time than it currently is. And they are literally just drop shipping phones from China, and they still can't even do that. It was supposed to come out in August of 2025. It's unreal. It's unreal. Have you ever seen that video of Prophet Shepherd Bashiri pretending to levitate on camera to prove he can perform miracles? Is he the guy that also brought out an actor in a coffin and pretended to raise him from the dead? I can't remember the name of that prophet, but is it the same guy? Could be the same guy. Alright, let's see. Shepherd Bashiri? No, I don't think this is the same guy. Oh, I can feel it coming. Ah! What? Holy. He can perform miracles. Wow. Prophet Shepherd Bushiri. The chosen one. I'm sure them recording the bottom half of... Oh, okay, here you go, trying to poke holes in a clear miracle. How do you argue with this? You can try, but you won't succeed. Irrefutable. Chris Angel did it first. True. He does that shit over the Luxor. The Luxor. We need another amazing Randy nowadays. Oh, God, you're so right. This is desperately required. 1000%. We need a new James Randi. I think it was 5 or 6 years ago now, we did an Oreo tier list. It was like 12 Oreos. All of them were S tier. We were like, this is trash, not posting this worthless tier list. So now we're revamping it with what appears to be like fucking 60 flavors of Oreo.
Yeah, this is everything under the sun.
Including from Japan exclusive Oreos. So yeah, now we're doing it big. Surely we're gonna find some stinkers. I should have worn my Oreo sweater for this, actually.
We do have an Oreo outfit if you'd like. I thought you would wear your Oreo sweater.
Yeah, I completely forgot to put that puppy on.
The outfit we have in there is just an Oreo, like you would just be an Oreo.
I'll pass. Yeah, let's just eat some Oreos, I think, then.
Yeah, and I have an idea that none of these will be below A tier for the most part. But
Oreos are just so good.
They're incredible.
Like, you can't fuck them up.
The world needs it this time. We can't bury it again.
Let's start with is that the classics right
there? This is the classic. Party size. Let's jump right in. And so what do you want to do? Like, we eat it. Do you want to rank it out of 10 and we can start being like the 10s are here, the 9s are here? Like, what are you thinking?
Yeah. Well, classic Oreo is not going to be the best. It's just a really good baseline. It's just so good. Just chocolate, cookie, cream in the middle.
Incredible.
Wow.
Here, Chase, can you come grab this from me real quick?
Yeah. What a beautiful outfit.
Whoa.
I literally was like, I'm not going to eat the whole cookie.
I am 1000% going to get sick.
I think there's a method here. We had plain. Let's move to double stuffed and see if double stuffed is better than plain.
Oh, and just keep knocking them down.
Yeah.
Oh, that's smart.
So it's semi-bracket style. It's the best one is now ranked against the next one.
Yeah. More cream, what a dream.
Here's a philosophical Oreo question. Is there ever is too much cream in the middle possible for you guys?
We're about to answer that for you. Mega stuff. And then I think that's a very good, if you're good boys and girls and you stay till the end, we'll add more and more cream until we find too much cream. Alright, so double stuff better than OG?
Oh, for sure. Look at the chunk on
what
that!
What machine even makes this puppy?
That was a... Oh! Did you guys see that? That was a natural pog face from Matt. Like, full natty pog
It's not
face.
natural, it's muscle memory. I've been working on it. Look at that cream. Are you a green boy?
Oh, that's so good. That's a perfect ratio of cream to cookie.
I'm actually more in the double stuff category.
You're crazy.
Now I have to figure out how we break ties.
I think there's so much cream it kind of coats my mouth with a film, which I feel like you like the film and I don't.
Goddamn
so
right.
let's keep these both here. Where you want to go? I mean, we can stay in the OGs with like gluten-free.
Sure, that's not going to beat anything, but sure.
You never know.
Have you tried it before?
Oh, they just look different. They look more like Hydrox.
There's like no cream in this one at all. It's devoid of cream.
Well, that's the gluten.
Not bad.
Not bad, just
it's
boring.
just not nearly as good. What all Oreos are
vegan.
Vegan, that's right.
All villains are lemon. Or everything.
And do you want to say all things? Like,
is that all one category?
No, we can just keep bouncing around.
All right, give me just Oreo Thins.
I've never even heard of these.
Oh, right here.
Oh. Are these new?
No, I just don't think I have ever bought them, ever.
I don't know anyone who ever has, because I've never even heard the name.
How do you eat this without eating the whole thing? It's like an Oreo for ants.
Better than I thought. It's like an Oreo chip.
It is. It's like I turned it into a cracker.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like that.
That's good.
That's very good.
Doesn't beat Mega Stuff for me, but that's pretty good.
I agree. It's far above where I thought it would have been in my head.
That's one of those things you put in the fucking lunchbox, and you just... It's a nice treat.
That is. You would never put Oreos in your lunchbox.
Thinking on it now, you could also just put Mega Stuffed Oreos there, too.
All right, let's blow the fucking lid off this joint. Apple pie Oreos.
I might actually hate that.
I've never had them. I do find that some of the flavors get a little chemically.
Oh, wow. This looks fascinating.
It does.
I think I can smell them from here.
It looks crumbly.
It looks not good. Can't doubt Oreo. That's good.
They taste like apple pie.
They do.
I know that's what they told me it would taste like, but... Wow. Like more than you would expect it to taste like apple pie. That's impressive.
That's good.
I would not reach for this over a normal Oreo.
Oh, I absolutely wouldn't either. But
very impressive.
If you have like a cream allergy, well, you probably still wouldn't get those now that I think
if you have a cream allergy and would like that to flare up apple pie flavor.
What's the one right in front of it?
This?
Yeah, is that pancake?
This is maple cream Oreo, otherwise known as crème à l'érable. They use real Quebec maple syrup. That's why it's in French.
Is this
Quebecois?
Is this an American Oreo?
It's got to be Canadian,
yeah,
because
be
look
Canadian.
at the logo up there. It's Christie.
Oh yeah, this is definitely not American.
Very maple smelling. Whoa.
I do not like that. We found an Oreo I don't like that much.
I don't hate it. It's kind of not even an Oreo at that point.
No, it's not. You know what it reminds me of is like a liquid medicine, kind of like very, very tart.
And you may have gotten a bad one. Mine didn't have tart in it.
Oh, well, I didn't like it. I don't want another one. I didn't like it.
At the end of the day, it comes nowhere near the OGs.
No. Maybe I'm not a Quebec maple syrup guy.
Whoa, hey, those are fighting words. Holy
crazy.
shit.
I don't know.
Maybe you're not a Quebec guy.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. You know how much I love Quebec.
You talk about it all the time.
Let's hit a cakester since it's just right in front of me.
Also, I just realized Java Chip's up here twice.
I've never had an Oreo cakester, so this is a double chocolate cake with chocolate flavor cream.
I don't think I'm going to like this.
I don't think I'm going to like
it. Says
this
on the
either.
side, have your cake and cookie too.
No.
Nope. The hubris got the better of them. We're Oreo. We can make cake.
Yeah.
Make cookies.
I feel like the Oreo cakesters came around in the era of like the Twinkies and Ho-Hos and like the zebra cakes and like because it kind of has the same vibe.
Very similar to that. It's not a good cake, not a good cookie.
Yeah.
It's just there.
Yeah. Very little Debbie's. What do you want?
Do you think we need golden and golden double stuff? I would say.
Goddamn right. I love the goldens. These are great.
I like the goldens too.
These are the epitome to me of like, I see it on the shelf, I never would buy it. However, I have one and I'm like, why do I never buy this one?
Yeah, like they're good. They're very
That's
good.
a really good way of describing it.
I personally enjoy my life and my head being on my body, so there's no world in which I'll put these over OG Oreos. I think people would pull pitchforks out of the closet.
I wouldn't put them over OG either, but they're like right behind it.
They're really, really good. I do agree though. You go to a party, somebody puts out a sleeve of golden Oreos, you're like, oh hell yeah.
Yeah, this guy got it. He gets it.
That's never happened in my life. Better.
Mm-hmm.
I really think double stuff is my perfect level.
They need the colossal or the mega stuff. Oh, you're gonna Frankenstein a fucking fatty for me.
Would you consider that? Oh, that's looking.
That's mega stuff if I've ever seen it. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow, we're not even halfway through.
Mm-mm.
The audience is fucking cheering. Yes, we get more. Toffee Crunch Flavor Cream.
Does anyone in the world like toffee?
I'm a toffee fan.
Really?
I was about to say if you're
Heat
over the
bars?
age of 60.
Smell that. They've got a stench.
Oh my god.
That's what you're looking for from your Oreos normally.
That's a retirement home right there.
This is what I was talking about. Where they can get chemically with some of these flavors. Like, smell this, Danny. Get that camera in here.
Actual dog shit.
We'll come smell it.
Actual dog shit.
Oh, I gotta say, I don't think it smells bad, but there is the hint of like that. It tingles just too much to be natural.
Yeah, and that is how I would say it tastes.
Gross. That's terrible.
Yeah, I don't like that.
They need to discontinue that one.
To the floor with you.
Yep. Did we get the Post Malone Oreos were discontinued, right?
Yeah.
Those were like, Matt looked it up there like 3 years ago.
It was actually, you were like, everybody's talking about these. We need this one. And I looked it up and it's like, they have not been available for years.
Well, that's why everyone's talking about it. They miss it so much.
You guys remember that? All right, let's go left field. Oreo Thins Lemon. Ooh, hot take. I think I'm going to like these. I like lemon cookies. Really, it's so cute.
Better than I thought it'd be.
I like that.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I like that a lot.
That is pretty good. No way it beats Mega Stuff though, right?
No.
Okay,
It's not
double
going
check.
I have a feeling I know how this video is gonna go.
I'll give you a spoiler because I know there's one on this table.
Oh.
I will kill for over those.
No way.
You want to just do it right now?
Should we do them
right
so we
now.
know if it's gonna work?
Somebody opened it and ate an entire sleeve out of the middle over the past month. I don't know who did that.
Go to fucking.
Which ones are these, Matt?
Peanut butter Oreos. You get those, you dip them in some milk.
I'm not a big peanut butter guy.
No, this is gonna be terrible.
Yep. To me, that's very mid.
I will say, eating them all back to back, I'm very torn because I love this as a cookie. Like, you're not eating an Oreo when you're eating this, but God, I love these.
There's one at this table that I would pick over normal Oreos.
Which
every
one?
time.
Let's get it.
That's the white fudge covered. Those are
this one?
those are the
He hasn't
winter.
shut up about
Those are the
these.
winter. Like every December, you can find them in stores. I'm a white chocolate fan.
Well, that's why that's your nickname.
Yep.
This was so easily the number one in my head until I ate it right behind real Oreos, and it's like...
Because that's like a perfected cookie.
I'm still on the double stuffed train, but the Oreo itself might be a perfected cookie. Let me know if this blows your socks off.
It's fine. It's fine. I don't hate it.
I'm gonna eat it back to back. I think it loses the Oreo.
I'm not a big white chocolate guy, but this is like a very decent white chocolate thing.
I can't take another bite. I was about to. Very good.
So all of our heavy hitters aren't doing it. Maybe there's a shot.
Yes,
Someone's got a shot
Well,
us.
hold on, Danny, eat one of those
Yeah,
after.
eat one.
Oh, he hasn't had
I
it.
haven't had
Wait.
Yeah, it's okay. I won't eat it. I won't eat it.
Oreo bite first.
So I gotta do the. I gotta hit the back to back the 2 times.
You know, maybe we should have saved the OGs for the end of the video.
Maybe. Yeah, because it's not even close right now.
Also, the mega stuff is carrying this. Like I'm with Charlie.
Oh yeah.
You could put 2 of these together, and it still might not be enough cream for
See,
me.
I like the chocolate cookie in there too. You're liking cream, not cookies.
That's I will acknowledge that every day.
All right,
But it's also a
fair.
perfect marriage of cookie and cream. It's a symbiotic, healthy relationship.
This is the problem.
I
like
just
a
love
50,
the white chocolate.
I like a
They're
50-50 relationship. You know, we're even. But you know what? Maybe they took the good juice and put it into Reese's peanut butter.
Whoa! What's the difference?
Reese's peanut buttery cream with Oreo cookie crumbs versus peanut butter flavored cream. I don't know.
It's just a collaboration.
Yeah.
I might like that more than the other one.
I might too. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
What's the change? What's the change?
It tastes like a Reese's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly like a Reese's.
Don't do them that.
This is cookie dough?
This is cookie dough.
This doesn't look very good.
I would say that's the worst one. I like that even less than toffee somehow.
I still hate toffee more, but this was fucking terrible.
I did not enjoy that one bit.
Yeah.
I always wonder when they're doing QA and they eat an Oreo and then they eat the new flavor, how does this ever make it out of that room?
There's got to be a couple people that, well, here.
I was gonna say, I'm sure there are people who like that flavor.
Because it's either actual cookie dough, like in Ben and Jerry's ice cream, or it's like artificial flavored cookie dough that's in like the Pop Tarts. Yeah.
You're allowed to like it, Aaron.
No, it's not. Oh, it gets worse the more the flavor comes in.
Yeah, that's artificial cookie dough.
Yeah.
It's fresh.
This one's the
minty fresh.
Mint peppermint.
Mint peppermint?
Yep.
Are you a mint ice cream kind of guy?
I don't dislike mint ice cream.
I like that.
This is good.
I like that one.
That is good. They need to double stuff that though.
I got you.
They have thinned it.
Oh, they thinned it.
They thinned it.
They went the wrong direction.
They don't know what the people want. Tell me if you think that's better.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Should we be doing our top 3? Is that more interesting than just the winner?
Probably.
All right.
That mint.
Just keep it. You remember, set aside the other good ones. That way you can talk
around
about
the podium that we've liked.
A nice
not as good as the big one.
Nope. Just a nice little cracker though.
No. They really are just so crispy. You want to just get this out of the way?
The hell is that?
To Oreo cakes are golden.
Yeah, might as well.
I think this one has a chance of being better because it's the white cream. It's not the chocolate cream.
True. But some of these things add to the tummy ache, and you know they're not even worth it.
It's so true.
Tummy aches.
Oh.
You think a dog ever wakes up and is like, oh, my tummy feels bad today? Probably.
Yeah, and then they puke on the floor.
I did not like the Cakester personally.
Yeah, there hasn't been a Cakester I've liked yet out of the two we've had.
Not worth it at all.
All right, continue.
That tummy ache's coming in.
It's starting to hit.
Why don't we dive into the Japanese box?
Yeah.
How about this?
That looks cool.
Strawberry. Notice how they give you less and not 3 massive sleeves.
That's weird they do that. Is this a strawberry?
Mm-hmm.
That's pleasant.
The cookie's different.
The cookie is
It's
very
probably
different.
way less sugary if I do imagine.
You're 1000% correct.
Yeah. Everything's different about that. It's good.
Ooh, the aftertaste not so much.
I was
though.
just about to say the strawberry sits in your teeth and it's a little punchy in there.
Oh, wow.
Mm-mm. No bueno.
Oh, why'd it do that?
Not only why, how? How did it do that? Because that felt like magic. Dirt cake.
I like how our taste buds are so fucking poor and primitive that healthier food is now just revolting.
Well, we don't know. Maybe there was too much sugar in that one.
I think that's true.
Sure, it tasted like there was a lot less sugar.
What's this one?
Dirt cake. A good old American dirt cake Oreo. There's gummy worm bits on the top.
Oh yeah, there is in there. Oh, I'm getting sick.
Same. I'm feeling gross. I didn't love that.
No, it's not very good.
And the tummy ache's setting in, and I'm going to be harsher on everything because I don't like it anymore.
Yeah, now it's not fun.
Chocolate cream. I already know I don't like it. Let's hurt ourselves.
Your guys' job is so hard.
It is, dude.
Anybody who says this isn't the hardest job in the world is wrong.
Yeah, it's like firefighters. You know what I'll tell you? I expected that to be a lot worse.
I did too. I felt the same way. It's not broaching the top 3.
I wouldn't take it over the ones we like.
Yeah, but I didn't go yuck.
Okay, I have a strategy here. You guys are clearly Yep, you're waning in your like of Oreos.
Yeah.
Single out the ones you think could be mega stuff now before you genuinely don't want to put anything in your mouth.
Lemon.
Loaded?
The hell is loaded?
We're gonna find out. Let's dig into these two. Take that quick before it reaches.
That was... that was a crazy one.
These are great.
They're really good.
So I have a question for you.
Are we coming up anywhere near rivaling any of our top 3?
This could sneak in the top 3 for me. I don't know about you.
My third was mint, right?
Third was mint.
It wouldn't beat the mega or the golden.
Yeah.
It might beat mint for me.
Yeah, I was going to say the only one it could rival is the mint. Yeah. It would have to be a head-to-head, and I'm not willing to take a bite of each.
Well, the good news is you make the decision.
Yeah,
So
let's leave this here. We'll come back at the end. It's an end game decision.
Yeah, it's end game.
Let's see if Oreo. So this is just with real Oreo cookie crumbs in the middle.
Oreos.
Why?
Oh wow,
that one was kind of wet.
That was really.
Yeah, that had a passenger in there.
Oh wait, look at that stuffing.
I know. I was just about to say that's mega stuffed if I've ever seen it.
That had a passenger.
That's good. That's very good.
Why does that make it better? Is that just an Oreo? Is that why I like it?
Yeah, I think it's just. I think it's just a natural Oreo that they sprinkled some of the cookie into the cream on.
Here's the thing: they sprinkled cookie in. So if it's mega stuff, you have to dial the percentage down because there's cookie crumb in there.
So it's back to double stuffed.
It's more like right between double and mega. It's
the stepping stone.
A little more than double, a little less than mega.
The missing link.
Would you put that above double? Because it's got more cream.
I don't know. Because we're divulging into theory. We don't know.
Yeah, it's just an Oreo.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want this. I don't want
What
this.
is that?
It's the chocolate covered, but it's fudge instead of white.
Ow!
I don't.
These are getting dangerous.
That's his body responding to seeing them being unpackaged.
Please. This inside out guy in his head doing the levers.
Yeah, it's just a much worse version of the one Danny likes. I don't know why I singled Danny out. I like them too.
We're gonna move into Oreo straws. They're slimmer. They'll feel better on our tummies.
This is like halftime.
Yes, this is our reprieve. I'm opening it. Get ready to burp.
I'm ready.
Now you spilled cookie all over me.
Don't like that.
It's the same strawberry cream with that weird punchy flavor.
Don't like that.
Okay, but is that one American or is that also Japanese?
No, I think this is Japanese. Maybe. This one is back to Canada.
Okay.
This is Christie Cinnamon Bun Brioche à la Cannelle.
Oh, okay.
Cinnamon cookie.
Oh, it's real stuffed.
Make it stop. I like that.
That is good. Not beating any of the good ones.
It's not getting into the top 3.
No, that's good.
But it's good. Blew my expectations out of the water. Oh man, I'd love pull up a graph of our energy that we're tracking with our fucking whoop.
This is a very interesting study on diminishing returns.
I don't know how kids eat like this.
I don't think they do.
They do.
When's the last time you saw a kid with 25 Oreos?
What is this one?
Oh, smell it. You're gonna hate it.
Java chip?
This is gonna be his least
Java
favorite.
chip. That smells
super
awful.
coffee-ish.
That smells awful.
But it's like coffee chemical.
Oh, it's not as bad as I thought.
My bites have gotten smaller and smaller.
Me too.
Oh, I like the little crunchies in there. Not getting the top 3.
No, definitely not the top 3.
Let's eat birthday cake.
Birthday cake.
It just sounds sweet.
Birthday cake. Oh yeah.
So you feel like it's your birthday?
Uh-huh.
You know, it is Drew's birthday today.
Is it?
Yeah, it is Drew's birthday
We
today.
planned this whole thing for him and he didn't even show up. Is it even worth me eating?
Oh, no, it's not very good. I actually like the last one more than
We
that.
should have gotten spit jars.
We actually should have done that whole layout. It would have been a big play.
Impressive how much they made it taste like cake icing.
Yeah.
I don't like it. And I am in pain. Alright. Grape and peach.
Oh my god, what?
Grape and peach. No. You might be thinking, oh, there's a grape cookie and a peach cookie? Nah.
They come together?
They come to. Oh, wait. Oh, no, they come together.
Fuck.
Oh, no.
What?
Smell it. That just smells like grape candy.
I legit can smell it from here.
Yeah, that's potent. You want one?
This is kind of like if they made that strawberry one grape.
Did you get both flavors?
I did. The grape really wins the fight.
My
Spit it onto the table.
my
Well,
take
on
is
the
you
Oreo.
have to do a grape bite, a peach bite, and then both together and see which is like what's the best one.
That's a good idea. That way
Yeah.
we can really make sure to get as much
I'm gonna
Oreo.
tell you what. Neither is good. You know what's weird? Yeah, I don't know. Let's just fucking open it. This one's got a smiling face on it.
Oh, that's nice.
I want to smile. This is birthday cake flavor again from a different country. Okay. My body's rejecting it. I thought about eating it and my brain would stop.
There's something yellow in there.
The cookie's so dry.
It is.
No, don't do that. We're so close.
We're almost
We're
there.
so close.
Yeah, I don't know if we need the thins anymore.
Wait, no, but you haven't. There are some flavors you haven't tried yet. This one's tiramisu.
Yeah, it's tiramisu.
No.
I think we had tiramisu.
No, we had
you had
toffee.
Java, you had toffee, and then this one is Irish cream.
Tiramisu. I want to get it out of the way. That's fun.
That's an Oreo.
Yeah, that one's fine.
This one's vanilla bean. You know what? I've always liked. They're thins. What a nice surprise.
They are thins, and I can also tell you it's not real vanilla bean because real vanilla bean is brown.
You don't have to be mean to them.
No, I'm just saying. It's fine.
Somehow their thin cookies are also more crumbly.
Yeah, well.
I suspect it's the ingredients. All right, you get to pick. We've got Irish cream thins and matcha.
I think this one's going to be better than that, so let's do that next.
All right, have you had matcha? Mm-hmm. You a big matcha guy?
Yeah, I like matcha.
I like matcha.
Fuck. Nope, I was thinking mochi. I haven't had matcha.
What a fucking twist.
I was just thinking about it. I was like, no, it definitely wasn't matcha, was it?
Whoa!
That's a fucking dirt cake. That's just dirt.
That's why I was asking if you've had matcha.
That's straight fucking soil.
I do not enjoy that.
No.
And I like matcha.
I didn't like that either. I was eating some socks.
It also feels like there's tea tree oil in it. It's making my tongue
a little tingly.
Tingly.
A little tingly.
No, it's just your body shutting down from
I
too much
think
sugar.
that is the diabetes kicking in, yes.
Alright. Irish cream.
That time almost punched me in the face. Oh, the pungent smell, man. It's going to make me sick.
Dude, these have alcohol in them if they're Irish cream. What makes Irish cream? What makes cream Irish?
Irish people.
Basically, if it tastes this fucking terrible, would be my guess.
You take cream and you make it taste like ass. That's Irish cream.
You have got to try that. That is.
Why do I have to try this?
That might be one of our worst ones yet.
Why'd they do that?
Oh, I can smell it.
Why
Smells
did they
bad.
do that?
Okay. It tastes like, they were like, what if we made it taste like it was alcoholic?
Yeah,
but it's
Irish
not?
cream is alcoholic, and
Yeah.
they just were like, "Here's one for the alcoholics." Oh wow, that was
I'll give this to them. It tastes like Irish cream. However,
they know flavor, but why? does
Yeah,
it taste like
why?
Irish cream? I think they've expanded too far. I've changed my opinion on it.
They've gone
Is that all of them?
too deep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I
you
knocked
did.
some off the table.
You did say something though at the beginning that I think we need to explore since you said it.
Yes, I'd love to.
We have to find what makes too much cream.
Was that only 30 minutes ago?
I think too much cream at this stage is any cream.
Yeah.
Is probably too much.
30 minutes ago, Matt is a very different Matt.
That was a different guy. He left.
All right, let's find our top three.
He's not here anymore. I don't know how we handle this, but I think what we can say is the best Oreo is an Oreo with the amount of cream you like. But it's the OG Oreo, because I would pick double over mega. You both would pick mega over double. Unless you just want to say, fuck Matt, Danny agreed with me, mega stuff's the best Oreo there is.
I think definitively what we I think definitively what we can say is that out of all of their flavors, their best one was their original. And it's just a matter of how much cream you want.
Exactly. So I'm thinking Oreo takes the crown.
Yeah.
Into
probably, for me, golden.
Golden. Yeah. I agree. So they branched out and they were like, what if we did it different? And they did it great.
Yep.
And then all of this shit happened.
Well, except for the mint and lemon. Those were good.
Yes, I don't know how to decide this without putting them in my mouth.
Yeah, you can do that. And I'll just
do you want Aaron to tiebreak it?
I would like Aaron and Chase to come tiebreak this, please.
That's a good idea.
The lemon one, like I've had it before, and it turns me into like a Flight Reacts gif. I'm like, wow! Every time I see it, I get so excited.
Oh, excited!
Yeah, I love it.
I thought you meant like maybe you're allergic to lemon. Turns me into a big red ball of hives.
Oh, okay, no, I've had these. That's pretty good.
They're good, right?
Get out the way, lemon. Let the mint. Let the mint.
It's good.
Let the mint shine a little bit.
That's why you guys are here. We can't decide.
Tough. It was a tough battle.
All right, what's the consensus?
You're
Mints?
going mint.
I'm going mint.
I was gonna go lemon.
You're going lemon.
Oh shit! Oh shit! All right, okay, here we go. I think for mine, I'm pretty strong in the lemon camp.
All right.
Okay. I can live with that.
I'm very happy with lemon making it in there.
Yeah.
My honorable mention would be Reese's peanut butter, because it's got such a special place in my heart.
Yeah, usually when we do stuff with Oreos, Charlie, you said this a couple times, he'll spend a week eating them. I think almost like how we killed Lego for Jackson, I think we may have killed Oreos for Charlie.
I'm done.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop.
The next one is gonna be next tier list is like one of every fucking flight manual. No food.
One of every Pepto-Bismol.
Here you have it.
The Tums flavored tier list
Actually goes ballistic.
I love Tums. Anytime I drink, I take Tums to fix my tummy ache, but really I'm eating them because they're delicious.
We did it. Hey, good work.
We're there.
Good work.
Let's go to the bathroom.
Yes.
All right, Danny, do the big crane pull out that they do on news shows.
All right. You want to do like a jingle for me?
Is that just Thursday Night Football?
I don't know any other ones.
Well, now we have to cut that sound.
How is it going, Broadway enthusiasts and people who like musicals? Good news all around. Cats just got a live-action trailer, and it's so fucking bad that a storm is lingering over my house, just even talking about this unholy abomination. I promise it wasn't thundering until I started watching the trailer, so that's gotta be a bad omen for the movie. I know nothing about Cats, I'm not going to lie and sit here pretend that I'm a connoisseur when it comes to the musical. I know nothing about it. The extent of my knowledge comes from Hey Arnold's episode where they have a parody of it called Rats. That's about the most I know about it. I looked into it after looking at the trailer to get a feel for it, and it doesn't seem like something I'd enjoy. But I know no one liked this trailer. Fans of the musical don't like it. Fans of movies don't like it because it's fucking painful to look at and just downright disgusting to look at at points. It's just scary, downright nightmarish. And I know furries don't like it. And if furries don't like a movie with anthropomorphic cats, then you know you have fucked up in a pretty big way. Let me show you some pictures here. I can't play the trailer because I'll definitely get fucking copyright fisted with that, so I'm not going to take that chance, but I'll show you some pictures. It looks gross. The characters don't look very good. Very uncanny valley looking shit. It looks like Mike Myers' Cat in the Hat doggy-styled the Animorphs series and led to this thing's creation. The characters just don't look good. The main complaint is how it looks, because aside from the characters, the backgrounds, the sets, they look pretty beautiful. The music even sounds nice. It's not my cup of tea, but I can recognize good music when I hear it. But man, the primary focus of the movie is going to be on these characters, and yet they are almost impossible to look at without getting squeamish. There's just something embedded in human DNA that makes us afraid of things that look like this. I just don't know what they were thinking here, especially after all the backlash the Sonic the Hedgehog movie got for its gross-looking anthropomorphic character. It's as if the team behind this movie just hates cats and wanted to make it look as gross as possible. It's almost like they raided the dumpster of the Sonic the Hedgehog creative team just looking for an old abortion that they had an idea for Sonic, and then they took it out of the dumpster and made it the primary look for the entire Cats cast. And the cast is fucking stacked. They have an incredible cast here, except for James Corden. I'm not a James Corden fan. I would rather anyone in the world replace him in this movie. It'd be infinitely better. Not that the movie's shaping up to be something great, but I just really don't like James's work at all. I would rather see my high school bully take that role than James. I'd have more fun watching my bully succeed than watching James. With that aside, again, the main problem I and everyone else has about the Cats trailer is just how the characters look. It just doesn't look good. It looks like wrinkled nutsacks with those little anime cat ears on top of it. It's just looking really odd. This looks like something I would have found in the late 90s surfing through channels at 3 a.m. and then started questioning whether or not I ever saw it to begin with. Just one of those like fever dreamish productions you'd see on TV late at night back in the early 90s. It just looks like one of those things that you just can't even believe exists. You have to question whether or not what you saw is really something that was made. Honestly, I just have to wonder if they're going to stick with this design decision. I understand that it's really far along into production, I'm guessing. I mean, when you're releasing a trailer like this, you're pretty married to the style, but Sonic the Hedgehog, which suffered the exact same problem this movie is suffering from, decided to just push back the release date and completely redo Sonic's look. I'm hoping they'll make him look even worse, just kind of as like a big joke. I'm imagining they'll probably try and stick more to the original character to look better, whatever. That's kind of boring, wish it was still shitty. But I wonder if the Cats production team will do a similar move where they delay the movie to redo how the characters look, or if that's even possible in this case, because Sonic is entirely CGI with no actors really performing and doing any facial stuff, whereas here it is still facial shit from the characters contributing to what you see on screen. So I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if they'll do it. I'm excited to see this movie now because I like movies that are just bad, like fun bad, not boring bad. This looks like it'll be a fun bad movie. And yeah, that's really just about it. So yeah. Get your protractor out, nerd, because I'm ranting Wumbo style right now. I am so tired of the Epstein files being treated like it's Half-Life 3, where there's all these like leaks being teased all the time and then nothing. Nothing ever happens. Just release the files. It's been years, and it feels like every 6 months there's like this big push, like, they're finally coming! It's on the way! Batten down the hatches because you're not ready for this bombshell, and then poof! What? Nothing. Nothing new. The reason I'm ranting about this is because yesterday I kept reading and kept being told, like, tomorrow's the big day. The Epstein files are finally fully declassified and all of it's coming out tomorrow. The dam has broken, we're gonna know everyone's names, and we're not ready for it because there's names on there you'd never expect, like, fucking Commander Shepard's on there, you know? The Citadel has been compromised. Like, it's like, okay, finally, it's about time, you know? All this red tape, we finally got around it. Good, let's release it. Well, now it's tomorrow, and all I have seen, some people have this binder that they're all holding that says Epstein Files Phase 1, and they're doing this. And taking prom photos with it. They're just cheesing on top of the binder and still not releasing it. If what you have there are the Epstein files, why don't you make like a fart trapped in my butt and release it? Instead, they're just taking like these photo ops like they're just looking for Instagram updates. Like, what the fuck? It's starting to just feel completely performative. It's feeling like it's just banished to the shadow realm forever. Because I have seen this as a talking point for a while now when people are looking for like approval on things or trying to get into a position of power. I've seen this as a big talking point like, hey, if you choose me, when I get in there, come hell or high water, I don't care whose feelings get hurt, I'm releasing the Epstein files. I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna take a power stance, lat spread, and teabag this shit, going right into the department, marching in there, slapping the files out of their hand, and I'm putting it in the American public's hands. Take my word for it. Well, now there's a lot of people that can do that, and it's still not happening. The names are still not being released. The most we ever get is these little tiddlywinks of Epstein file morsels that have been known for years, and they parade it around like it's new info. It's so stupid, and I'm beyond tired of it, because there is no doubt so much redacted information that is still not publicly known that I'm fully confident they have access to, especially judging by these pictures they're all posing with, like, here's the Epstein files, I've got them right here. Well, how about you open it and let us take a peek inside if we're that close to releasing it? Like, today was supposed to be the day. At least that's everything I kept reading and getting told. So when is it? When will we finally know all of these names and all of this information? Because it has been so long of the same song and dance. Now, as I've been making this video, a new article just dropped that states that after review of the release documents from today, most of the information has been heavily redacted and previously reported. Also, it's called into question if the information was ever even classified in the first place, and it's drawing, of course, heavy criticism because apparently it boils down to being some of Epstein's phone book. And now I just read another article that said it's being pushed to tomorrow because the FBI director is withholding thousands of pages. It's such a mess. Like, I am fully expecting tomorrow to roll around and still nothing to be there. Hopefully I'm wrong about that. We'll see. But based on what I'm reading from the people that did have access to this huge new information, it boils down to mostly redacted shit, as well as things we already knew, and then some of Epstein's phone book. So when are we actually getting the meat and potatoes, the fucking spaghetti and meatballs of all of these Epstein names and all of this absolutely evil shit that they apparently have had access to for so long but still haven't released? It just feels like I'm perpetually reading BuzzFeed slop headlines in regards to this. The first arrest will shock you. The Epstein files are coming. Okay, that's exciting. When? I'm ready to be shocked. When's that first arrest happening? Why hasn't it happened yet? Like, who is it? Who are you trying to catch? Is it fucking Adam Warlock? Like, why can't we get a handle on them? When is that first arrest happening? Like, if these headlines just keep popping up over and over and over again in regards to the Epstein files, and then there's still nothing that ever gets released. It's at the point now where I really feel like there might not ever be an arrest that comes from it, and there may never come a point where the Epstein files ever get fully released. I also read a couple days ago that allegedly the FBI was working to delete some of the files, so it's just such a fucking disaster. It's so infuriating. And I keep hearing time and time again, like, it's coming, it's almost here. It's set your alarm clock. But it's become like the Bloodborne 2 of documents. It just doesn't exist, it feels like. I guess when Jeffrey Epstein mysteriously found a way to kill himself in prison, like, you know, Tony Stark of suicide, he killed himself with nothing but a box of scraps and toilet paper. Somehow, all of the evidence and everything he had vanished with him. And now it only lives on in headlines occasionally about, like, well, it's coming, maybe. No, it's actually coming this time, and then it never does. But again, hopefully I'm wrong. Maybe tomorrow is the big day with a lot of new information, a lot of new names, and maybe, God willing, some fucking consequences for the people on the Epstein list. Here's hoping. Fingers crossed. But anyway, just wanted to rant about this briefly. That's about it. So yep. This is now the fourth video I've made on this topic. I follow Trump Mobile like a dog chasing the mailman. I just get excited and can't wait to get my T1 mobile device. I put 100 clams on it, and for some reason, gee willikers, it's just still not here. It was supposed to come out in August of 2025, and I've just been trying to find out what's going on. Why don't I have it yet? And I feel like I pay more attention to Trump Mobile than Trump himself. He probably forgot that this fucking company even exists at this point. It's just been radio silence and crickets for the longest time. And I do keep ringing up support just to see if there's any updates or anything there. And I did do that again this morning. I'll show you that phone call in just a moment. It was a very interesting one. Put a big smile on my face. But before doing that, I want to give you like the foundation for everything that's been going on recently with it. And just to bring you up to speed on the lore, if you missed the previous episodes of Dragon Ball Z, in January I called and they told me that it's any day now. In March I called and they assured me that they're shipping at the end of the month. At the beginning of April I called and they assured me they're shipping at the end of this month, actually. And I was going to wait to call them again in May, but I saw some news developing about the Trump phone, and it got me a little concerned. I had heard some whispers that they may have like quietly canned the project, which I just didn't believe, because if they are taking $100 deposits, even still to this day, and then just decide not to do it, that would be a huge issue, and I don't think that's going to happen. I'm just surprised it's taking them this long. I assumed that they'd just be drop shipping some Alibaba garbage, but they haven't even done that much. But there has been some fresh little nuggets that have been dropped that they've changed the look of the Trump phone, even the cost, and of course it isn't made in America. That was one of their biggest claims they were touting in the beginning when they were selling this to the country, that it's a made-in-America smartphone at a $500 price point, which is literally more impossible than the fucking unicorn and Loch Ness Monster. So that was never going to happen, but a lot of people put money down because of that promise. They did, a few months later, change it to being a proudly American design when it became painfully clear that it would be impossible to domestically manufacture this kind of phone. And since then, there's been no updates until this week, where the website did get spruced up a bit, and The Verge actually did get to see a product that might be the Trump phone that they start sending out to people that have put money down. Now, the report comes from The Verge, but I can't actually read it on their site because it is paywalled, and I outright refuse to pay to read articles from these fucking sites that already ham-fist thousands of auto-playing ads out the wazoo, as well as banner ads everywhere, to the point where you can't even read the fucking article anymore. I will never fork over a single doubloon for access to those kind of websites, so I can't read it directly from The Verge, so instead I'm going to be going through CNET's reporting on this Trump phone and what The Verge learned. So it starts by just giving you a timeline how in February, the Trump Mobile executives actually showed off a handset that they said was near production version of T1. They showed that to The Verge. There were some changes to its appearance, and it was a completely different camera. Basically, the phone was not the same thing that they said it was on their website, and were still actively advertising it as on their website. What they showed was apparently completely different in a lot of ways. They spoke via video call with executives at Trump Mobile who held up the phone. I imagine that went a lot like Lion King, where they hold out Simba over the valley. This will be your domain, T1. Everything the light touches, you will have service. They then make a mention about the FCC documentation that they uncovered authorizing what appeared to be the T1 device. It comes from Smart Gadgets Global, whose CEO is Eric Thomas, a Trump Mobile executive, and it was FCC certified in January, which means that back in August of 2025, they had no FCC certification or anything for this, it appears, which means they were actually selling fucking nothing. They were selling the concept of an idea of a golden phone made in America, none of which actually existed, and couldn't exist, by the way, because you can't domestically make the phone that they were talking about. Genuinely impossible at that price point. Smart Gadget's global website is apparently mostly empty, apart from some stock images of tech, and the AI chatbot could not provide any info on the T1 phone, and they submitted a question to a human via the chatbot, but we're waiting to hear back as of the writing of that article. Now, on the site, there's less information there than there is on fucking DB Cooper's True Identity. Like, it is always insisted that the T1 device is coming later this year, but it's been like that for 8 months. It missed the deadline in 2025, but it's still got plenty of time in 2026, I suppose. It launched in June of 2025 with their monthly mobile plan, and they sell refurbished Apple and Samsung phones ranging from $369 to $629. It was initially announced that the Trump phone was going to be made in the US, supposed to launch in August of 2025, but it did become obvious that domestic large-scale smartphone manufacturing would not be possible, so they dropped that claim and just call it proudly American without specifying what that even fucking means. That's actual just gobbledygook. It is manufactured overseas. They are trying their best to bury that, but it is just manufactured outside of the US, but they're still trying their best to put on this facade that it's proudly American. And apparently, according to Verge, they were actually eyeing a March release window. So when customer support told me last month that it was coming at the end of that month, maybe they were genuinely told that information and thought that's what was going to happen. But per usual, they were unable to deliver. It then goes into detail about the website's claims for the T1 device versus what they actually saw on video. According to The Verge, it wasn't what was being advertised on the website. Now, that has changed since the website overhaul. They did fix that up. I say overhaul, but it's not like they did a whole lot to improve the Trump mobile site at all. It reminds me of that meme of the guy who takes a picture of himself and then takes another picture of himself turned the other way, but a toothpick in, and it's about how that toothpick one is like a huge improvement. That's basically what they did to the Trump mobile website. So yes, they did try and change it to make it more accurately reflect the T1 device that The Verge saw, from my understanding. But for 8 months, they were advertising something totally different, and the cost of the Trump phone, the T1, is now completely different. It is more expensive. And also, it made me giggle that according to the report, the T1 logo will disappear before launch, but it'll keep the American flag. I don't know why that had to happen. They had to banish the T1 logo to the shadow realm, but yeah, I guess that's going to be going. But they are still accepting the $100 deposits on the phone, which continues to be advertised as being $500, which is still what it is on the website as of April 29th, as of me making this video. But this phone will reportedly cost more. If you've already put down the $100 deposit, they lock you in at $500, but I guess everyone else who, doesn't get in on the FOMO right away will then have to be paying more. It's unspecified how much more, but they're saying that it will be under $1,000, just more than the $500 initial. According to Trump Mobile executives speaking to The Verge, the phone has been delayed because the company decided to take its time and skip the first initial entry-level phone that they were going to kind of introduce and be quick to the market. And they told The Verge it's being made in a favored nation with final assembly in Florida. It's unclear what qualifies another nation as favored to handle most of the assembly of the T1 phone. Now, there are pictures of it that exist, and they're not like Sasquatch photos. They're not blurry. They do actually have pictures of this puppy here. But I gotta tell you, I'm equally as confused, scratching my head wondering what it means favored nation will be doing the heavy lifting on the phone here. What the fuck is a favored nation in this case? Do they have the fucking Atlanteans working on it or something? We partnered with Atlanteans using their advanced tech from under the sea, so they're going to be doing a lot of the construction there, but don't worry, final assembly's in Florida, so it's proudly American. It's very silly. It's not made in America. It is made overseas, and then I guess is put together in its last step in Florida. I don't know about you, sports fans, but that doesn't sound proudly American to me. To have the phone that you advertised as being made in America be made overseas, giving the business, not domestically, overseas, and then just having it come over here for, like, the last touch-ups in Florida. Doesn't really scream proudly American to me, but, what do I know? I also love their excuse for why it is so incredibly late. Oh, we actually just wanted to deliver a much higher quality product. Initially, we were looking to just kind of pump and dump some poop out there with this entry-level phone and get our feet wet in there, dip our balls in the hot wax. But we decided, you know what? You deserve better, so we're gonna do better. I don't think that's the case at all, because many of you might recall, the first time I called them in January, I was told that the reason for the delay was because of the government shutdown. The government shutdown from little ways back, which wouldn't have had any effect on the T1 phone. Again, it's not even made in America. But they had actually used that excuse for quite a while, that the reason the phone's delayed is because the government shutdown, that pesky shutdown, put the brakes on the glorious T1 device. Like, they've had a bunch of different excuses, and now they're saying that the reason why it's taken so long is because they wanted to do even better. They didn't want just an entry-level phone. I don't know. Sounds a little fishy to me. But anyway, I didn't lose hope on my Trump phone. I did genuinely put money down on it to receive it, so I want to make sure I didn't just fucking have that vaporize into the ether here over nothing. So I did give them another call today to see where's my Trump phone. It's the end of April. I should be getting it pretty soon, or at least getting an email, right? Ooh, got me hitting the hot dog. I'm excited. It's the end of April, and you know what that means. That's right. It's Christmas. Because my T1 mobile device, my Trump phone, should be on its way to me right now, and I can't wait to sink my teeth into it. Earlier this month, I called support, and they told me that I should be in the second wave of phones, which is coming at the end of April. That's what I was told. So I haven't received any emails letting me know about the shipping being in transit or anything, so I'm just going to call to confirm that that's accurate. Though in March, I was also told the same thing, that my T1 mobile device would be hitting my hands at the end of March, but something must have went cattywampus over there. Who's really to say? All I know is I can't wait, and I just want to double check, get them on the horn, and make sure everything's all looking good over there for my Trump phone to come. I also saw that they updated the website for the first time in a long time. The Trump phone was supposed to come out in August of 2025, by the way. Just barely missed that one. We're a little tardy to the party here, but that's okay. Let's see it. Let's see what's going on.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. For English, press 1. Para Español, oprima el número 2. Press 1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing Trump Mobile account.
That's me.
Thank you for calling
an existing
Trump Mobile.
account.
Your call is very important to us. To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training purposes. Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
I feel like I've...
Good morning. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. My name is April. How can I help you today?
Hey, April. I just wanted to check on the status of my order for the T1 device.
The information that we have is that they're going to start shipping at the end of the month. So either today or tomorrow, they should start going out. Now, you'll get an email once yours is ready to be delivered, and it'll give you a heads up that, hey, it'll show up in the next day or so. And they are sending them out in the order that the orders were placed. So, but they're supposed to be going out any day now.
Okay, well, that's awesome. I called a little bit earlier in March about it, and they said it'd be at the end of March. Did something happen then, and has it been rectified now?
The information that we were given was that in March, there was an issue with some FCC licensing, and that's been resolved.
Okay, that's awesome. Have you received one? Has anyone started getting them yet?
We have, yeah. We have one here in the call center that we've been able to take a look at, and it's very sleek, very nice looking, and takes great pictures, great video, and the sound quality is really good. So I think you'll be pleased.
Oh, that's excellent. I can't wait. So it should be in the next day or two?
Well, they're going to be shipping them out. They're telling us, and this was as of our conference call with them last week, they're going to be shipping out by the end of this month. So that'll be today and tomorrow. That's what they're telling us. And you'll get an email in advance letting you know when yours is on the way. Now, when they ship them out, as I mentioned before, they're going to be shipping them out in the order that the orders were received. So if your order was placed last year, then yours will be in the first batch to go out.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, then I should be getting it pretty soon. I was getting a little worried, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. Well, oh no, and we've all kind of been concerned about the delays, but what we were told is that back in March they were getting FCC approval for some technical thing, and that's been resolved, so they're going to be going out soon.
Awesome. Are they going to make an announcement about it, like, publicly? Because I've seen a lot of people saying that it's been, like, canceled or something like that since no one's got it.
No, our understanding is that there will be notification. There's going to be some news coverage on Fox News. That's the one. So, but we're waiting to get confirmation of that. Of course, I'm sure it'll be all over social media.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait. Thank you so much. That's great news.
You are very welcome. Well, thank you very much for being a Trump customer, and I do hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well, April. Take it easy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You too. Bye now.
See? What was I worried about? I knew it was any day now. It was any day back in January, now it's any day here in April. So I should be getting it here within, well, at least an email within the next 24 to 48 hours, I believe. So I can't wait to sink my teeth into it. I bet you all feel real silly forever doubting that this was coming, because now we have proof that it is, because they said so. I'm going to be hoisting this like a prized fish pretty soon, and you're gonna be jealous of all this awesome phone action I'm gonna be getting in on with the T1. I also have to make sure to tune into the Fox News broadcast when they start talking about the T1 and sucking the cock. That's going to be really cathartic. I can't wait for that either. So yeah, now we have confirmation that the T1 phone is going to be here any day now, which is reassuring to hear for the fucking 30th time. Anyway, just wanted to give you the update on the Trump phone. That's really about it. So yep. Well, hello there. Yep, haven't slept again. How'd you know? How could you tell? Is it the grease? Is it the bags under my eyes? What gave it away? Yeah, no, I couldn't sleep again. What? Big whoop. Want to fight about it? Anyway, decided to use this insomnia as like a superpower here to grow my brain here, get real big and smart, and look into something chat told me about that I kind of wrote off pretty quickly as being probably nonsense about NASA discovering potential evidence of ancient life on Mars. This is a headline I've seen regurgitated like once a year, every year for the last 31 years of my life. And it never actually leads to anything, it never goes anywhere, there's never any confirmation, and a lot of the evidence in many of the cases feels very flimsy where it's like, well, using this rover, it drove over this grain of sand that reacted in a weird way. It made like a whoopee cushion sound, which means that was most likely probably some microbial life playing a prank on us. We knew it all along. Maybe. So I've kind of just instinctually started to write it off as most likely horseradish. So when chat was telling me, I kind of was very dismissive of it. But since I couldn't sleep, I decided, well, let's take a peek. Let's see what all the hoopla's about, huh?
This very well could be the clearest sign of life that we've ever found on Mars.
So last July, NASA's Perseverance rover found a leopard-spotted rock at Mars. And scientists immediately knew. It was interesting, we hadn't seen anything like that before.
What we saw in this rock were these layers of very fine-grained, rusty red mudstone that had in them these incredible features, these things that we took to calling poppy seeds, which are the sort of dark black spots in the rock, and leopard spots, which are these kind of ring-shaped features that have dark rims around them.
I'm not a geologist, so the significance of this rock kind of eludes me. I do think they do a good job of breaking down why it's a big deal and what it actually indicates, but in my sleep-deprived state, I unironically thought when they were showing the leopard spots, I thought it was going to be something like fucking eye-popping, having my eyes go out of my skull like a cartoon character. I thought they were going to say, like, and these leopard spots here, these dark rings, well, it turns out these are cigarette burns, indicating that we had tobacco-smoking doobie lord monsters on Mars at one point, or just something unhinged. I don't know why I was expecting that. I guess maybe with the way chat was talking about it, kind of just planted the idea in my head. But even still, the actual, like, real explanation is still cool, just not quite to that level.
We've done the analysis on these leopard spots, and we think they are potentially made by some sort of ancient life. This finding by our incredible Perseverance rover is the closest we've actually come to discovering ancient life on Mars.
The discovery of a potential biosignature or a feature or signature that could be consistent with biological processes, but that requires further work and study to confirm a biological origin.
That's the quick and dirty of it. That's kind of the rock in a nutshell and its importance. Basically, they found this very peculiar geode here that they don't have a way of explaining how it could be like that without life being involved in some way. They have a null hypothesis where they attempted to prove that it's not life, but were unable to prove that. But I wanted more information than just that. I wanted more than just a surface level dive on it, so I went to a YouTuber named Anton Petrov, who covered it beautifully. I highly recommend you check out his full video. I'm going to play a couple clips for you here.
For several years, this rover has been moving across the Disastrous crater in order to collect several samples and in order to possibly find life. And here this crater was chosen specifically for one reason. Researchers believe that this used to be some kind of an ancient lake, and also very likely contained a river delta, both of which are environments considered to be prime targets in the search for extraterrestrial life.
Now this is something I did know about, and I think a lot of people get confused about with like the mission of the Mars rovers. A lot of people are under the impression they're actively looking for water on Mars or life on Mars, like they're going to stumble into a fucking frat house or something up there. The goal is to put these rovers and explore areas where they believe water once was. So this area was chosen because they believed it could have been an ancient lake. So that was something I was aware of, but I wanted to put it here just in case people were still kind of confused about like, well, why are they looking at, fucking rock? I thought they were up there trying to, get water samples and stuff. That is not exact. I mean, if they could do that, if they find that, that'd be huge. That would actually be like game changing, but that's not like the primary directive here. They're not expecting to somehow find that.
And it actually stood out because of these somewhat bizarre markings. They were referred to as the leopard spots, with the initial scans revealing that it seemed to contain organic compounds that might have come from some kind of ancient life, or at least showed us that there were clear evidence of liquid water in the past, and so life did have conditions necessary to exist. And it also contained these flecks, or these unusual spots of iron and phosphates, from various chemical reactions that, though could have been just chemical in nature, could also have been produced by ancient microbes that possibly used this for energy.
So that's how it ties into ancient life, why this rock would be potentially indicative of ancient life. It could have been used by ancient microbes on Mars, the fucking Martian microbes, as energy, and what we're seeing here is kind of the result of that. Or it could just be a chemical process in nature that the scientists aren't overly familiar with at the moment. And since it's not exactly a convenient trip over there to grab the sample, nor is it feasible to send the sample from Mars back to Earth because we don't have a retrieval mission scheduled any longer, I actually learned from Anton Petrov here that the retrieval mission, which was supposed to get the Mars sample to study them on Earth in our labs, where we could actually do some real heavy digging on it and figure out, what the fuck is going on, get into the bare butt cheeks of it. Apparently that has been put on an indefinite hold. So right now, there's only so much they can do to analyze that rock, and at the moment, they can't prove that it's not, indicative of microbial life because it is peculiar and there are some markers that it could be.
And this is a really interesting study. Now, first of all, this is really good science. There are no speculations here. There are absolutely no assumptions based on some kind of a preconception. And most importantly, this whole study is based on a null hypothesis. In essence, they're trying to prove that whatever they discovered is not life. But at the end of the study, the conclusion is that they're actually unable to do so. They don't have an explanation for what was discovered if it was not produced by life.
As he mentions, that's good science. That is chef's kiss, what you want to hear. And, not to toot my own horn, it's how I approach ghost hunting. About as far removed from science as you can get real quick, but just hear me out. I approach all of our paranormal investigations with the sole intent of proving empirically that ghosts are real. My, biases about I don't think that shit's real play no role in my science. It just happens to be that all of the science points to ghosts don't exist. So even though I'm going in there for that, I always end up proving so far that they're not real. But maybe one day that'll change. Actually, the more I talk about this and say it out loud, it's not really a null hypothesis at all. But it did just somewhat remind me of my ghost hunting methodology and how I approach it. Anyway, though, as he says, the report here is very good science, and it is super interesting. As far as these life on Mars claims go that I've been privy to over the 31 years I've been alive, this one so far holds the most weight to me. This does seem pretty significant.
Which usually contains iron phosphate, and greigite, which contains iron sulfides. But what's really key here is how these minerals were arranged. Because on Earth we usually see very similar arrangements in water sediments where microbes are physically eating organic matter and then breathing out rust and sulfates. This is usually referred to as redox cycling. And so the presence and distribution of these minerals in the Martian rocks potentially suggests similar biological processes that might have happened here before. And one of the scientists from the study, Michael Theis, essentially describes this as something that would be very easy to explain if there was life, but something that would be extremely difficult to explain if it wasn't. So if this was just the chemical or geological processes, it would be super difficult to explain.
And that right there is kind of the bread and butter of why this could potentially indicate ancient microbial life, because the geological and chemical processes that we're familiar with, they would very much struggle to explain the presence of what they found on this rock. Meanwhile, if it was microbial life, that easily explains it. It's not to say that 100% confirms it or anything. there is still wiggle room that maybe there is just a process that we don't know about that is geological and chemical and does not have anything to do with life at all. It is possible, but it is seeming more so, at least to me, that it is likely explained with ancient microbial life being responsible for that, which is pretty cool. And I was looking up like people's reactions to this, and a lot of people are downplaying it as like not a big deal, who cares, not a three-titted goth alien babe, why should I even bother giving a fuck? And I think that perspective is kind of dog shit. I want to go ahead and show you Anton kind of going over some of the implications if this truly is ancient microbial life.
It would have profound implications on life existing elsewhere in the universe. It would basically suggest that developing life on different planets may not be as difficult after all. And so if life arose independently on 2 different planets in a single star system, it may suggest that life is not rare, but there's also this idea of panspermia. Maybe life started on Mars and then got transported to Earth, or I guess vice versa. And so maybe what we're seeing here are 2 different cousins that eventually ended up on 2 different planets. And finally, this idea also brings up the very important Great Filter hypothesis. And so if the simple microbial life is common, why don't we actually see intelligent complex life as well? And so is there some kind of a filter that's stopping everything? And is there something really major basically preventing life from becoming super advanced? And if so, what is it?
Of course, this is just some of, I imagine, many discussions and questions and things that would arise should this actually be confirmed as ancient microbial life. I find it to just be really fascinating. Any kind of proof that we're not alone in the universe, I think, is a big fucking deal. Like, truly. The Great Filter in particular is always such an interesting thought, because if this is ancient microbial life, it would really then need to be, like, thought about deeply why we're not finding complex life. Because if we can prove that we're not alone, we're not like the first and only civilization in the universe, here's proof of ancient microbial life on Mars, well, what happened, to prevent other civilizations from, sprouting up elsewhere that we would have probably at least seen inklings of by this point? What is stopping it, if there is anything at all stopping it? It's all just so big in scale. I don't know. I always find shit like this very cool when it is legitimately something worth getting excited about, which I do think this is. I really appreciate Anton's coverage of it. Again, I recommend the full video. It'll be in the description. And chat wasn't lying. Like, they weren't overhyping this. I did think it was pretty huge. It seems, to me, like pretty strong evidence of ancient microbial life, but I guess we'll see as more tests get conducted on it. I guess as many tests as they possibly can do from this distance, since they can't get it into labs here or anything. There's only so much available to them, but for now, I'll just try and keep my finger on the pulse of it. That's really about it. So yeah. Well, it happened a little sooner than I expected, but I think everyone knew this was on the horizon. AI is now making actors, and the first AI actress is about to be signed by a Hollywood talent agency, it seems. Meet Tilly Norwood.
Like if a Sunday roast went to drama school and got BAFTA optimized.
But can she cry on Graham Norton?
Of course she can, and it'll be clipped, subtitled, and monetized on TikTok by lunchtime.
If that isn't the most pathetic fucking thing I have ever heard. So this is an AI-generated video to announce their AI actress Tilly Norwood. Her 5-second bursts of acting in this comedy sketch were so impressive that she is now being eyed by talent agents, according to Eline Vandervelden. I don't know who that is, but that sounds like the name of a character from a Duke Nukem game. So, at the Zurich summit, apparently there were agents, fucking falling over themselves to sign Tilly Norwood, the first AI actress.
We're all going to hell.
Got recommissioned, didn't it? 3 seasons and a podcast.
By an AI commissioner.
That's right, baby. 3 seasons and a fucking podcast. This is a certified LeBron scream if you love Tilly Norwood. Moment. Tilly to the moon. I've said it for years. She is an underrated gem. Ever since her debut in Funky Fart Blasters Volume 8 Deluxe, I've said Tilly Norwood has what it takes to make it in Hollywood. Be damned to the flesh and blood machine future. Good future. We want Tilly to be the next Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman. That's the aim of what we're doing. What a noble goal. Yeah, fuck working hard for something or spending a long time grinding to get somewhere. Just go ahead and make the next Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman with AI. People are realizing that their creativity doesn't need to be boxed in by a budget. There are no constraints creatively, and that's why AI can really be a positive. It's just about changing people's viewpoint. Well, I got a viewpoint for you. How about this, huh? What do you think of this viewpoint? That's my butt cheeks right there. I almost fell off the chair. A little wobbly. Change that. Huh? I'm so tired of this goddamn spin. Like, AI is allowing people's creative juices to overflow. The cup runneth over on creativity thanks to the power of AI. This is literally the absence of creativity. It has nothing to do with budget. If you can't afford an A-lister, there are plenty of talented actors that don't charge that kind of money. Fucking find them. There are talented people that aren't Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman. So if you're feeling constrained by a budget, maybe look elsewhere outside of the A-list. And if I have to hear this despicable, silly, stupid, ugly-ass excuse of it allows everyone to get creative, I'm gonna have a conniption. I'm gonna have a fucking freak out. Creativity is like air. It's free. It's all around you. The only difference is you need to learn how to be creative. So, like, if you have some ideas in your noodle floating around and you want to, like, draw them, learn how to fucking draw. If you have a story you want to tell, learn how to write. If you have an idea for a character that you want portrayed, well, learn how to cast for someone that fits that. Now, don't worry. They're addressing the elephant in the asshole here about, not too long ago, AI was seen by many in the industry as a negative and something to push away at all costs. Remember the US writer strikes? Yet today it is being embraced by an increasingly large swath of industry, partly because it offers a way around the seriously tough economic conditions that producers in particular are operating in. I like how they start this by saying not too long ago, as if this viewpoint has passed. This is still the prevalent viewpoint. People don't like everything being replaced by fucking AI slop. But I will say I appreciate their honesty, the going full mask off there about the whole goal of it, to just save money on the bottom line and nothing else, to cut corners and save cash. They just right in your face say that. So I at least appreciate they didn't try and sugarcoat it or anything there. It's the whole purpose behind it is because it saves the top of the food chain a lot of money. Oh yeah, this next section's super fun. It's a little sneak peek of what I imagine the Hollywood writing process is going to look like for all the big budget blockbusters in the next couple of years, because you can save a lot of money on writers because you can just have ChatGPT be your writing partner, I guess. She describes it as sort of a writing partner. It would come back to me with ideas and I would be an exec producer effectively. We worked together. I then got feedback from lots of people and we adapted constantly. There were so many iterations. I mean, it took a long time, I'm not gonna lie. And it's also about performance, right? Because every one of these characters will say the lines differently and you need to instruct them differently. If this comedy sketch is anything to go off of, boy howdy is the future bright for blockbuster productions. High quality material being shit out here, no doubt. I hate that they're trying to coin a new term here, by the way, AI directing. At first the line was pronounced as, but can she cry on Graham Norton, with the wrong emphasis, and we needed the voice to be more doubtful, so you're really trying to find the words to describe the emotion. It's like instructing an actor, really, and for me it was very much about getting the right performance out of the AI actors, because if they say it in a wooden way, it wouldn't have worked at all. It is so pathetic how many terms people desperately try and put onto just using AI, like prompt engineer and now AI directing. Holy shit, it's so cringe. As you can imagine, with normal people that aren't brainwashed fucking vampire weirdos in Hollywood, this didn't go over well. So they did make a response. To those who have expressed anger over the creation of my AI character Tilly Norwood, she is not a replacement for a human being, but a creative work, a piece of art. Like many forms of art before her, she sparks conversation, and that in itself shows the power of creativity. She keeps using that word, but I don't think she knows what it means. How in the fuck is this in any way, shape, or form creativity? Like, what? What are you talking about? People got mad at you because of this, and all of a sudden it's like, thank you for being creative. Like what? Like maybe creative insults? I don't even understand, really. Just because you made people mad doesn't mean that it was, the power of creativity that had done it. I see AI not as a replacement for people, but as a new tool, a new paintbrush. Just as animation, puppetry, or CGI open fresh possibilities without taking away from live acting, AI offers another way to imagine and build stories. I'm an actor myself, and nothing, certainly not an AI character, can take away the craft or joy of human performance. Creating Tilly has been for me an act of imagination and craftsmanship, not unlike drawing a character, writing a role, or shaping a performance. If I have to hear this absurd cope one more time, I'm gonna have a conniption. This is just fundamentally no wrinkles in the brain type comparison here to say that AI is a tool like, CGI or animation. How it didn't take away from live actors, it's just in addition to. It is so far removed from that. I don't know how many times I have to teach you this lesson, old man. Like, Jesus Christ. You compare it to a paintbrush. Set a paintbrush down and then tell it what you want to be painted on that canvas. Tell me what happens. Nothing, right? Because tools cannot just do the shit on their own. You can't set a pencil down and tell it to draw James Corden fighting Goku. But I can go right now on any myriad of AI services and just type in James Corden fighting Goku and generate 1,000 images of it. I cannot do that in anything else that's not AI. It is not like animation. It is not like CGI. It just does shit for you based on whatever sentences you feed it. You are not special. You're not a fucking prompt engineer or an AI director because you change some sentences around to generate a new video. It is not a tool. Animation, puppetry, CGI, that is a totally separate art form and expression that takes immense talent. AI doesn't. There's no training required. There's nothing. You just type in sentences. So as long as you are literate, it'll just spit out something that loosely resembles whatever you fucking cooked up in your noodle and typed on the keyboard. It is a dog shit comparison. It is the absence of creativity, and it is not a tool. It is a replacement. As you said on your own little press release for this, its goal is to save producers money because it's cheaper. They will choose an AI actor for a role over a human being because they don't need to pay the AI actor a fucking salary. You said it yourself. It is to cut cost. Holy shit. Anyway, though, enough yapping about that. Tilly Norwood. Yeah, she's got a bright future ahead of her, no doubt. I'm very excited to see what Hollywood agency swoops in and signs her. They're gonna have a real breakout star. Shit sucks. That's really about it. So, yeah. No one told me about this, by the way. I had to learn this on my own. There is another Concord level failure in the AAA gaming space. Unknown 9. I'm assuming you guys just didn't hear about this? Because I didn't either, and I keep my finger on the pulse of these massive flopperooskies. So Unknown 9 was a game that came out to crickets. An all-time peak of 285. That means Gollum basically 5x'd this game's player count. And that's not, the biggest surprise in the world. There's all kinds of flops born every minute. But this one had so many trailers and shit, and so much money behind it, and before this game even released, they had planned an entire franchise around it, which they have now announced is cancelled. It was a transmedia process where they were going to make here it is, right here. Video game, film, and book. And I also read that they were talking about, like, comics and... right here. And comics and web series. And podcasts. So they invested unbelievable amounts of money in this before the game even came out. Like, this was going to be like fucking Star Trek or something for them. They really thought they had something with Unknown 9. And I went back and I watched the trailer, and I can vaguely remember we saw this at one of Jeff Keighley's Game Awards or something. I don't remember which.
Peggy 16.
But, like, even the name just sounds like it's destined for, like, the bargain bin. Unknown 9 sounds like something from an Adam Sandler film where, like, he walks in on his kid playing games. He's like, what you playing, sport? And he's like, Unknown 9, Dad. It's only the optimal battle royale hero shooter. Old man, get out of here, geriatric. They had a trailer in pretty much every game show for the past 2 years. But yeah, this was like their cinematic trailer. It didn't really ring any bells for me here, but the one that did... Where is it? This one.
And the first chapter of a larger adventure that unfolds within the Unknown 9 narrative universe. You play as Haruna, a young woman with impressive supernatural abilities. Brought to life on screen,
I remembered this.
Anya Shaloti.
I didn't know the game ever came out, and I guess no one else did either.
Comes from her attunement to the Fold. Realize that they are the only ones who can stop them from meddling with forces that should better be left untouched.
So, they had all these trailers throughout the years. It was going to be this massive media empire, you know, rivaling Hello Kitty and Pokemon, I guess. They were just investing heavily. Game came out. I didn't even know it came out. We didn't even touch it on like a bad game night or anything. It's apparently fucking terrible.
We need to get that door open. By the way, Joe, there's a switch.
You know what it reminds me of before I let the gameplay continue? Do you guys remember, I think it was like 10 years ago now, they had that like Indiana Jones style bad game that had a lot of hype around it, and it was a big flop. I can't remember anything else about it. No, not Forspoken, older than that. It was like an Uncharted kind of game, but done on like $50 a budget. Was it Unearthed? I don't know, it might have been Unearthed. I thought it had a longer name than that. I thought it was something like Clive Doofenheim's Exploration to the Center of the World or something, but let me see Unearthed. Yep, it is Unearthed. Trail of Ibn Battuta, that's what it was. Fuck. It reminds me of this game.
Welcome to Morocco, my friends. I'm glad you could make it. The adventure of one of the world's greatest explorers.
Of course I see the Chainsaw Man movie.
Ibn Juzay wrote an account of Ibn
And I did not
Battuta's
see that,
adventures
Ray.
in a book called Al-Rila. Was passed to us through generations. The book.
Man, I need to replay Unearthed Trail of Ibn Battuta. But yeah, this was episode 1 of what was supposed to be like this long-spanning epic. But it's very clear this game was made off of, you know, a pretty small budget. This, allegedly, from some of the numbers I was reading, was over $100 million. Because they had so many things in the can already outside of just games. And this is what the game looks like.
I see you, Quester! Give up! Find that crate! She's there! She just I found
It's crazy just how out of touch gaming companies can be these days.
Where'd she go?
It reminds me of just old 360 games you'd find used at GameStop for like $10. And you're like, fuck it, I'll play it for a few hours. What was it? Also, I didn't look at the reviews. I want to see what IGN gave this game.
It only took 10 minutes of playing Unknown 9 Awakening for me to feel a keen sense of deja vu, taking out enemies in small
And a keen smell of dog shit, because this game is trash.
Story of personal growth, and also just
Watch them give it an
like
8.
this.
What is happening here? What am I looking at? Oh. That's a pretty cool find. An infinite Dormammu loop.
Unknown 9 Awakening, the wholly underwhelming adventure.
Nice. So yep, apparently this whole franchise cost tons and tons of money. I had an unbelievable amount of faith in it, and it is now canned. Because it only ever had 285 players. Which is Absolutely incredible. So, I will definitely be playing this after the World Championship. So, after this weekend, I'll probably start playing it on Monday, like next Monday. We're going to give it a whirl before they take it off Steam, inevitably. It looks like it was a new studio founded by a guy who was a writer on 3 Assassin's Creed games. That just sounds so par for the course. Let's see. Actually, let me finish reading the rest of this article. I haven't seen this article. I was looking at other ones. I just love this statement. Posted on LinkedIn, informed the community the studio would not be greenlighting any further projects related to the Unknown 9 development. What community? You had 285 people. You could have gotten them in a Discord call. There's no one to even address. Listen, guys, I know you've been feverishly waiting for more Unknown 9 development news, and boy howdy do we have some bad stuff for you today. I'm sure none of you saw this coming, but they pumped the brakes on us. Explained the decision was made following the failure of the studio's ambitious and courageous first project, a new IP with a rich transmedia universe, and acknowledged the game didn't come near the company expectations because the debut title massively underperformed. He confirmed the IP didn't warrant any further exploration. Before its release, gamers thought Unknown 9 Awakening was a mix of Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden, and Forspoken. Who thought that? Shortly after the franchise announcement, Bandai Namco Entertainment acquired Unknown 9 Studio to undertake the ambitious project. Unfortunately, part of Hort's statement confirmed several staff members would be made redundant, including back-office employees, and given severance packages, further health benefits, access to counseling services, and proactive career planning support. CEO added that the affected staff would be assigned to one of Bandai Namco's IP projects where possible, stating the work was shaping up very well. Unfortunately, this is Reflector's second round of redundancies after a wave in November 2024. Jesus. Even though Unknown 9 Awakening flaunted amazing stepping powers... What is that? Amazing stepping powers? What is that? Shows awesome stepping powers. Can I see? Are these the stepping powers?
Battling high blood sugar, here's a piece of avoid drinking cold water.
Oh, here. Stepping is the ability to project one's mind into the consciousness of another by way of the fold. While stepping, one has access to the weaponry, strength, and intellect of a given vessel and may fully control their actions. Man, they're really trying to make it sound cooler than it is. She stepped! Holy shit! Didn't you play this game on Steam one time? I did not. I've never played this game. I will, though, because I want to be able to experience before it's lost media. There are certain subjects I make a lot of content covering. There are just a handful of topics that always wiggle their way underneath my skin and grease my cheeks, and I can't fight the urge to yap about them, like a dog chasing a mailman just going around barking at it. And one of them, one of the biggest, is people using Christianity as a means to exploit and abuse others. Corrupt pastors that are using the faith as a tool for their own self-gain and self-interest. I find it to be vile, evil, and unforgivable. So over the years, I've made tons of videos covering these instances. And just a couple days ago, I made that video going over Robert Morris. This demon was the former spiritual advisor to Donald Trump. He was also a Texas megachurch turbo pastor who recently pled guilty to molesting a 12-year-old girl numerous times. And he only got 6 months in jail for this. He is now out of jail and will be serving the next 9.5 years on probation in his luxury property. Now, maybe you can call me short and ugly, but I gotta tell you, I'll be honest with you, sports fans, that doesn't sound like justice to me. That doesn't sound like punishment that fits the crime of molesting a 12-year-old girl numerous times. I feel like that should have been life in prison. But he got 6 months. I already blabbered about that out the wazoo, and I'm not here to just do it again. I wanted to do something a little different, because Robert Morris was Trump's former spiritual advisor. I want to show you his current spiritual advisor, because I truly think this administration is normalizing the epidemic of fake Christians that are just using the faith as a tool for their own enrichment. I believe it is full-blown, fucking full frontal, dangling right in your face, obvious blasphemy. It's not subtle, it's unapologetic. I mean, Jiminy Christmas, Trump was hawking and is still actively hawking Trump Bibles. Expensive Bibles for like 60 clams with Trump's name on them and numerous variants of it. They range in price from $60 up to $1,000, and also a little fun tiddlywink of lore here. They're printed in China. So they're made for less than $3 per Bible, yet he jacks the price up to $60 for the lowest plebeian edition of his Bible. But it goes all the way up to $1,000 for the one that has Trump's signature on the inside cover. Like, I just don't know how that's defensible from any real Christians. That is just completely unacceptable. These frauds worship Trump more than God. It's like textbook idolatry with the way they talk about and discuss Trump. Like, Nicki Minaj is a great example. She's a wonderful case study for this. She spent a significant amount of time squatting on top of the orb of confusion and debasing herself publicly, slurping for this administration, and eventually got in their good graces and received a Donald Trump-signed Holy Bible, calling it one of the most meaningful gifts she's ever received. Which is ridiculous, because Nicki Minaj has been very vocal about her faith in recent time. And I feel like anyone who is legitimately very proud of their faith as a Christian would receive a gift like that and be disgusted. There are some Bibles that get signed by like a pastor or someone who is genuinely in the faith and an active community member in Christianity in the local churches. That is something that I am very familiar with. That was something that I had seen when I was going to church, but they weren't sold. They were given to members of the congregation, and it was always just like, enjoy your Bible, or like, I hope I hope this resonates with you, and then signed by the pastor. This is Donald Trump planting his fucking name on top of the Holy Bible, literally going through the word Bible with his signature, making it seem as though he's the most important part of this gift, not the Bible itself. And yet Nicki Minaj is like, oh my god, it's amazing. Nicki Minaj, by the way, whose husband is a registered sex offender, and her older brother is in the slammer serving 25 to life for sexually assaulting an 11-year-old child. Now, I'm not here just to talk about the Trump Bible. Like I said, I want to focus on his current spiritual advisor, Paula White, because I think she is the perfect example of this phenomenon and is serving to normalize this practice.
Wherever I go, God rules. When I walk on White House grounds, God walks on White House grounds. I had every right and authority to declare the White House as holy ground because I was standing there, and where I stand is holy.
To say no to President Trump would be saying no to God. And I won't do that.
This is a montage that kind of blew up a few months ago. A lot of people have seen this, and it shows some of Paula White Kane's more recent highlights about how she can declare the White House as holy ground because she walked there and God walks with her. And also, she proudly proclaims that saying no to Trump would be like saying no to God, and she's never going to do that. I had the longer section saved, but now that video's taken down, so I can't show you the whole context of that statement, but from what I recall, she was talking about how Trump has basically been chosen by God, so when Trump asked her, to come aboard, saying no to Trump in that position would have been like saying no to God, which she refuses to do. That is an outrageous thing to say. That is genuinely, by all possible definitions and interpretations, blasphemous. To say that kind of statement about saying no to a man is like saying no to God, you are putting that person on this pedestal that they are equal to God. That is like a big no-no in the faith. It's fucking unhinged. And yet, nobody calls her out on that in the administration. All of these supposed Christians have no problem with her saying things like that and acting this way. It's baffling. Well, it's actually not baffling when you stop to realize that none of them actually care about Christianity. They are using it. To them, it is nothing more than a tool to be utilized to get people latched onto their bosom. Because if they can convince people that what they're doing is righteous and chosen by God, then people would be afraid to go against it, thinking that they have to fall in line, otherwise they've deviated from the path of the Lord. That's their whole tactic. That is the playbook that they're using. It is sickening. And it's working for them. It's working extremely well for them. Like just yesterday, Paula White had this to say about President Trump and his experience and how similar it is to our Lord and Savior.
But the truth of it is you are here because of God and because of you. And I just wanted to share this thought and pray over President Trump. Jesus taught us so many lessons through his death, burial, and resurrection. He showed us great leadership. Great transformation requires great sacrifice. And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you. God always had a plan. On the third day, he rose, he defeated evil, he conquered death, hell, and the grave. And because he rose, we all know that we can rise. And sir, because of his resurrection, you rose up. Because he was victorious, you were victorious. And I believe that the Lord said to tell you this. Because of his victory, you will be victorious in all you put your hand to.
Comparing Trump's journey to that of Jesus Christ. Wow. Powerful stuff, Paula. You know, when you put it that way, and I really stopped to marinate and stew, giving it a lot of thought, I actually think that my life's journey is pretty similar to that of Master Chief's. Huh. Isn't that some shit? Now, I know I've mentioned this a couple times in the past when covering people like Paula. I am not as spiritual as I used to be. Growing up, I was very, very religious. As I said, I got baptized twice because I was concerned that God may have been AFK for the first one, and I wanted to make sure that, he had front row seats and popcorn ready for the second one, just in case. So I came in there with the round 2 for the Jumbotron. It was a huge part of my life. And even though I'm not as spiritual now as I was then, I still care deeply for it. And seeing that this is becoming so common now is just gross. It's so fucking abhorrent. Paula White Cain is a televangelist demon. Her whole career is built off of begging for money from her followers, and she still actively does that while being the spiritual advisor to Donald Trump. In fact, her 2026 Unleashed conference, she had this wonderful moment.
Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want $100,000 to come in. I want $100,000. There are 10 people that could give $10,000. There's 100 people that could give $1,000.
How selfless, how noble. She wants $100,000. Fork it over, cough it up, guys. Where's the $100,000? I know I said that she begs for money, but it's actually more accurate to say that she demands money. And she tries to present it as though if you don't give money to her, you are doing a disservice in the eyes of the Lord. This is a common tactic used by televangelists that have done this for many, many moons now, but very few of them have the same kind of power and influence that Paula White Cain does. One notable person that I'm sure a lot of you have heard of and someone that I've made a couple videos on is Kenneth Copeland. He is the guy who's very open about how important it is that he has his private jet. So keep giving him money. He's the pastor and the Lord needs him to have a private jet, so give him money. Paula White Cain is cut from that same cloth. She is still actively doing this and demanding money from people in her church, and it is just disgusting.
Get a check, make it payable to Paula White Ministry. There are people that are watching right now. If you say, I don't have it, give $100. Bring up a sacrificial seed. This isn't for me. This is about kids that will die without you being obedient. This is about kids who are going to be minstrels and instruments and warriors and mighty for God. This is about kids who are going to make a difference. I'm not going to take everybody's blessing. Come on. I'm going to tell you, get a seed of sacrifice. There's only 3 envelopes. I'm not moving. I'm not going to lay hands on people till you're obedient. Get out of your seat. Come on and come bring up a seed. Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want $100,000.
She says verbatim that there are kids that will die without you being obedient and giving her money. Oh no, the money is not about me. It's about these kids. We need the $100,000 now. If you can't afford that, the $1,000, then give $100. You gotta give something. If you don't give something, you're a bad person for it. You don't want to be a bad person, do you? Well, come give Paula White Kane some money. It is something that she has done her whole life.
And I believe that when you honor God on Passover, starting on April 12th at sundown through Good Friday on the 18th and concluding on Easter Sunday, you can receive these 7 supernatural blessings for you and your house. According to Exodus 23, God will assign an angel to you. He'll be an enemy to your enemies. He'll give you prosperity. He'll take sickness away from you. He will give you long life. He'll bring increase in inheritance, and he'll give a special year of blessing. You're not doing this to get something, but you're doing it in honor to God, realizing what you can receive.
For your special Passover offering of $1,000 or more as the Holy Spirit leads, you will also receive the beautiful 10-inch Waterford Crystal Cross. Don't miss your moment to release 7 supernatural blessings and provision into your life.
That's right, you heard it here first. God can take your sickness away, but only if you send $1,000 to Paula White Kane first. Paula will get God on the horn and ensure that you receive these 7 blessings, but it's going to require $1,000, which is chump change compared to what you'll receive for it. It's transactional, so donate $1,000 to Paula White and receive these 7 blessings to save your life and increase your life, and also get this specialty cross. I'm confident that the people that followed Paula and Trump, and when they talk about how he's like Jesus and saying no to Trump is like saying no to God, I'm very certain these individuals have never read the Bible at all. Probably have never opened the Bible, and they just bite on to their words and accept them as truth, and that Paula and Trump are infallible because they are chosen by God. But if you ever decide to actually read the Bible yourself, you're going to see a lot of what they are demonstrating is directly frowned upon in the Bible. Most notably, Matthew 21:12. This gets brought up a lot in regards to frauds like Paula. This is when Jesus enters the temple and drives out all those who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the benches of those selling doves. He declared to them, "It is written, my house will be called a house of prayer, but you are making it a den of robbers." And depending on the versions, it changes a little bit, but the message is always the same. Jesus throws out those who use his temple as a means of profiting off of others instead of a house of worship. That is exactly what Paula and many others in this administration explicitly do, blatantly. It is corrupt, it is completely unacceptable, and unfortunately is being normalized, and it shouldn't be. So I really wanted to yap about Paula here, and yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Wow. The world looks so different today. The colors don't even seem the same. It feels like this morning I woke up in an alternate dimension, one separate from the dimension I inhabited yesterday. The new research that was published changed everything. We've been lied to our whole lives. And I know you've probably already seen it. I imagine some of you took the day off of work just to process it. They found the male G-spot. And I didn't even know it was lost, like the city of Atlantis. I thought we had already pinpointed that sucker down eons ago. I remember for as long as I've had holes, I was told that the G-spot was buried deep in my ass. And that's where it stayed. But apparently, that was all a lie. That was a guess that wasn't ever fully confirmed, and now they've published new research saying definitively we have found the male G-spot, and it's not in that cavernous hole. You see the new male G-spot meta? I did. It's out of reach though. My loadout isn't equipped for the new meta for G-spot. It's apparently a place on your foreskin, not in your butthole. Male G-spot revealed, and if you guessed it's in the butt, you're wrong. Intensely pleasurable. Also, no one's guessing it's in the butt. That's what we were told for years. It was supposedly confirmed to be in the asshole. Not like people just randomly made that up. But now new evidence I guess, throws that theory in the trash. After years of searching, I like that. I guess the fountain of youth. After years of searching, scientists in Spain have finally found the male G-spot, discovering this so-called erogenous zone is far from where they suspected. They detailed their findings in a stimulating study published in the journal Andology. Where's the so-called on switch, defined by its capacity to induce intense orgasms upon stimulation, in an obscure region called the frenular delta, a triangular zone located on the underside of the penis where the head meets the shaft, an area so mysterious it has long been omitted from sexual health textbooks. Oh my god, they discovered a new area of my cock? I didn't know that. I thought it was just like a foreskin spot. Years of searching, it's not like they're going to the Amazon rainforest. Just touch your dick or ass, bro. That's very true. Yeah. It's not like it was some kind of crazy expeditious journey to find it. Like, you can study the shit out of your wiener and butt. According to this study conducted by scientists at the University of Santiago de Compostela in Spain, this region is richly innervated by partially overlapping perineal related to the region connecting the genitals and anus, and dorsal, aft-facing nerve branches with heightened concentrations of nerve bundles and pleasure receptors. In layman's person terms, the frenular delta makes for intensely pleasurable and highly specialized sensations, according to the paper. By finding this penile pleasure panel, scientists have closed the book on a region that has eluded scientists for years, like sexplorers finding a phallic northwest passage. For decades, scientists have seen the prostate as the trigger for male orgasms, but had neglected to identify it on the proverbial pleasure map until now. That's good news. We're finally here. We've arrived. The apex of society. It kept hiding from us. Sex 2 is finally upon us. That's right. That's right. You can kick and you can scream, but it'll come all the same. We have discovered the male G-spot, and it's right where I said it was from the very beginning. I've been saying for years that the dark side of the moon on the penis it's highly unexplored. No one ever checks underneath. Do we flick it or something? You do whatever you want with it. You slap it, you fucking fart on it. I don't know, man. But I think you need to have your foreskin for it. Can I sue the doctor that took my G-spot? I know. A question on everyone's mind now after this stunning revelation. The G-spot Krampus that stole all our foreskin, hogging the G-spots to himself. It's a game changer, not gonna lie, feels so good. Okay, I can only speak as a circumcised man, but I feel like there's no way uncircumcised dudes didn't know that. Right? Like, I feel like just through trial and error and experimenting, you would have found that, oh, this spot feels cool. Wow, this feels so good over here. Right? Like, there's no way someone who's uncircumcised read this and they're like, holy fuck, I never thought to touch under my wiener. I'm only ever on top doing this, like a DJ. Like, I feel like this isn't new information for, like, the majority of people. Is this now it's being officially labeled as the male G-spot. That guy's the only hooded homie left alive. Yeah, we have to preserve him. Put him in a bubble. We must study him. Ask him questions. The only man with a hot dog and a bun still around. So does that mean the spot in your ass was just LARPing as the G-spot? I feel like it must have been like maybe a placebo thing or something. I don't know, I never tried getting up in there and seeing what that felt like. But I feel like just because of all of the propaganda, like all of the articles written about it, a lot of people probably convinced themselves that this is euphoria, this is the good stuff. Meanwhile, they're just fiddling around in their butt. It doesn't do anything. The other channel video, which one of the boys can find their G-spot first, doing everything behind a curtain so you can only see the shadows. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. I'll write it down. I'll put it in the notes. So, you're saying I've been sticking my finger up my ass for nothing. I wouldn't say nothing. You're becoming more familiar with your body. knowledge is power and all that. So, I mean, I wouldn't say it was moot. You probably got some experience out of it. Mapping it like you're splunking. Exactly. Exactly right. He gets it. I once stuck my finger in my anus to get the poop out, but it felt kind of good. What's your plan, man? How would you get the poop out by sticking a finger up there? All you're doing is just plugging it further up. What the hell? What? How is that? What kind of strategy is that? It's not like a lawnmower with like a ripcord or anything. Like all you're doing is just poking it. Fish hooking, I guess. Oh, I guess. Yeah, you could be fish hooking. Turning my asshole into an arcade claw game. Nurses do it for chronic constipation. Well, I don't think they just... Well, I don't know, maybe they do. I was gonna say, I don't think they just go like one finger up and just start jamming it up there or something like Naruto 10,000 Years of Pain. Like, I imagine there's probably a methodology to it. They just slap the cheeks around, probably. Can you imagine if that was the actual, like, medicinal strategy? I see you've got some impacted feces here. All right, bend over. Just on, like, bongos on their ass. It's shockwave treatment. They do it for kidney stones. You don't need foreskin, it's above the foreskin. I don't know if this article covers it, but I was reading that in order to, like, actually optimize male G-spot, you need foreskin. Let's see. Maybe I've been lied to. Maybe they're still trying to keep it under wraps. Doesn't say here. Let me just Google it. Let's see. Male G-spot foreskin required or not? Let's see. It seems like it's too new. People still talking about the back door. Yeah, I don't see any information on whether or not it's required or not. From what I saw earlier, it is. Maybe it's not. Who's really to say? We're still on the cusp of this discovery. This is like electricity. This is big. We still don't quite understand all of the inner workings of it. We're working it out. Did you ever talk to someone about building you a black box to have you play every single console? Yep, Nick's on it. The guy who made our CSGO fucking hydraulic chair. Does he know that the Wii can play GameCube games? It's also easier to trim the motherboard for it as you can get it smaller. Yeah, we were going over it. I told him that, like, there's plenty of efficient ways to do it, but I want it to be, like, absurdly over the top. So we are actually going to make it look like the Hit It Joe doohickey. That's the idea.
Bang! Hit it, Joe!
So imagine this, but it's got like a whole bunch of like wires and places for cartridges and games to go in. I really like the idea of just having something super outlandish for it. So that'll basically be our black box. That'll play every game ever made. Just plug my shit in, get to use my physical game collection. Now, just to temper expectations, it's not going to be every game console ever. It's going to be the ones I actually have the physical media for. So there's not going to be the Zeebo, there's not going to be the Pippin. It's going to be my physical media collection. If it doesn't have the Ouya, what's even the point? Man, fuck that. I want to actually use it. When would I ever play anything from the Ouya? Like, conceptually, that's fun, and maybe we'll do, like, a spin-off where it's only every shitty thing, every shitty console ever made. But for, like, my actual core black box gaming doodad, I don't need them there. Don't want them there. Will it not have the Magnavox Odyssey 2? Are you even a real gamer? What the fuck is the Magnavox Odyssey 2? Now we're just making up things. Like the Game Sphere.
Computer Golf. Part
Holy
of the
shit.
all-new computer video game Odyssey 2 from Magnavox. Lots of multi-game cartridges. Sports games, football. You've never seen...
Damn, that's so lifelike.
Educational games, Mathemagic, games of chance, blackjack, and much, much more. Odyssey 2, another advancement from Magnavox.
That's pretty cool. Doesn't Magnavox just sell DVD players now? Ain't no way Magnavox is still around. That sounds way too old. The dark story behind America's forgotten electronics giant. How is it a dark story? What happened? Inside Magnavox factory, how Fort Wayne, Indiana amplified America, then fell silent. All the employees got trapped in the games. Fuck. This is, oh my, I can't believe this title's actually worked on me, and now I'm so curious what the fucking dark story could possibly be behind Magnavox. I'll give it 45 seconds to sell me on it.
A machine built by two men most people today have never heard of. That machine would eventually become the backbone of one of the most powerful electronics companies America had ever seen.
That's cool.
A company that put a television in your living room.
Oh, wait, what the fuck? I have one of these. I actually just got one of these. It's not Magnavox, but if they were like the progenitors of it, that's very cool. Wow, were they actually like the first to do it?
Comes from the Latin word.
Are you LARPing as a 20s gangster? Why do you have that? It was actually a gift. My parents got it. They got it for me. They thought it'd be cool. And it is cool. It's one of the refurbished ones, so it's not an original. So they also upgraded the components, so it still does like record playing, but it also has Bluetooth. But it's cool. I think I really like it. So far, there's nothing dark about this story. This is a really cool looking thing here. That just looks like some fucking Bronze Age tech. I love that like retro feel of these type of gizmos. Yeah, it's cool. So far, there's again nothing dark about this story. It's just kind of like the history of Magnavox. Maybe there's some kind of like corporate espionage and fucking murder. Who knows, but so far it's just kind of like the interesting story of Magnavox. Oh yeah, you gotta have the Mattel Hyperscan at least. Is that the one where you'd scan the barcodes and it was little monsters? You do scan cards, but it's like for upgrades.
We got a weird one this time. It doesn't sit very flat on my desk. The AV cable cannot be removed. Connectors cost money, you know. The controller ports use the same connector as an old PC mouse. They've tried to stop you plugging other stuff in by having a flat edge on the connector, but this mouse has got a slim plug on it, so it's just not going to work though. So what is this strange piece of, which way up does it even go? This is a Mattel Hyperscan. Wow, that's a noise. Yeah, alright. Oh, we were loading the loading screen. I was about to say, that loading time wasn't too long. Never mind. Wow, I like that pop at the beginning of the sound. Scan. Three of those are Marvel games. The fourth is Ben 10, and the fifth is Interstellar Wrestling League, which I think was actually made up for the Hyperscan. Let's go for a one-player tournament, and if you only have the disc, this is as far as you can get. It's gimmick time. Cards. The reason why this is called Hyperscan is because you have to scan cards to play the games. When you bought a game for this system, it came with a few game cards so that you could play the game just. But if you wanted more functionality out of the games, you had to buy booster packs of cards.
Oh my god, they were ahead of the curve. If they did this today, TikTok would be going ballistic. Scalpers would be flocking. Oh, Mattel was just a little too early. They were a tad too early. Oh, fuck. They just needed to keep it on ice for a little bit longer. That is the easiest capitalization off the gotcha brain that we have today. Nintendo kind of stole the idea with amiibos. I guess to a certain extent, yeah. Except you literally can't play the game without the cards here, so this is even more egregious and even better for Mattel had they done it in this era where everyone goes ballistic for gotcha and cards.
Packs of cards. Mattel knew that trading cards were popular, and they were hoping that if they added trading cards and video games together, they'd make all the billions of dollars. So when you buy a Hyperscan, you get X-Men, and you get 6 cards. 2 characters, 3 attack modifications, and whatever a strength room is. What a strange looking dude. So Mattel was trying to implement a pay-to-play model before keeping your console online all the time was a thing. So which character do we want? Do we want Wolverine, or I've never heard of Lady Deathstrike?
Too early.
Let's go with I've never heard of Lady Deathstrike.
Is it reading it?
Oh,
nice.
It came up. Before I got one of these, I saw online that it was really impossible to actually scan your cards and it only worked 1 in every bajillion times. I figured that person's hyperscan was just a bit junk, and if I got my own, it probably wasn't going to be like that. Turns out they're all like that. Player 1 scanner mod. Well, these 2 cards seem to be exactly the same, except one has Wolverine and one has I've never heard of Lady Deathstrike. I wonder if I use the Wolverine one on I've never heard of Lady Deathstrike. Oh, they're exactly the same card. You can scan more than one mod card. Oh, they weren't the same. One of them was better. What's the point in having the other one? Okay, now we got these loading times I heard about. This console stinks of using the cheapest of everything that they could manage to get the product onto the market.
That's not bad. That's a decent load. That's like firing up Rainbow Six Siege every time.
Ooh, what are the buttons? Oh, I got a block. That's not where I wanted to block. Oh, I'm not very good at fighters, but even with that, I feel
pretty cool. 2006, by the way. That was 2006, huh? For reference, Gears of War was already out. That's pretty cool. They cooked. They fucking cooked. Should play this on stream. Someone in chat saying there's an emulator, so maybe... Who the fuck built a hyperscan emulator? There's always someone that's willing to make that kind of stuff, even for the most unloved, forgotten things. Might not be the case. I think the age of the inventor has already ended. I could not disagree more. Actually could not disagree more. It is... I think we are currently in the Renaissance. Thanks to things like TikTok, people can fucking hawk anything. But if you're talking about like quality inventions, maybe I'll give you that. Hey, don't mean to interrupt, but your significant other asked me to give you a message. It's that you need to improve your hygiene, and really the only way to do that optimally is by going to usecheeky.com and getting some of our soap. The new gen Beyblade is pretty popular now, I believe. Beyblade is popular, man. There's a card shop I go to that has like a pretty strong Beyblade presence. I was so tempted to get some of the blades they had there, or some of the builds they had there. It seems really hype. Like legit, it seems like a lot of fun.
We're jumping into the final match after winning the coin flip.
I don't think Beyblades are like super collectible. You usually just go for like optimized builds or rogue builds, meta. But maybe there is a collecting element to it. I'm not super sure.
And yeah, we got about I'd say we're approaching about 30 degrees with Faradin's launch here.
Can you choose any launch angle?
Hover got quite a few nice attacks. They pulled out a brand new stadium.
He fucking split him in half. Yeah, Beyblade's alive and well. That's the point I'm making. that was the point I was making. It's got a pretty healthy scene. It seems fun, man. It actually seems pretty fun. Confused on how this works, wouldn't this all just be RNG since I would assume all builds have been min-maxed? Yeah, so after you're done with your builds, it does come down to a large chunk of RNG from what I understand, but you can do certain things to influence it and certain things change it based on like the stadium and stuff. So like launch angle, how we mentioned approaching 30 degrees, I imagine that plays a pretty big role. You need to choose like the optimized launch angle for your build. Like there's probably like some very small things in there that have a huge impact on it, but for the most part I think there's going to be a lot of RNG, just by design. That would make the entry point to the pro scene pretty low. You should try and win a tournament and make a super serious documentary. I pitched that idea, not about Beyblade in particular, but just making documentaries on like the really small tournaments and stuff as if they're a huge deal. Like what we did with League when we won the Demacia Cup. I really like doing that kind of stuff. Please play the Dragon Ball TCG. I was looking at that. Is this a fun card game? They have two different versions. They have Fusion World, and then they have just like the general one, and I couldn't quite figure out why. Because it's fundamentally the same game. It's just Fusion World is simplified. And when I was trying to look at gameplay, it's only this shit of people treating it like investments, which is so unbelievably cringe. So is the game itself actually fun? How's it fun when you can't buy them? Well, I didn't know that they were hard to find. But I guess that about checks out, considering everything that comes up is only about like the financial investments of Dragon Ball cards. It's so gross. It's so gross. It's so gross. It's just, oh my god. Ugh. Everything is just investments with cards. Fuck me. I can't wait for it to crash. I just can't wait. It cannot come soon enough, bro. Holy. How long can this shit go on for? I have no idea. I don't know. Mostly get cards to play, but I did get an Alpha Soul Ring because it's cool as fuck. It is cool as fuck. And if you would even know how the game is played, you're already different than 99% of these vultures. What would you rather have first, the AI crash or TCG crash? Let's not get carried away. Obviously, the AI crash. That's better for everybody. The TCG situation here is easily avoidable. It's just sad what's happened to it. But the AI crashing is great for all of us. See the AI photo Trump posted of him walking with an alien? I didn't know. That sounds so cool, though. What the fuck? Oh, now that's hard. Man, that alien's fucking yoked, though. Everything minus the peen? Holy. That's a fucking frame mog and a half, dude. Oh my. The chain is attached to his hip. Well, yeah, he's not handcuffed. He's goth, bro. He's not a prisoner here, he's an ally. Wallet chain. Oh, true, could have been a wallet chain.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. The footage you're seeing in the background is me getting absolutely fucking eviscerated in Mission 84 of Earth Defense Force 2025 for the PlayStation 3. Now I'm making this video just to say thank you to all you who are subscribed to me. I really appreciate it. I know this is cliche and it's out of left field, but I really do mean it. Thank you. I'm not very good at this type of shit, but thank you. I don't like to talk about my YouTube channel, and very few people who know me in real life even know that I make videos. It's just not something I like to talk about, and I know I keep myself isolated from all of you, but I really do appreciate it. I read all of your messages, and some of them are extremely touching, so I just wanted to express my gratitude. And I'm just fucking atrocious at expressing gratitude. I'm just terrible at saying thank you. So I'm sorry if I sound stupid and dumb and fucking shitting. By now, all of you know I just make videos for fun. And to see my channel where it is now, it's extremely meaningful. I never expected my channel to grow like it has, and I never really cared whether or not it grew. And to be honest, I still don't care if my channel grows or not right now. I am content and I'm happy just making videos as it is right now. But I wanted to say thank you because it really is special to have this channel and have it be where it is. And I just wanted to thank you all for that. Now I also wanted to say thank you because since I got partnership last year and began donating all that money to various charities, we've managed to donate over $35,000 to a bunch of charities. And if you want to see the donation receipts, you can see them on the Charity Critical Twitter page. That's my only form of social media. You're welcome to check it out. Now I say we donated that money because I couldn't have donated that money myself. I'm not that fucking made out of money guy from those commercials. But because all of you watched my videos, we were able to raise over $35,000 for those charities. And it's still going up. I'm still donating it every month, so the money's only going to keep going up for those charities. Now, I know in the scheme of things, $35,000 isn't a lot of money, but damn it, I still think it's a decent amount of money. Now, I know I don't tell any of you anything about me personally. I just prefer that you all don't really know anything about me. But, you know, since this is a serious video here, I mean, that's what it is. Let's go ahead and call a beaver, because you don't want to fucking call a beaver something else. It's a fucking beaver, so this is a serious video here. I'll tell you that I have one goal in life, like one ultimate goal, and it's a naive one, and it's unachievable, and it's probably the stupidest thing you've ever heard, but I want to end corruption. And I know that that's probably impossible because to end corruption you would pretty much have to change human nature itself, unfortunately. But I really think that I could at least make corruption not so fucking common. That's what I want to do. When I was around 17 years old, I took a really hard look at the world and I saw a lot of good things, but I also saw a lot of bad things. And I drew the conclusion that a lot of the bad things stemmed from corruption. So since then I've been trying to find ways that I could mitigate it. And for years now I've been trying to find a way to do that or think of a plan, and I still don't really have anything. So now you all know my goal. And you know, since this is a serious video, let's give a serious update on some serious shit. The lawsuit. Not much happening with that shit. But I'm hoping for the best. That's about the update on that. Anything else? Yes, about being a voice actor. I appreciate everyone that sent me information on how to be a voice actor, and I've done the research now. I don't think I'd be a very good voice actor. I can't do a myriad of voices. The only voice I can do is my own voice. So I don't really have much to offer a studio, so I don't think they'd really want me. But I still think it'd be fun to be a voice actor. Anything else? Any other updates? Anything I've missed? I don't think so. Alright, that's it. See ya.
It's only been like a month or so since I took a bit of a dive into the cesspool of Kickstarter. After learning that it's been inundated with fraudulent AI-generated products, it appears the site is just fully plagued, and the main thing that gets pitched on Kickstarter these days is just phony baloney nonsense AI slop. All designed to try and squeeze a couple of clams out of gullible people that don't recognize that it's not real, that it's all make-believe. However, Matt just sent me a Kickstarter project that does seem to be real. And it's looking to dust off an old novelty from way back in the day. Raise your hand if you remember Smell-O-Vision. This whole idea, the final frontier of entertainment, the fourth dimension, where you can smell your movies, your TV shows, and in the case of this Kickstarter project, specifically, your games.
Games get more realistic every year. Higher resolutions, faster refresh rates, even full virtual reality. But one sense has always been missing. Our sense of smell. The most emotional sense we have. At some point we've all wondered what it would be like if we could actually smell what we see on screen. What it would feel like to step into a world, not just look at it.
Have we all wondered that? Is that really something every gamer thinks at some point? Because I would imagine the only unifying thought across all gamers' minds at some point in their life is, could I possibly suck my own dick? I don't know how common it is to really have this intense desire to smell the game. I can only speak for me personally, I suppose, but I just feel like that'd be such a fucking nuisance. I would hate to be playing Call of Duty and smelling the body odor and sweat and gunpowder as I'm vaulting over something about to, drop shot some dumb asshole, right? I think that would suck. I would really not like that. And there's a huge difference between smelling the game and stepping into that world. That's two very different things. It's not to say that I think it's a bad idea. I'm sure there is a community of people that would love to have access to the game smells, right? And the project has already been fully backed, so it definitely does have smell enthusiasts out there, and I have no doubt there's some real greaseballs hitting one of these right now. Can't wait to get their hands on this technology so they can go smell Ada Wong's panties in Resident Evil or something and go freaky mode on it. But I do understand that there is a market for it. I am just not in that group at all.
Introducing the Scent Bar. Breathe your game. Don't just play it. 10 fans that can be independently activated. And 10 scent slots allow real-time scent release, always, no matter the scene. The brain of the Scent Bar is the AI image detection. We are starting with 30 scents, allowing immersion in nature, racing, and action games.
Of course, no Kickstarter project is complete without an AI voiceover. That's mandatory at this point. But this product does seem to actually exist. I can find footage of them showcasing it at Gamescom. Now, how effective it was at delivering the scents directly to your fucking nostrils, I couldn't tell you, but I did see that it is a product that they actually did have like a setup for people to experience. Now, according to this video, they're launching with 30 cents, 3 different packages, and the astute observers out there may have noticed a very shocking absence. There's no Gooner package there. They don't have a selection of goon aromas. There's no sweaty gym socks. There's no panty fumes. There's no smegma adjacent scents or anything like that. And I gotta tell you, I think that was a big misstep. I think they're leaving a lot of money on the table because I bet you they could have found some real fucking degenerates to immediately buy the Gooner suite of smells out the wazoo. They'd be huffing that shit like it's Urgot's tubes in League of Legends.
And uses AI image detection to work with practically every game. After backing this campaign, you will be able to enter the 4th dimension of gaming and start creating memories inside your games, just like in real life.
Yeah, but I can do that now. I can make memories with games, and I do it all the time, actually. And I have tons of memories from games in my past without ever having to smell them or anything like that. I don't know how much that really strengthens the experience of a game. But again, I can only speak for me personally. I just don't really care to sniff it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a dog. Like, I don't need to sniff it, really. Like, I'm happy just experiencing it without the 4th dimension being there. Like, it's not like it unlocks the ability to, you know, have these cherished memories of games. I can still make those cherished memories even without having to smell some scent fumes and juices from the pods that are being fanned at me through the Zestum device placed under my computer while I'm playing Expedition 33.
You've got yourself a scent bar. Awesome choice. Let's get it set up together. First, take your scent bar out of the box. The scent bar works with AI image detection. You can download our software directly from the website. And don't worry, the software barely uses any of your PC's performance. Trust me, your frame rate is safe. Welcome to the scent bar control panel. The tabs at the bottom show your 10 scent slots and what's currently loaded in each one. Intense. Say zombie games and you rather not smell rotten meat all night? No problem. Just swap the scent pod manually and keep the label for the AI to recognize. That way, even zombies can smell like fresh roses. Or energy drink, if that's your thing.
So here's the rundown of how it works and how it gets set up here. So you place it under your monitor, you connect it with USB-C, and then you have the control panel where all the scents are stored, your 10 scents, and you switch in the pods that you want for the scents, and then it'll use AI image detection to know what's going on screen and what fans to activate to shoot the fumes at you. And they even mention that you can, of course, swap out the pods, but keep it labeled the same, so that way it'll still recognize it and shoot out roses instead of rotten meat smell. Can you imagine, though, if you couldn't swap those out at all? Like, it just has, like, a million scents that it instantly swaps in between, and it's, like, super realistic. So, if you get tear-gassed in the game, you get tear-gassed in real life with the fucking Zestum blasting right into your eyeballs, basically pepper spraying you. Or, like, you know, mustard gas shoots out and just asphyxiates you while you're sitting in your chair trying to play your game. Nah, that'd be crazy. That's some Sword Art Online type shit. If you, like, expand upon this idea as, like, a torture device almost. But, I mean, again, it seems like this is something that does actually work. I just don't know how many people are, like, really salivating over the ability to smell the game that they're playing. I feel like it'd be cool for a couple of minutes, but the novelty would really wear off when playing for a long period of time in, like, an extended gaming session, which most people are playing for a couple of hours usually. And I feel like if you're smelling shit the entire time, it's just going to be a bit of a headache. And you're probably going to, like, really go through the smell juices, like the potions they've got in there. Because they're tiny pods. They show you in the video here in a moment. They're like this big, maybe. They're not huge at all. So I feel like you'd probably run through a ton of them very, very fast, which would then mean that you're constantly reloading and repurchasing pods, because I imagine they're not free. I don't think you can just replace them for free. Maybe I'm wrong. But you would be spending quite a bit of money to keep the scent bar fully stocked on smells. And if you're using it daily, I just truly don't know how long these pods are going to last you.
Once your game's running, simply share your game window with the software. Don't worry, nothing's recorded or stored. The AI just analyzes your screen in real time and nobody else can see it, not even me. And that's it for the setup part. You're ready to dive in.
I highly doubt that's true. Whenever it comes to anything AI, I have to imagine that it's a full-blown fucking red alert lie anytime they say, don't worry, it's like super secure. No one else can see it. Not even us. Because time and time again, that's been proven incorrect. It is just a lie, like 99% of the time. So perhaps the scent bar is also collecting data on you. It's entirely possible, I suppose, since you have to share quite a bit with it.
One scent pod lasts up to 3 months, depending on your gameplay, of course.
I just truly don't see how that's possible to claim that the pod lasts up to 3 months. You can see the pod is not that big. It's pretty slim, too. So how the fuck is there enough aroma fluid in there to last up to 3 months with daily playing, like, hours of game time? I don't know. I just... Unless it's, like, really frugal with how often it fans out some of the smells. But from what I saw in their, like, booth at Gamescom, it seems like it blasts out smells pretty frequently. Like, I just truly don't know how it could possibly last you 3 months, a single pod.
So whether you're walking through a forest, speeding down a racetrack, or fighting dragons, your world actually smells like it.
Furthermore, because we're committed to bringing scent into the entire digital entertainment world, streaming works too. Everything you can share via screen share becomes scent enabled. We're working hard to make it compatible with all the places you love to watch. With your support, we can take this final step, bringing immersive scent into every movie night, every stream, and every game.
Pretty ambitious goals. It's not just for games. They want to look to take this technology into other aspects of the entertainment space, namely streaming, which I feel like is a recipe for disaster. Though could lead to some great moments like, all right, everyone load up your ass cartridges. I'm about to be blasting some nasty smells at you. Hope you're ready. P.U. Stinky inbound. That's gonna be quite a bright future. I don't know. Again, it's just not something for me, but I saw this Kickstarter because Matt sent it to me and I just wanted to yap about it a bit because it's very interesting to see smell-o-vision make a return in the modern age. And I wonder if it'll be more successful this time around, because smell-o-vision kind of collapsed from everything, all available data. It wasn't overly positive. Most people didn't love it, which is why it didn't stick around. But who knows? Maybe the scent bar here kicks off a new wave of big-time smellers. I guess we'll see. That's really about it. See ya. The time has finally come to put everything I've learned from watching live PD to the ultimate test. Can I become the world's beacon of justice, the most decorated officer in the history of Police Simulator patrol duty? Oh fuck yeah, Officer Phil Jones, aka Mr. Eat Your Pussy with one hand tied behind his back. This isn't even the start of a career, it's the start of a legend. The Protein Pirate. Muscle madness, baby. Let's get after it. Ooh, the ladies' locker room. Time to fulfill a high school fantasy. Probable cause, I'm coming in, ladies. I smelt smoke. Because these pussies are on fire. Where you at? Why is no one changing? Let's sniff some panties at least. Can I not open this? That's not very realistic. Officer Phil Jones is fueled by soiled panties. If he's not getting those britches in his nose, well shit, I'm gonna be enforcing the law a bit malnourished. Oh, police captain. Sir, I demand a promotion. I just caught a sexual deviant in the ladies' locker room. You wouldn't believe who it was. It's time for action. Where there's people, there's crime. And if there's no crime, then goddamn it, I'll make some up. Why are you running, sir? What do you have to hide? What's in that cup? Is that liquid meth? You butt-chugging some liquid meth? Getting high off children's cough syrup out here? What's going on? Get the fuck back here. This is Gotham and I'm Batman. You really think you can escape a police cruiser on foot? Are you out of your mind? Pardon me, miss. I've got justice afoot. Wow. Alright. This guy may be a bit too powerful for me right now. I'll let him go with a warning. Ma'am, slow down. Let me try talking to her. Yelling at her, more so. Come back, please. I've got a few questions. Oh. I see. Just blending in case there's a spy from the local cartel watching me closely. Now I just look like a normal man, not a police officer. High five. Come on, slap him. Ma'am, drop the cup. You're under arrest for refusal to high five an officer. Where's my cuffs? There they are. Oh, shit. She pulled a fast one on me. She's handcuffed me. Oh, kidding. I hope you enjoyed the birthday party magic. Now come back. You're really under arrest. Can I do anything? Give her a ticket, maybe? A big fine for not high-fiving? Nope. I'm just like Fortnite gesturing right now. I don't understand. None of my gadgets are working on her. Is she immune? Is she above the law? Who is this? I'm not letting her get away. No crime goes unpunished in my city. I'll try this, maybe? No, it's not working either. Why am I not pulling out any of my gadgets? Are they like biometrically scanned incorrectly? I can't... Oh, here we go. Come back! Shit. Fuck, she got away. Oh. Hello, fellow officer. Just please business as usual. If you'll excuse me, I've got business. Where do you think you're going, motherfucker? You didn't high-five me. You can't get away from me. The long dick of the law doesn't stop. I found you. There we go. Taser out. Remember, you brought this on yourself. Come on. There we go. Suspect down. Suspect neutralized. HQ, this is Phil Jones in the wild, reporting a code 644 entitled Asshole thought she was too good to high-five an on-duty officer. Subject has been taken down. We may need an ambulance. Good afternoon, sir. High five. Please drop that and give me a high five. Nope. Alright. Brought this on yourself. Hey, what the fuck? I was arrested. What about these lawless hooligans refusing to high-five an officer? Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, it seems the corruption has really taken its toll at the police station. But how deep does it go? Have these fangs of corruption sank so deep to penetrate even the highest members of the police force? I'll have to investigate. This is a rape van. I should call it in now. I don't even need to interrogate. I already know. Frederick, huh? You look like a serial diddler. Well, I'll do my due diligence. Let's investigate a bit further. Pop that trunk for me. Let's see what we're working with in the back. I'm expecting dead bodies, mummified remains, sarcophagus, stolen DVD players. What do we got? Empty, huh? To the untrained eye, it may be empty. I'm sure there's... Well, I'll be honest, I didn't see a baseball bat or gym bag, but I'll take Officer Phil Jones' word for it. So what are you doing with a gym bag and baseball bat? Tools to commit a crime. I'm gonna have to frisk you. What else are you carrying? What other deadly weapons do you have in there? Switchblade? Butter... Whoa! What the fuck? What was it? What is this hocus pocus? The cars are fucking ollieing over here like they're on a skateboard. Why are all these cars hurtling? I didn't even look at my frisk. Did I check his penis real well? Is his wiener clean? And check his BAC. He's probably drunk driving. And if he's not drunk driving, I can say with a high degree of certainty all these cars jumping next to him are certainly inebriated drivers. Or talented. I'll be honest, Frederick, I don't know if you committed a crime, but I'm throwing you in those cuffs anyway. Just because I'm confused on this whole situation. This city is... It's not what it used to be. These futuristic jumping cars, you know, it's a weird situation, Frederick, and you're caught in the middle of it. Wrong place, wrong time, right penis, you know what I'm saying? I just called it in, Frederick. Your life may be ruined, but at the end of the day, it really does boil down to being your fault. That's a stupid fucking jacket you're wearing. And now you're getting the taser. Pussy. Saved by the emergency call, but just for a moment. There we go. Execute and kill... What? What is wrong with this city? Jumping cars? Power-tripping police sergeants arresting the good, hard-working boys in blue like me? What? I'm the only one keeping this city together. Insane. What do we got over here? Speed demon? Where do you think you're going in such a rush, Lex Luthor? Let's check the speed. 0 miles per hour. That's totally inaccurate. He must be using a speed blocking device, an EMP or something. Get pepper sprayed, bitch! Those glasses didn't help you very much, did they? Pepper spray still stings, huh? You shouldn't have been going so fast. Follow the traffic safety laws, even on the sidewalk. Alright. Can we get some cheering for the officer of the month, please? How about like a good little pep squad or something? Like, hey, you, that boy in blue, sucking on a dick because he doesn't want the flu. Time to finish the job. I can't let a man like that continue to roam these streets. I am the... What? How... Is everyone made out of steel in this city? They can just full stop a car going 80. That's impressive. They've all been, like, augmented. Can't say I don't respect the future technology. Jumping cars, titanium-coated humans. It's pretty fucking wild out here. Hopefully this is hydros. Nope. Yeah, I was hoping this could have been amphibious, but, it seems that I've only hurt Officer Phil Jones. He's the only one here not made out of steel, I guess. He's made out of glass, bones, and paper skin. Oh, that's enough, policing for one day, I'd say. I know I've already covered a case similar to this, but this one's even more egregious. A 50-year-old grandmother spent 6 months in the slammer doing hard time because AI tools flagged her as a suspect in a bank fraud case. But it turns out the only fraud here was Jarvis going rogue and for some reason targeting Angela Lips. She spent 6 months behind bars for this. Police in North Dakota using AI facial recognition technology that they must have found on fucking Temu flagged her as a suspect in a bank fraud case in North Dakota. Now, Angela Lips is a mother of 3, grandmother of 5, and has lived her entire life in north central Tennessee, roughly 1,000 miles away from where the crimes she was accused of committing took place. And yet still, U.S. Marshals showed up at her doorstep last July while babysitting 4 kids and arrested her at gunpoint. The lore goes as follows. There was a woman in North Dakota that was using a fake U.S. Army ID to withdraw tens of thousands of dollars, and then Fargo police were investigating. They ran the surveillance footage through facial recognition software, and it returned a match to Angela Lips. And then, hallelujah, Flesh and Blood came in, but unfortunately he was missing a brain. A detective compared Angela Lips, that was flagged by the facial recognition software, to her Tennessee driver's license and social media images, and concluded she was the perpetrator based on facial features, body type, and hair. Nobody from the department contacted Lips before U.S. Marshals arrested her at gunpoint on July 14th while babysitting those 4 kids. I already know exactly how that detective's thorough analysis went, because we'd actually already seen this before in the last case I covered of AI incorrectly identifying a suspect and leading to an innocent person being arrested. In that last incident, what happened is the authorities were comparing, AI had flagged somebody, and they were comparing driver's license to the picture, and he just basically said, well, alright, if AI says so. There is this blind trust in AI from authorities like this to just do their job for them. So I feel pretty confident that this detective most likely just did the exact same thing, like, alright, AI said it, and AI's never wrong. She's definitely guilty. Let's, sick the Pinkertons on her. Let's get the U.S. Marshals. We'll rappel down. We'll blast through the windows. Maybe let's tear gas that bitch. Let's go hog wild. We already know she's guilty. AI's flagged her. I imagine that's exactly how that went. It is incomprehensible that they acted solely off of AI saying that this is probably that person in the video. They didn't contact her, they didn't question her, they did no actual investigation of this woman before swooping in with the U.S. Marshals holding her at gunpoint in front of the children that she was babysitting. And then it only gets worse from there, because she sat in jail for 108 agonizing days before North Dakota officers collected her, and her attorney, Jay Greenwood, immediately requested her bank records, and Fargo police finally met with Greenwood and Angela on December 19th, 5 months after her arrest, and records showed that she was buying cigarettes and depositing Social Security checks in Tennessee at the time police placed her in Fargo. So she literally could not be the suspect guilty of bank fraud in North Dakota. And they didn't bother to do any investigation or anything at all, clearly, and she had to sit there and stew, marinating in jail for 108 days for doing nothing wrong. Literally doing nothing wrong and having no idea why she was there or what the fuck had even like connected her to this crime. The case was eventually dismissed on Christmas Eve, but the damage had already been done. She had no money, no coat, no way home, and subsequently lost her house, her car, and her dog. This fucking ruined her life, and she did nothing wrong. This just goes to show you nobody is safe. Literally, no one is safe. You right now watching this, you at any moment can get flagged by AI systems as a huge criminal, and it seems like police won't even bother to investigate. They'll just take AI's word and come swoop you up at gunpoint, and then you'll sit in jail for like 6 months before they'll finally even entertain the idea of an investigation from the sound of things. This is just total clown shit. This is terrifying. You can do nothing wrong and still just end up in jail, confused, cock in hand, wondering what the fuck is happening. And they won't even investigate. They just listen to AI as if it's God. They worship it. It's like, it's shocking to me. It's scary. She lost her house, her car, and her dog. And they're doing nothing to like compensate her for this or anything. And when they did finally dismiss the case, it sounds like they just like kicked her to the curb, literally dumped her outside, potato sacked her, threw her out like a, fucking bowl of dirty tomatoes, and just said, good luck, find your own way home. Just kidding. I know you lost it. It's wild just how out of control this is. And this is not an isolated incident. As I've said, I've already covered a case similar to this, but not quite to this extreme. The other person who was found guilty by AI, even though they had done nothing wrong, they were not guilty. AI false flagged them. That person was pretty quickly exonerated. This took 6 months and actually ruined her life. She lost, like, everything as a result of it. Just listen to this. She was booked in Tennessee County Jail as a fugitive from justice from North Dakota. So because she was considered a fugitive, she was held without bail and sat in jail for nearly 4 initial months. And then she got a court-appointed lawyer for the extradition process and was told she'd have to travel to North Dakota to fight it. She even stated, I've never been to North Dakota. I don't know anyone from North Dakota. So even though she's 1,000 miles away, the conclusion that they drew from that isn't that maybe AI flagged the wrong suspect here. Maybe this isn't actually a person of interest. Maybe we should follow up with this and see if this is actually like a guilty person or someone associated with this in any way. Instead of like anything logical or sane, they instead said, oh, she must be a fugitive. So go in guns blazing and throw her in county. And since she's a fugitive, that's no bail and we don't have to do anything else. She can just sit there and rot for 4 months. That's horrifying. So again, you sitting right there, maybe you've done nothing wrong your entire life, but you are not safe from this. Like at any moment, it seems like AI could just false flag you as a suspect anywhere across the country here. So like, let's say a criminal goes out there and does some nefarious activities in Rhode Island, and maybe you did a facial scan to verify your age on Discord a month ago. They have access to that data. Maybe AI thinks that you look vaguely familiar to that criminal all the way in Rhode Island. Well, if AI finds you a suspect, they think you look pretty suspicious. Seems like a lot of these police officers won't second guess it at all, so they might just swoop in and grab your ass, throw you in county, hit you with the, hey, you're a fucking fugitive. You got no rights here, so you're gonna sit here and rot for a little while till they can get down here and collect you. Might take a few months, so good luck. Realistically, though, the police would never even say good luck in a case like this. They'd tell you to go fuck yourself, like what they did to Angela Lips. Lips says that the police didn't even offer to pay for her trip home. This is after she was found to be innocent of these crimes in which she spent fucking 108 days in jail for. They didn't offer to pay for her trip home, and with no money to her name, she was stranded in Fargo. Again, this is 1,200 miles away from where she actually lives. Sympathetic local defense attorneys pooled together money to pay for a hotel room, and a local nonprofit called the F5 Project arranged her trip back to Tennessee. I had my summer clothes on, no coat, it was so cold outside, snow on the ground, scared, I wanted out, but I didn't know what I was going to do, how I was going to get home. See, she says that she lost her home, her car, and her dog as a result of her stint in jail, and no one from Fargo Police Department has apologized for the disastrous mix-up, she said. Yeah, that apology's never coming. Right now they're doing this behind the desk about the whole thing. They kicked this woman out into freezing cold temperatures, snow on the ground while wearing her summer clothes after they collected her from Tennessee many months after they wrongfully imprisoned her for a crime she didn't commit and literally couldn't even be a suspect in, all because of AI and them not wanting to do their jobs. So they get her all the way here in a place she is completely unfamiliar with, no money, no appropriate clothing, and they just push her out there and do nothing. No apology, no compensation, and it's entirely because of the good nature of some like actual generous people pooling money together to get her safely accommodated and then safely back to Tennessee, that she was even able to get home. Well, she lost her home, get back to where she's from. The Fargo police seem like heartless demons here. The fucking crew of Davy Jones in the second Pirates of the Caribbean movie was more nice than the Fargo Police Department here, it seems. This is so out of control. They couldn't even utter like a single like apology or acknowledgement of like man, this is rough. Jeez, tough, man. Sorry about that. Nothing at all. And an apology should be the least of it. I mean this sincerely. Everyone involved in this case should lose their jobs as a result of it. I think that's only fair. They are bad at their jobs. The Goof Troop did no investigation at all, wrongfully imprisoned an innocent woman, and did nothing at all to even try and investigate to see if they got the suspect. So they also let the criminal keep getting away with it too, by the way. So like they're just dog shit at their jobs. Like these fucking worms shouldn't have that position anymore. I think that makes sense. 1000%. And it makes you question if there's more people wrongfully imprisoned over there in North Dakota as a result of these police officers here that for some reason just let AI police North Dakota for them and do nothing at all on their own to try and enforce justice and actually catch the bad guys. So why the fuck do these police officers still have their job when they're not even doing it? It's AI doing it, and it's doing it poorly. Like, again, they are shitty at it. They shouldn't have that position anymore. This is not how justice is conducted, with just blindly sucking the cock of AI when it tells you that this is the suspect over 1,000 miles away and you don't question it at all. And then you arrest an innocent woman. This should be a much bigger deal. This should be a much more alarming case everyone should be talking about, because this is a woman who's not even in the same fucking state that has now just spent 6 months in jail over doing nothing. She did nothing wrong. I had no idea what was going on or why. And then ended up getting kicked out of the police department in a state she's not from, with no appropriate clothing for the weather, no money, no transportation, no means of getting home or anything at all, and not a single attempt from the police to try and rectify this, not a single apology from them, no compensation or anything, even though it is solely their fault, entirely their own fault. And they're not even responsible to get her, like, home. They can't even do, like, the bare minimum of getting her back home over 1,000 miles away from where they've just kicked her out over their own embarrassing fuck up, mind you. Like, this is just completely unacceptable. It's like she should be getting oodles of cash from these fucking idiots who have had a deep negative impact on her life. She lost so much from this and they're not doing anything? How is that okay? They need to be punished. She should be compensated in a big way. This actually infuriated me learning about this story. And again, like I said, this isn't the only time it's happened, but this is by far the most extreme example of it happening. But yeah, this shit really grinded my gears, so I really wanted to talk about it. That's about it. So yep. There's a viral video going around on the internet right now that really struck a chord within me, deep within my soul. A video that is about a short man getting very angry and he becomes a massive douchebag asshole. I'm sure most of you have seen this, but from the perspective of a short man, we're a rare breed, so I figured you'd want the unique perspective of a man who's below average male height. I'm 5'6". And one thing I'd like to say about this video before I play it for the few of you that haven't seen it, is this video is so embarrassing on this guy's part that it made me feel tall. Watching this video made me forget that I was short, and I was just laughing at this guy like, this fucking loser must suck being short. And it didn't occur to me until I went to take a shit and I looked at myself in the mirror that I was like, God damn, wait, I'm short too.
You're a great woman. Why is that okay?
Why is it okay for women to say, oh, you're 5 feet on dating sites? You should be dead? That's okay?
Who said that to you here? Nobody.
Women in general have said it on dating sites.
So you're looking at the protagonist for this new sitcom called 2.5 Hobbits. He's very upset that he's short. And allegedly, according to the girl who posted this video, this took place at a bagel shop, and he was just being misogynistic asshole to all the women. And that's when they started filming it, and he immediately starts talking about dating sites where girls make fun of him, which leads me to believe that he had just got rejected on Tinder, and Bumble, and Match, and Christian mingle, and his favorite Twitch streamer rejected his application to be a mod, so I'm guessing just all around was a bad day, and he took it all out on women at this shop.
You think I'm making that shit up? Everywhere I go, I get the same fucking smirk with the biting lip. Shut your mouth. You're not God or my father or my boss. Dude, you want to step outside? You want to step outside? Huh? I'm not scared, pal. I'm not.
This is the highest level short man rage I've ever seen documented. This is the kind of shit you only read about on Reddit. I actually couldn't even believe that this was filmed. It's like filming Sasquatch. This is such a high level of short man rage. It's like DEFCON 3 of short man rage. It's unreal. Just looking for a fight, constantly on edge, looking to be disruptive. I wouldn't be surprised if before he even got into the bagel shop, he started sizing up a 7th grader, thinking to himself, yeah, I can take him. He may be a little taller than me, but I can definitely beat his ass. That'll impress the girls around here. But by far my favorite thing about the entire clip is the little chest bump on the guy ready to rumble. He chest bumps the dude's nutsack. This guy is so short, and the guy he's trying to tussle with is so much taller than him that when he does the little chest bump to be intimidating, his tits are rubbing the man's penis. His nipples are handshaking his scrotum.
You shut up too. Just like, no, go ahead and attack me, Jake.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I just wanted bagels. I recorded the whole thing.
Ah, the classic. What are you gonna do, stab me? Says the man who got stabbed. Hey, go ahead and attack me, as he gets fucking tackled by a dude 5 times his size, a fucking college linebacker out of nowhere. I imagine he immediately regretted that decision to try and act that tough around that guy. And the video goes on, but this is the one that's viral, but there is a follow-up to it that shows what happens after he got taken down.
Look, and a guy 3 times my size. That's okay? What happened? What I'm sorry? You know what? Fuck your fucking breath. There's no need to play. You think that's fun? That's funny. Now I'm going to take my breakfast. You think that's funny?
What a fucking roller coaster he took us on there. First he says, fuck that bread, wants nothing to do with it, he's above that bread, an alpha male doesn't need that bread. But then Alvin and the Chipmunks start laughing at him, fucking Looney Tunes style laugh comes in, and he changes his mind immediately. You know what? Fuck you, give me that bread, bang. Snatches it up. I wish he had scarfed it down for a power move, or since he wants to really puff his chest out and be an alpha, I'm surprised he didn't drop trow and start peeing on the bread just to show his dominance over the bread. But he kind of pussies out, picks up his bread, and then goes back to just being a really huge asshole and insulting people.
All you women say shit like shit. All of you. All of you. Yeah, all of you. You want to go. No, you women need to stop being so fucked up.
He then went home to make a blog post about why nice guys like him don't get the good-looking girls in society, and it's a shame. He is a nice guy, as you can clearly tell, well-adjusted. He seems to have a good head on his very small shoulders, but I think it's really sad the lack of self-control and most likely self-awareness. I guarantee he went home thinking he did nothing wrong, and that society was just beating down the short guy again. Now, he says he's 5 feet in the video. I don't know if that was an exaggeration or if he's under 5 feet or above 5 feet and he was just exaggerating on either spectrum. Doesn't really matter. You know, there's nothing you can really do about your height. You can either be an insecure little bitch like this guy and take it out on the world, you know, shaking your fist at the clouds because you're upset that you're so goddamn short and it's unfair, or you can just live with it, fucking deal with it, and don't be such a little pussy. Have fun with it. Make jokes about it, but why act out like this at a fucking bagel shop? No one wants to be around a guy like this. But I mean, yeah, I don't really have a very super unique perspective on it. To be honest, I just kind of wanted to make jokes about this. But it really is sad that my fellow short brethren act out like this, and that's why a lot of people expect short man rage occasionally, you know? There's no reason to be this insecure about something that you just don't have control over. And that's about it. So yeah. Father, Papa, Papa, Dad, all words you might be familiar with to describe the man who helped carry you into this world. Not in his tummy, but in his sack. I call this man Charles Sr. That's my dad. And my father for the last 2 years has been working on a car project that I made a video about almost 2 years ago now. A 32 Ford, which is a very special car to him. He built it when he was like 16 years old with his dad, but ended up getting an offer he couldn't refuse and sold it. Since then, he's regretted it because it's a very hard thing to find all of the components for to build it again. 2 years ago, he did happen to stumble across a unicorn out there with a 32 that they could restore and basically build, not from the ground up, but, you know, somewhat close to it. Basically, what he wanted to do is recreate that build that he did when he was 16 years old, which was modeled after the American Graffiti 32 Ford. So for 2 years, my dad's been in the shop like fucking Frankenstein here, bringing back to life a monster, this 32 Ford Coupe. He teamed up with his buddy Joe, who has a shop in Orlando, and the two of them together have been working every single week for 2 years now to build the perfect 32 Ford Coupe from the American Graffiti movie. And it's finally complete, and they're very excited to show me, and I'm excited to show you 2 years of work with this 32 Ford.
Well, here we are, Joe. After 2 years, here's our masterpiece. What do you think?
I love it.
Huh?
I'm gonna take you on a tour of it in a moment, but yeah, my dad wanted the garage door reveal. I think he was probably expecting me to do some cinematic edits. He has far too much faith in my editing prowess, so the best you get is just the raw dump here. It looks so good, though. They did an amazing job, and my father was keeping me updated on all of the things him and Joe were doing every step of the way. They really did fundamentally rebuild the car. The only thing that kind of stayed the same from like what we initially purchased was like the body of the vehicle, but even that got some changes as well. The body is like one of the hardest parts to find, as I understand it. I think the body and the chassis were the two things that had the least changes to them, but this was a huge undertaking and they did an amazing job. So it's loud. This puppy zooms too. This will get you around the block, point A to point B lickety split, but it is louder than a motherfucker. And apparently in the version 1.0 they had, it was like 10 times as loud, to the point where it probably wouldn't even be street legal because it'd be blowing up eardrums and assholes. So they had to change even more about it, some alterations to quiet it up a little bit so it could actually be driven without just ruining everybody else's day. I don't think I have any footage of that one, but I do have 2 quick videos of it, like zooming around and how it sounds after they've changed it. You guys did a great job.
We love it.
We got the mana-free intake and the 4 2-barrel carburetors. What is it, Joe? 1968, 327?
68, 327.
So the only thing we didn't do to this 32 Ford, it's all original steel. The only thing we didn't do is chop the top 3 inches like the American Graffiti car, because Joe said, hell no, we ain't touching that car. That body's too nice. Isn't that right?
You're too tall.
Walk over here, Joe.
You're too tall.
My dad is too tall. It makes me sick. He kept all the height for himself and selfishly refused to share any with his only son. Isn't that fucked up? He's 6'5", and look at me.
Joe, show him the interior. Show him what we got.
Well, we moved it. That's my pillow because I'm so short. I can't reach the clutch. But you got to understand, Charlie's 6'5". So we're building a car for a giant. And so we had to have headroom, and we have to have leg room for him. So this is I think it's an original bench seat.
It's the original 1932 bench seat.
And we took the package tray's been removed, and we moved the seat as far back as we can get it so Charlie would feel comfortable. And then we ordered an offset shifter, so it moves the shifter towards the center of the car, basically. And we got blinkers and brake lights and stereo and electric fuel pumps, and
we got a completely powder coated undercarriage front end. We got old finned brake drums from an old '53 Buick on the front, just like old nostalgia hot rod.
got a Ford 9-inch rear end.
Ford 9-inch in it?
It numbered out as a 71 station wagon, which is a heavy-duty Ford rear end.
And we changed the rear gear to 373, so she's got some giddy up.
Yeah.
But this is the finished product right here. And so we just wanted to show everybody what
all the gauges work, right, Charlie? Even the fuel gauge works.
Everything's new, wiring harness is new, everything in the car is brand new. And it did take us, what, 2 years?
Right at 2 years.
Right at 2 years. Yeah, we got a, trunk solo upholster. We got a big old built-in fuel tank right here we made. And car's done now, we're just going to drive it, right, Joe?
Mm-hmm. That's fun with it.
Yeah, that's a mean-looking car right there.
Tell you what.
So the next project is Joe has a 1932 Ford sedan, a chopped sedan that we built. Get over here, Joe.
We built it in 99.
We built that car in 1999. It was a 427 blower motor in that car, and it was so fast, it was scary, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I lost control of it twice. So I finally pulled the motor out of it. Then I sold the body, and then I got the body rolling chassis back 13 years later.
Yep.
I sold it 13 years ago, it was gone.
Yep.
And so now we're going to put a small block in it and not make it so deadly. We got plans to put it back on the road. It's like this, but it's a sedan. It's a 4-seater instead of a 2-seater.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And it's painted purple.
So that's it. The 32 project's done. That's the update. We'll move on to the next one.
Well, what was the hardest part of the build?
What do you think, Joe? Really, nothing much for me. One of the hardest
things what slowed us down was wiring.
Wiring?
Because him and I are just not good at wiring.
And we haven't done it in so long.
And my brother used to do it, my older brother, but he had some health problems and couldn't do it. So it ended up, my oldest son stepped forward, Dylan, and he wired it from front to back.
The other thing was we took our time, and I was doing a lot of searching on the internet trying to find the original parts that was on the American Graffiti movie car.
Like the bumper.
Like the bumper.
That's cool.
The bumper that's on this car is an original 1973 Alfa Romeo front bumper guard. And that's what was on the American Graffiti coupe that was in the movie. So I actually found one from a guy in Michigan who had one brand new that he never put on his Alfa Romeo that he bought in 1973. And I bought it from him and he shipped it to me. So it's just shit like that we didn't want to rush into it, and we wanted to make it, as cool as we could with all the original.
And then we did a few changes, like the exhaust. When we first started it, God, it was loud. And Charlie's like, this thing's never going to go in my neighborhood. So we came up with a stainless exhaust idea. If you want to bring that over here, look. And we went through the bottom of the header and brought it in for the exhaust that goes underneath. This is underneath where his shoes are.
These are actually 12-inch muffler turnouts that has a baffle in it.
Yeah.
But it was even so loud with the baffles exhausting right here that I said to Joe, we gotta quieten this thing up. So what we did is we cut a hole in the bottom of the header. We got this crossover pipe going out under the car on each side. And we've got Flowmaster mufflers in the back, and it's actually exhausting out the side, but it looks like it's exhausting right here on the side. It's exhausting out the back. And what we did is we welded a plug inside of this muffler, so it's capped the exhaust off, so it's exhausting out the back. Now, if I ever want to really make noise and really upset everybody,
we can slide them off.
We just pull this exhaust piece right off, and then it's open header from here right on back.
So I said 3 inches, and Charlie said 1 inch, and we settled on 2 inches.
So they're 2 inches.
It's 2 inches out from there.
So we
figured out.
We just took our time.
Kind of compromised and took our time. And
talked about stuff and what we wanted.
Make sure we got everything the way we wanted. Put all new glass and rubber,
everything.
Sandblasted the body.
But it's a real steel car. It's not a plastic car. So, and that's it. That's the update.
What about I remember you told me American Graffiti had motorcycle fenders or some shit?
In the front.
Yeah. You guys did the same thing.
Yeah.
So we found those fenders Joe found them at a motorcycle shop. And we made brackets for them, and it's exactly the same.
Yeah, we got pictures of the original car, and Charlie and I were talking about the brackets. I wanted to paint the brackets black, and Charlie's like, no, the originals were yellow. And so he sends me a picture of the original American Graffiti car, and the brackets are yellow. So we painted them yellow. We're trying to go, and we did not cut down the grill shell. We didn't like that look either.
No, when they chop the top 3 inches, they chop the grill shell
3 inches.
And this is our steel grill shell, original grill shell. We're not going to cut that either, so that's why the car's a single height. And I'm tall, I need the headroom anyway, so it's like, it's more comfortable to drive, you know.
Yeah, you wouldn't have fit in it if you chopped the top at all.
No, we real tight.
We built a Model A years ago, a 31, and we chopped the top on it, and it was yellow. Charlie pulls up at a car show like this. It's miserable. He's like, I hate this car. It's so small, I can't drive it. He sold it.
Yeah.
And so then we knew then that there's no way he could drive in a chopped top car and be comfortable.
No,
You know?
so anyway.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, Joe.
Good.
On to the next one, brother.
That's right.
Say bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
It's really cool to see the 2 years of work paying off here with something very special and so meaningful, not only to my dad, but to Joe. As I mentioned in one of the other videos with the 32 progress, Joe has a business called Joe's Paint and Body in Ocoee that's been there for 42 years, and he is still working every single day, hard as fuck, but would still find time every week to spend hours on this 32 with my dad. The two of them just back in the saddle again, back in the mega mix, because it is something that meant so much to them both. And they were both very excited by it. So I'm really happy, and they really were excited to show all of you that it's complete and how it looks. I don't have a ton of videos of it running, but I think it's going to be getting quite a workout here in the hands of my dad here. He is so happy to have this 32 back. I think it's just super cool, and I just wanted to share all of this with you now that the project is complete and they're on to the next one. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. What an unbelievably crazy week on Kick. I was just talking about the French streamer Jean Parmenov, who passed away in his sleep on stream after a marathon of abuse from some other streamers. And just now, I literally just finished streaming Resident Evil 6, and I was taking a little tinkle, and I got sent a little something that is so diabolical, I had to hop back in the saddle and yap about it. It is incomprehensible that yet another potential death was just streamed on Kick. I'm recording this an hour after it happened, and the victim is currently still in the ICU, so I guess by the time I post this, I'll know whether or not they passed away, but I'm going to keep this part in here right now because it's up in the air. A Kick streamer, Raja Jackson, who is the son of Rampage Jackson, and also a professional fighter, just went fucking ballistic on a wrestler during a wrestling event on stream. He picks the wrestler up, slams him on the mat, and then lays down 27 punches to the man's skull, most of which were delivered while he was unconscious. And by the end of it, he is bleeding and bloodied. They couldn't wake him up. They said he was barely breathing, and someone even used the word flatline, that he was flatlined in the ring. This is not fake. This is not scripted. I did my best to censor this. It is brutal. It is extremely hard to watch. I also cut the clip short, but they pan back and he is covered in blood. Raja Jackson is a professional fighter who has unloaded, I counted 27 blows to an unconscious man. And they all are connecting. This is not like fake. It's not like he's pulling any of his punches. They are all hitting squarely on this man's skull, bouncing his head off of the mat. And I said most of them were when he was unconscious. All of them are while he's unconscious. When I watched it back, it's clear that when he slammed him on the mat, his head hit the mat and it knocked him out immediately. So all 27, potentially more, punches that he threw were on an unconscious man. That can be fatal. That is most oftentimes fatal. And he wasn't done either. It's not like he just stopped and said, okay, well, that's plenty. I've had my fill. He was still going. The only reason there weren't more punches thrown by him is because the other wrestlers were able to separate him. But he was fighting against them to go back and keep beating this unconscious man. He probably wouldn't have stopped punching him until his head popped like a balloon. It's extremely scary, and even if he does pull through, this could have life-changing repercussions with brain damage and so many other complications for the rest of his life, if he even survives, which we don't know yet. He apparently flatlined in the ring and is currently still in the ICU, and we don't have any updates. This is terrifying stuff. Hello, it's Charles, first thing in the morning here, and we don't have a ton of official updates on the condition of that wrestler, but the father of Raja Jackson, Rampage Jackson, gave an update where he is saying that Psycho Stu, that's the name of the wrestler, is alive and is stable. And he also says that he's clearing up misinformation about his son. But then in his statement, he doesn't clear up any misinformation. He just confirms what everyone already knows, that this was completely out of control, inexcusable behavior that Rampage Jackson also doesn't condone. So I don't know what misinformation he thinks he's clearing up with this. He's just agreeing with what everyone else is saying, that his son went fucking berserk. I guess maybe the misinformation demon that he was exercising here was about his son actually getting, like, the permission for payback on Psycho Stu for an earlier confrontation. And what he's referring to there is they had, like, a little beef before the event started, and someone had told Raja Jackson that he could, like, double leg take down Psycho Stu in the ring and then throw, like, a fake punch, and that would be it, to, like, settle the beef and create, like, this storyline. But Raja Jackson on stream, on camera, says that he is going to hurt Psycho Stu. He said he will not stop punching him until people will yank him off of him. So he took that, like, pseudo invite, like, green light to be involved in the wrestling event as a permission slip to go brutally assault this man and beat him within an inch of his life. Like, I think you could also make a case that this is attempted murder. This was premeditated assault that he planned on not stopping at any point until third parties intervened. Like, I really think you could make, like, a real argument that he had went in there with the full intentions of killing Psycho Stu. That's what it looks like to me.
Tell you guys this, they told me to hit him and just leave. Somebody who pull me off of him will leave. I'm telling you, I'm gonna hit him as many times as you can. Watch.
That's indefensible. You can see him literally planning it off the back of them giving him, like, the instructions for a work where he'd come in and he'd deliver, like, a hit, like a fake hit, and then he'd be pulled off and that'd be the end of it. And he is saying, but watch this, I'm going to keep punching him. Like, he is blatantly stating this. It is very clearly a premeditated assault. And like I said, I really think his goal was to kill Psycho Stu there. It really seems like that was his mission. And you can't chalk this up to confusion where he was directed to do something but then just went a little far, like, mistakenly. He is, with his own voice, his own vocal folds flapping with their own volition here. He is stating, they told me to do this, but instead, I'm going to do this. I'm going to punch him as many times as I possibly can. He is stating clearly that they told him one thing, and he is not doing that. Instead, he is going to punch the shit out of him, beat him within an inch of his life. You can't possibly say that he just got confused with the stage directions here of the storyline. He is saying that he is going to go punch him as many times as possible and disregard what they said he is permitted to do, like what they planned on. It is premeditated assault by every possible definition. Now, what started all of this, and I've seen people joking about it like, oh, haha, Raja Jackson must not know that wrestling is fake, and he thought the heel was being mean to his favorite babyface, so he took matters into his own hands, tee-hee-hee. But what actually happened is Raja Jackson was touring the event and meeting the wrestlers backstage, and of course the wrestlers are all playing characters, and when it comes to wrestling, there's a little something called kayfabe. And so they are going to portray their character to the best of their ability and keep everything as authentic and genuine as possible. And Psycho Stu was in character and misunderstood that Raja Jackson was not a worker in the event.
Worry about him.
Psycho
Be
Stu.
worried about Psycho Stu.
Psycho Stu?
What, you don't know me?
Hell no. Yeah.
Hey, I think that's a little... Oh, you don't sell it? Easy. He's not a fucking worker, bro. Calm down.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
You're good.
What the fuck was that?
You don't sell it?
Yeah.
Dude, he's not a fucking
Bro.
worker, bro.
What the fuck was that? Hold on. I don't play that shit, bro.
Oh, sorry.
Nah, I will fuck him
we're
up,
good.
bro.
I know you will.
Nah.
We're good.
And he takes it way too far when he takes a beer can. I don't know if it's like a real beer can or like one of those breakaway like stunt ones, but he takes it and he crushes it on Raja Jackson's head. Then you can see him get really fired up about it, and all the other wrestlers are also saying to Psycho Stu, like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? He's not like a worker here or anything. That was too far. And that's what started this. And then Raja Jackson waited until their match. Then he stormed in and then beat him potentially to death for it. Now, I think if Raja Jackson had swung on Psycho Stu after the beer can thing, you could definitely make a strong case that he was acting in self-defense. Because that is unexpected, it was unprovoked, and it was kind of a crazy thing for Psycho Stu to do, not knowing for sure if Raja Jackson was a worker in the event or not. It was a bad judgment call for sure from Stu. And he was just like way too fucking committed to being the heel. Like he was really deep into his method acting like fucking Shia LaBeouf style, and he did the beer can thing, and it was definitely over the line. But here's something a lot of people aren't showing enough of, that Psycho Stu was very apologetic when he learned that Raja Jackson was not a worker at the event. He apologized 3 times. They shook hands multiple times, and Raja said, like, hey, it's good, I get it. Multiple times. Meanwhile, he was just like bubbling with anger, waiting for his chance to fucking assault this man.
So fucking seal that.
Yeah. Hey,
I'm sorry, bro. Hey, it's gonna all work out.
Yeah, hello.
I apologize. I appreciate it. I didn't know. I just thought you were at work. Don't see my wheel. You still got the camera. I get it. We're working out. Well, he's gonna come out on your mat, Juice. I know you keep thinking we're working. We're always working.
I get it. Yeah. I get it now. Now you
know what I'm saying? We're always working.
What a fucking worm. This is some slimy behavior here. This is some turbo ass. Raja Jackson is now pretending that he understands and forgives Psycho Stu, who is very apologetic, mind you, and he's explaining like, look, I saw the cameras, I thought that this was like another work, that we were building a storyline, this and that, and Raja Jackson's like, no, I get it, and he's like shaking his hand and everything. Meanwhile, he is actively planning of assaulting this man, beating him unconscious and fucking leaving him eating meals through a straw, as he is like pretending to let bygones be bygones here and that they're on good terms. That's fucking unhinged. Now, before showing you some more of the aftermath here, let me introduce you to Psycho Stu. I think you should get a little bit of the lore behind this wrestler that Raja Jackson beat so severely, hospitalizing in the ICU, and apparently caused to flatline in the ring.
Pro in 2009. I had just got out of the military, probably about 6 months earlier. I got out of the military, I joined Knox Pro, because I needed something to focus on. I needed something to help me adjust back into civilian life. A lot of veterans, it's hard for them to readjust into civilian life coming from the life of the military. I'm an American soldier that suffers from PTSD. Being in front of a crowd, it doesn't give me as much anxiety and aggression as I thought it would.
Yeah. Psycho Stu is a veteran who was suffering from PTSD and found wrestling as a means of escapism and fell in love with the sport. And now is currently hospitalized in the ICU, but apparently is stable, so hopefully Rampage Jackson is accurate with that claim that he is alive and stable. That would be wonderful news. But what an unbelievable set of circumstances that led to his hospitalization here. Yes, he made a mistake with Rampage Jackson's son here, not knowing whether or not he was a worker and still building the storyline anyway under the impression he was. But it's not a mistake that should have led to something like this, especially when he did everything in his power to try and rectify it and try and apologize for his mistake and explain why it happened and ensure that it was totally unintentional and there wasn't meant to be any bad blood or anything. And he thought that he did accomplish that, but clearly Raja Jackson didn't actually think so. He was just acting. Raja Jackson was flexing his thespian skills here when he was pretending that everything was okay between those two, because what he was actually doing was plotting a premeditated assault on Psycho Stu. Again, that potential argument of self-defense, that has poofed away like Timmy Turner's fairy godparents. That ship sailed a long time ago because he didn't act in response to the threat. Like, after the beer can was crushed on his head, which, again, he wasn't expecting, and that can be dangerous, but he didn't, like, act in the heat of the moment to defend himself from that or anything. Instead, he let it marinate, let his rage bubble up, and then waited for his opportunity to get revenge later. There is no longer a possible case of self-defense here. Like, yes, he was wronged, but he didn't, like, try and defend himself from that threat or anything. He pretended to, like, move on from it with the guy who did it, and then waited to attack him later. And I think you can make a very strong case that it was attempted murder. At the very least, it is a premeditated assault, and based on the things he was saying leading up to it, and based on the behavior in the ring when he was delivering 27-ish blows to an unconscious man's skull, I really think there is a strong argument to be made that he was in there doing that solely to try and kill him. All of this on stream, mind you, and you can even see him respond to the news that the guy that he just unloaded 27 punches on in the ring while he was unconscious is potentially flatlined.
Hello?
I told you to double leg that motherfucker and start welding. I just saw the video.
Shit pissed me off though, Andre.
I understand that, but now they can't wake the nigga up. He's fucking in the ring, fucking flatline, bro.
My bad.
You didn't have to do all that shit. I understand y'all had heat. You didn't have to fucking take advantage.
I'll call you back later.
This guy does not seem to care at all. This is a fucking monster right here. In response to hearing that the guy flatlined, he just says, "My bad." That's crazy. Kratos had more empathy for the people that he killed in very similar fashion, by the way, with like the unbelievable amount of blows to the head. But at least in Kratos' case, the people he was fighting, they were at least conscious. All of these were delivered to an unconscious man. A man who never even saw this coming, by the way, because he storms into the ring, grabs him, and then slams him. So it wasn't even a fight, but he walks away feeling so fucking tough and accomplished about it with no remorse at all for potentially killing this man.
Tired of motherfuckers playing with me, bro. Real shit. One of them a bitch and fucking bit me. I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me and shit. Think I'm always playing and shit. Call me bitch and shit. Not no fucking bitch, bro. At the end of the day, I'ma stand up for my fucking self because I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me, bro. Real shit.
He's walking away from this with his chin held high, extremely proud of what's unfolded here. It seems like this might be the happiest moment of his life. The way that he is perceiving this is him standing up for himself. He is not able to have a grasp on the severity of what just happened here. He thinks that because the disrespect that he encountered earlier in the day, he was entirely justified to potentially murder this man. And by the way, the wrestlers that were calling him a bitch, well, I imagine they were saying that because he basically sucker punched this guy potentially to death. The guy never even had a chance to fight back because he came into the ring when his back was turned, slammed him down, immediately knocking him unconscious. It wasn't even a fight, it was a surprise attack. So I imagine that's what he's referencing when it comes to the wrestlers like insulting him and the one that bit him, with everyone that was like getting on top of Raja to get him away from Psycho Stu on the ground because he was still going back to try and make sure he was dead, it seems. Now, in the rest of the clip here, one of the wrestlers from the event starts walking towards them, talking to them, trying to get them to stay, probably until police get there would be my guess. But he is talking to them and he is shit-talking, trying to goad him into staying. And he's like talking about like, I'll fight you right now. And then it's a back and forth. But Raja Jackson reiterates that he wants to fight more of them there. He wants to continue to beat people within an inch of their life there. It's scary. I cannot imagine a world where he does not go to jail for this. I really can't. Rampage Jackson has tons and tons of money, sure, but I don't know if he's going to be able to outspend the attempted murder charges that his son just racked up here. Now, of course, I'm not a lawyer and I don't have like a magic crystal ball that I can ponder the orb of to see the future, but my guess would be that there will be attempted murder charges for this incident. Because, I mean, I really think it's like... It feels like that's what the goal here was when Raja Jackson was delivering these blows. I mean, I think at bare minimum, you're getting some serious assault charges. Like, no matter what, I think he should be thrown in the slammer for this. This behavior is completely unacceptable. He knew exactly what he was doing. He even on stream states what he's about to do. And he clearly doesn't stop until he is pulled off and then still wants to keep going. All of these blows delivered to an unconscious man. How could you possibly say this is anything other than him trying to kill him? It's It's fucking sickening. Now, like I said at the start of the video, I've recorded all of this pretty much immediately after it happened, so we still don't know how Psycho Stu is doing, if he's going to pull through from all of this or not. But by the time I post this video, I imagine we'll have some kind of update, so I'll go ahead and put that at the beginning of the video. But as of right now, fingers crossed that he pulls through. Like, yeah, he definitely did make a big mistake with the beer can thing, but I don't think it's something that should have cost him his life here in this manner. This shit is unhinged. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Shred Sauce for the PC. Let's do this shit. I know arrow keys move, and I think space is jump. Big air. Oh fuck, stay strong. Yeah, successful grinding. That'll take gold at the Winter X Games. Round 2. Approaching it with an ass full of shit. 360 it. Incredible. Damn it. I was just checking behind me, making sure the mountain's still intact after all those explosive tricks. Now, how do I accelerate? Alright, I'm just checking behind me, making sure there's no snowmen sneaking up on me. It's always good to err on the side of caution in these situations. 1 minute you're skiing, the next minute you're getting your titties squeezed by Frosty the Snowman. Oh, there we go, that did something. What was that? Right ass cheek clear, left ass cheek clear. Houston, we are good to go. We have a green light for blast off. How the fuck do I turn around? You know what? Fuck pissing. We're gonna go like this. It's a risky maneuver. His whole shit producer can get torn in half, but we're going for it. Hit it! Yes, yes! He survived. Nice work. Oh, son of a bitch! Fucking shit, damn it. Will somebody call the park ranger to give me a hand here? Or perhaps contact an arborist to get this tree the fuck out of here? I'm stuck here. There's gotta be a way to use these ski poles. Oh fuck! Oh shit, what the fuck? Did I hit something, or was that a massive gust of wind? Was it 0? Is that what I hit? Yeah, it is. There we go. Look at me zooming around on this mountain. I don't even need the damn ski poles. I'm a fucking airbender. This is splendid. Oh, massive air. Nice landing. More massive air. He's just getting his wiener sucked by the air. Too bad he's not a human. He's a slab of concrete on skis. We can make it to the mountain. You just gotta keep skiing, you useless statue. Oh, what the fuck? Might as well open up our suitcase of tricks. Oh shit, there's actually text over here. Shred sauce. Well, how do you like the toilet scrubber? The malfunctioning windshield wiper. The food processor. Asshole. I know that many of you have seen skiing before, but have you ever seen some shitting? Ah, completely missed the grind. Oh shit, fuck! It's all part of the trick, folks. Stay in your seats. Don't be alarmed, there we go. A solid landing. That ought to get the spectators watching more. Oh, fucking damn it! Everyone always said, a mannequin just cannot ski. Imagine the look on their faces when one brings home the gold! Give him that shit, the 1080! Land it. Perfect. Excellent landing. Let's keep up the momentum. Hit him with the fucking interdimensional spins! Incredible! Oh, some non-Euclidean grinding. This is absolutely stunning. Oh, an encore for some bitches. Land it. Perfect. Fuck, am I landing on landmines? Why am I jumping so much? Steady the ship! I will prove once and for all that no one can defeat me at Limbo. Not even a tree. Oh, fuck, I didn't mean to add that. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Let's go. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's crunch time. Perfect. Absolutely marvelous. I looked at the controls, and apparently you can do some real tricks. So let's see how these compare to the spins I was doing. Give it to them. Oh, there's that shit. Look at that shit. Fucking incredible shit. Another impressive trick. Now he's going to outer space. In space, no one can hear you shred. What the fuck is going on? This must be how you keep combos going when you ski. This is a skier's manual. Oh shit. Land it. Land it. Damn it. That was a rather gentle landing. We damn near achieved warp speed. Alright, where do I go now? How does nature produce something like this? It's a fucking anomaly. This is a rock-solid, near 90-degree wall. Nature must be full of fingers if they think this is gonna stop me. Turbojets engaged. It's as easy as that. You just need some speed. And you just need a little toe touch. Just a little toe touch. Perfect landing. Alright, well I shredded the shit out of this mountain. Alright, well I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
Hooey! What an eventful last couple of minutes I had right before starting this recording. I've got a headache that's been brewing, and then there was a bug on my leg that had me squealing and swatting at my leg, and then I happened to see this clip of Mike Tiny Johnson trying to play a sad song on the world's smallest violin about Congress members and trading stocks. AKA insider trading to anyone who actually fucking activates neurons, by the way. This has just been kind of miserable. It's like the equivalent of that cartoon gag where a character steps on a rake, turns around, steps on another rake, and just hits themselves in the face a bunch of times. That's what's happened to me here. Now, this is not a new clip. I think it's gone viral recently, which is why I just saw it. This is from like a year ago or something like that. And in the full clip, he's talking about why he's in favor of a ban on, Congress members using their knowledge to trade stocks, getting an advantage like that, which is illegal, by the way, but you wouldn't know because no one ever gets in trouble for it.
I mean, I'm in favor of that because I don't think we should have any appearance of impropriety here, okay? But the other side of it, some people say...
Oh, I love that. He just can't stand on it. No, I'm in favor of banning it. We need to banish it to the Shadow Realm. But... And then he goes on to make points, gathering sympathy for stock trading with Congress members' knowledge, potentially. So you're against it, but you're also so sympathetic for why members of Congress do it. How peculiar. Those two things seem at odds there, Mike, don't you think?
A few bad actors discolor it for everyone. And look, we have no tolerance for anything even resembling insider trading or any of this kind of advantage that anybody could take. Zero tolerance for it, and we'll stamp it out ourselves. So that's why I'm in favor of the policy, but I understand people that have misgivings about that, so we'll see where it lands. Yes.
We know where it lands, the same place it always does, right in the fucking trash can. Because insider trading has become a staple for these corrupt politicians at the top of the food chain here. So even though he talks about him being in favor of the ban, he spends a good chunk of time, which is the clip that has gone viral, making arguments in favor of why politicians, Congress members, have engaged in trading these stocks and how sympathetic he is for it. It's fucking delusional. It's just openly disgusting. And then he also has this, fraudulent statement about how there's zero tolerance for insider trading. Since when? No one's getting punished for it, Mike. You're gonna stamp it out yourself? What does that mean? Just bend over for it? Let it keep happening? Just goat-seeing here? Because that's what's been going on. You're not stamping out insider trading for shit. I'll show you that viral clip of him Gangnam styling on the American worker and talking about the stock trading as though it's like a positive thing almost. But first, I want to just make it clear that all of these zombies do this same thing. They'll publicly condemn, boo, insider trading bad, but they know that it's not going anywhere, and in fact, they don't want it to, because all of them are fucking doing it. Even someone like Nancy Pelosi, whose name has become synonymous with insider trading, also publicly condemns it, talking about her support for putting the kibosh on it. Nancy Pelosi's potential insider trading is a worse-kept secret than me being short. But she's never been punished for it, there's been no consequences for it, and plenty of people like her, especially in Trump's inner circle. All of his cronies are actively butt-fucking the market in broad daylight, just blatantly corrupt insider trading in front of your very eyes. And who's going to jail? Who's getting perp-walked for insider trading? Nobody, it's crickets. So people like Nancy Pelosi or Mike Johnson can come forward publicly and deliver valuable lip service about how much they hate insider trading and that they're pushing for action against it, but they know it's not coming because all of them are doing it, and they also don't want it to stop either. The only person that I can think of in recent times who was even on the hook for insider trading was fucking Martha Stewart, and that was 2 decades ago. Nowadays, You're not cool unless you pee your pants. Fucking all these ghouls in Congress seem to be engaging in it. And also, I don't even think Martha Stewart actually went to jail for insider trading. I think it was like ancillary things on the side. But anyway, the Mike Johnson speech here was a nice cherry on top of this shit cake where even though he was saying he's in favor of the ban, he then did a whole spiel about, well, I'm very sympathetic to, Congress members who do stock trade and such.
Well, look, the salary of Congress has been frozen since 2009. When you adjust for inflation, a member of Congress today is making 31% less than they made in that year. It goes down every year. And over time, if you stay on this trajectory, you're going to have less qualified people who are willing to make the extreme sacrifice to run for Congress. I mean, it's just people just make a reasonable decision as a family on whether or not they can come and move to Washington, have a residence here, a residence at home, and do all the things that are required. So the counter argument is, and I have some sympathy, look, at least let them engage in some stock trading so that they can continue to, take care of their family.
Base salary for a member of Congress is $170,000 a year plus change. Oh, also plus a bit of healthcare benefits. But yeah, he's trying to drum up sympathy about the sacrifice they have to make for that, because that's not enough money to take care of a family. Oh, their salary's been in limbo, frozen like that since 2009. But it's also 3 times the average salary of the normal American worker. So, a member of Congress can't support their family off just that 6-figure salary, yet normal average Americans are expected to off of a third of that? That's interesting. I don't see Mike Johnson making any sympathetic arguments for trying to raise the average salary for workers. Why is it only Congress members who get his sympathy on their stock trading to try and support their family because $170,000 a year just isn't quite enough and shouldn't be expected to take care of their family? Talking about how, if they can't trade stocks, we're going to lose qualified people coming into Congress because the clams just aren't there. Hey, pal. You just blowing from stupid town? Can you not see the clear conflict there of people getting into politics solely to make money as opposed to actually serve the public and improve the country in which they're representing and trying to, supposed to be advocating for the will of the people? If they're there solely to be making money off their position, don't you think that kind of compromises them in that job? Just food for thought, I guess, Mike. These fucking crooks feel so emboldened by the state of this country right now where there are no consequences when you reach this level of power that he's just openly yapping about it. He's not even whispering it. He's saying it out loud with his whole chest. It's like he got hit with a fucking truth serum and he's just unapologetically talking about why it's so sympathetic that these Congress members will engage in a wee bit of corruption, a tiddlywink of insider trading, and it's actually kind of understandable. But don't worry, he's in favor of the ban, which also still hasn't come. Still not banned. They're still doing it. No one's getting punished for it, even though it is just right there in the open, this blatant insider trading. And it's been going on for so long. I also find it adorable how Mike Johnson in particular, anytime he's asked about anything, he's always just like, oh yeah, I don't know anything about it. Or, Mike, did you hear what Trump said about this? He's like, I didn't hear it. No, I didn't hear that. Dude is deaf 99% of the time with his job here, but his ears perk up and his senses fire when it comes to face-fucking the American public and trying to, rally support behind the idea of Congress members needing to engage in a little insider trading, perhaps, mayhaps. 170K plus just isn't enough to be raising the family and taking care of their family, so, we really do need to have sympathy for why they might choose to do that. It's just so delusional and so out of touch. And again, he's just saying it. It's not like he's being tortured to have this information come out of him where it just oozes out of his lips in desperation. He's just confidently saying it. He also has the gall to call it a sacrifice, by the way. Oh, the noble sacrifice. Only getting 170K plus benefits in Congress. It's just heart breaks for them. We need to have sympathy for this stock trading. I do think, we need to really consider that. That's not a sacrifice, brother. That is better than the vast majority of jobs that the American public are doing. And I strongly believe that the normal American worker works longer and harder than members of Congress. I fully believe that. And they are getting a third of the salary. And yet Mike has the chutzpah to be saying that it's a sacrifice only getting 170K to do this job. Do you know how many people would kill for that kind of salary, Mike? Like, that is the most envious position to be in. Right now, the average American is expected to be raising a family off a third of what you're crying about here and yapping about. And you're saying, like, how difficult that is. Imagine what it's like for the actual average American. Like, it's almost impossible off of just a single income, which is why dual income is kind of the only way people are able to even start to tinker with the idea of getting a house and starting a family. It's extremely difficult. And even with dual income, that's still not reaching 170K a year off the average American working salary, Mike. This is just a terrible, out-of-touch argument that he's making. And again, in the full context, he is saying that he's, like, in favor of the ban, but if that's the case, Mike, why are you gathering sympathy for those that are doing this stock trading, this potentially dirty dealings here using insider knowledge? That's a little weird. It's almost like it's just lip service. Because all of these politicians know that if they just outright said, like, insider trading, fuck you guys, kick rocks, we're gonna do it, come hell or high water, who cares? They would get pushback even from the most brain dead of drones. So they have to put on this facade of like, oh no, this is really bad. And even though a lot of them will say things about how bad insider trading is and make these pushes to put the kibosh on it, somehow it just never quite pans out. Isn't that weird? Isn't that so strange? It's almost like it's one of the big perks to being in their positions of power. Milking it for all the money they can possibly squeeze out of it using information that isn't available to the public and only available to them. It's what we're seeing right now with so many of those close to Trump, for example, where it's just very clear. And it's also something that's been going on for an extremely long time in previous administrations as well. Insider trading has been a staple for many members of Congress for so long. And unfortunately, I don't think it's going away anytime soon. No matter how much talk there is about it, it just seems like it is truly corrupt to the core, just rotten. And Mike Johnson isn't even shy about trying to, like, talk about it positively. Anyway, I'll stop blabbering about it. It's fucking infuriating. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Do you see it? Look closely in the palm of my hand. To the untrained eye, it may appear empty, but you have to use your third eye to see the truth. What lays before you in the palm of my hand, my little greasy bare paws, are the Epstein files. Nothing. It's imaginary, because this administration still refuses to actually comply with the law. Even when they did release, like, their couple of batches of Epstein files, they also didn't comply with the law because they redacted names that weren't victims, which has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. And now it's been, a month past deadline, and they are still kicking the can down the road. And now, like a bucking bronco, they're putting up a real fight, where now the DOJ is basically saying in their most recent filing that no court can order them to release these Epstein files. They can't force the release. They're basically gloating that they're kind of above the law, is the impression I get from reading through this. Now, a lot of it's legalese, so a bit of it's a bit above my pay grade, but from everything I've read from the experts who have went through this filing, this is the DOJ once again refusing to cooperate and is now just kind of outright saying that no one can really force them to do this. It's fucking sickening. What is supposed to be the most transparent administration in American history seems to have a real issue with transparency when it comes to the Epstein files for some fucking reason. Really makes you think, doesn't it? And speaking of thinking, I want to turn my attention to someone who hasn't had a thought in years. Pam Bondi. She farted out a super strong statement on Twitter that's no nonsense. A reminder to all those in Minnesota, no one is above the law. Mic drop moment. Literal chills. Scam Bondi here is alting. She's really laying it all on the table. But, let's be honest here, Pam. That's not exactly true now, is it? Because there are clearly people who are above the law. It's anyone that's associated with Jeffrey Epstein and the client list. Really, Pamela, it kind of makes me wonder if this could be an actual defense strategy people could employ. You know, like just claiming that they're on the Jeffrey Epstein client list. I wonder if that would just give them full immunity. Because I imagine it'd be like activating God mode in a video game, because this administration, they won't pursue shit if that's the case. So saying that you're on the Jeffrey Epstein client list, that's like Harry Potter putting on the invisibility cloak. Or Bilbo Baggins putting on the fucking One Ring. Just vanish out of this administration's eyes. But not only that, not only do you go invisible, they will jump on a live fucking grenade and do everything in their power to protect you. So, I don't know, I feel like that Ford worker that called Trump a pedophile protector was really onto something there, because there's a lot of pedophile protecting going on every single fucking day from this administration. How else can you possibly explain their reluctance to release the Epstein files and how hard they fight to stop it from coming? And since this administration won't do it, then we have to rely on some real heroes amongst us. These fucking clowns, these goddamn freaks that were given the Epstein Phase 1 binders. These online influencers were apparently holding the Epstein files, smiling and giddy, posing like it's the goddamn prom photos with the Epstein files, and since then, crickets. Why don't you guys release the files? You got the binders, right? Since the government won't be transparent, why don't you guys do it? You're supposed to be like fighting for the American people and shit, right? That's what you pretend to do online. You had the Epstein files, apparently. Why don't you just put it out there? It's just food for thought. I don't know. Now, of course, you'd have to be on the crack pipe to think any of those frauds actually got the Epstein files. I bet in those binders was just pictures of Trump's butthole just goatseeing or something. They clearly didn't get anything, and they are clearly just staying silent about all of this. I haven't seen any of them come forward with their binders since then, so I'm led to believe that they didn't actually get anything at all, and this was just a photo shoot. That's all. Nothing else. Now, back to the main topic here with the most recent filing where the DOJ is outright taking a victory lap about how untouchable they are and how they're really just not able to be forced to release the Epstein files. Let's dive into what's happened here, the most recent news. Yesterday, the DOJ moved to block the appointment of an independent monitor or special master to oversee the release of Epstein-related records in the Maxwell case, arguing that no federal court has the authority to compel such disclosures. It's 6 pages, and you can look at it yourself if you want to really get into the nitty-gritty of it, which I honestly do recommend because there are some eyebrow-raising statements in there. In a nutshell, though, they are trying every trick in the book to weasel their way out of actually having to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. They're basically arguing that the forced production of the so-called Epstein files amounts to an improper attempt to reopen a concluded criminal case and to create a form of judicial oversight that Congress itself did not authorize. There's a lot to digest in there in only 6 pages. They really give you a lot to fucking suck on, and they're not exactly subtle about it. There's even mentions of the representatives that have led for the passage of this Epstein Files Transparency Act, where they're calling into question, like, if they even had, like, the gusto to do so. At least that's how it reads to me, where they're questioning the standing that they have in order to even do something like this. In the actual filing, it really seems like they just started pissing on them as, like, saying they're not big enough to do this. It felt like the actual filing was like, these guys are fucking nobodies and don't have the standing for it. But anyway, they asked the court to appoint a special master or independent monitor to compel DOJ compliance with the act, which the DOJ flatly opposes. To go a bit further, they argue that even if the court were inclined to entertain the request, it could not do so constitutionally. This is in regards to some of the things from the Epstein Transparency Act, and they assert that the representatives here they haven't suffered a concrete, particularized injury. And the Epstein Files Transparency Act does not create an individual right to obtain information, unlike the Freedom of Information Act, nor does the act authorize lawmakers or anyone else to sue the DOJ for alleged non-compliance. When I read that, I let out an involuntary noise of disgust, because that's just being very blatant and open about it. Like, yeah, if we don't comply, you can't do anything about it, dork, you fucking dweebs. Go kick rocks, pussy. If we don't comply, you can't sue us or anything. To harken back to Scam Bondi, it really does feel like there are some people above the law. I'm gonna be honest with you. Despite what your tweet is boldly stating, I do think there are some people above the law, Pam, and they might be right under your nose. Again, I'm kind of jumping around here. I recommend reading the whole thing, but in closing, prosecutors maintain that the act provides no cause of action at all. Where Congress has not explicitly authorized judicial enforcement, federal courts are barred from inventing one. As the DOJ puts it, courts cannot reach out to award remedies where neither the Constitution nor a statute authorize them. In short, the government's filing makes clear that absent new legislation explicitly authorizing court enforcement, the DOJ believes no court can force it to produce the Epstein files, regardless of public pressure or congressional intent. Real quick, to briefly tie this back to good old Scam Bondi, since she wants to bring up Minnesota, there's this big thing, this big talking point about comply. Well, why does compliance only apply to American citizens? Why doesn't it apply to the DOJ as well, who is not complying with the law? They're also supposed to be governed by the law too. According to Pam, no one's above the law. So why aren't they complying with it? They have been routinely violating the protocol set in the law with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. They are not complying with it. And in this most recent filing, they are even openly saying, if we don't comply with it, you can't sue us or anything. They are even saying in their own statement about non-compliance, why would they even be teasing that notion of non-compliance? Why won't they just comply? Why are the administrative authorities not talking about the DOJ's reluctance to comply with the law? I don't know, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Pam, it feels like some people are above the law, doesn't it? I don't know, I'm just getting a whiff of that for some reason. Anyway, that's your most recent Epstein Files update. It's not looking like it's ever actually going to lead to anyone getting arrested in regards to the Epstein client list. Who would have seen that coming? Unthinkable that this administration wouldn't be pursuing action against those evil, fucking, heinous villains in the Epstein client list. It's so odd that they wouldn't be transparent in releasing these files. One of the main things Trump ran on was about releasing these Epstein files. So many in his supporter base were very excited to see that happen, and now it's not happening, and they're fighting tooth and nail every step of the way over the last year to prevent this from happening. And now, even though there's an actual act, a law put into place that they're supposed to follow to release them, they're still not doing it, and are now even just saying, yeah, maybe we won't. No courts can really make us do that. And if we don't do that, you can't sue us for it either. I feel like anyone should have a big problem with that. I feel like any sane, sensible person should immediately view this as the biggest possible red fucking flag. And it seems to me that that Ford worker that called Trump a pedophile protector to his face, which elicited a finger and a fuck you from the big man in charge, it really seems like that pedophile protector nomenclature feels accurate for Trump in this administration, based on all available information here for how hard they don't want these Epstein files to come out. It feels like they're doing a lot of pedophile protecting. That's really about it. So yeah. I just saw a really interesting scam that I gotta yap about, because it reminded me of an experience I had when I first moved into my apartment out in a God's country on my own, finally leaving the nest of my parents. Boy howdy, let me tell you, I had a wacky experience with a scam that could have resulted in me missing a kidney, a nipple, and all $40 in my wallet. And the video I just watched from Inside Edition talks about a modern scam that feels like a new iteration of what I went through.
It's a blackmail caper stranger than fiction. This couple says they returned home to find their beloved dog missing from their backyard.
We were so scared. We didn't know what had happened to him.
Then came a phone call. Their 11-year-old beagle mix named Archer had been found. They say they were sent this photo showing the poor pooch with a terrible wound.
So some fucking scoundrels went and they actually did steal this couple's dog. So they kidnapped the dog and then called them to tell them that the dog had actually been found, but unfortunately it had gotten in an accident and it was going to need surgery. And then sending proof, they AI generated this image of their dog on an operating table at a vet. Now, why this kind of relates to what happened to me out of college in my apartment is because one day, randomly, I had received a phone call from a stranger, the fucking cold call out of nowhere from the boogeyman, and they started spinning a tall tale about how my mother was driving and ran over this guy's brother at the gas station, just fucking mowed him down like it was GTA, and it was now my responsibility to get over there and clear this all up. I don't even remember what they were demanding. I think it was like I bring money or something in order to squash it, and it was just an extremely tense situation, and I would ask for proof, and they're like, nope, your mother can't talk right now. I've got her, you know, she's too panicked and I've got her like calm down and I don't want to like, you know, get her all excited again or something. Like she's some kind of fucking zoo animal or something. But like at the time, I was just like, okay, man, I guess Mom done made a big old boo-boo here. Come on, what were you thinking, Mom? Jeez, Jiminy Christmas, this is ridiculous. And at the time, it didn't really occur to me to start, like, interrogating, so I didn't ask, like, the best questions, but I was like, alright, if I can't talk to her, let me just go ahead and give her a call myself real quick, just to, see what's going on. And he's like, no, if you hang up this phone, I'm taking your mom, or something like that. Or maybe he was like, then the police will have to get involved and they'll beat you here. So I don't even remember now. It's been so many years. But basically, it was about like, I need to go there and pay because my mom did this. And it was all just a big fucking lie over the phone. Eventually, I was like, you know what? This sounds fishy. Slowly but surely, I started breaking out of the genjutsu. This was a long conversation, mind you, of them trying to like really fucking use as much elbow grease as possible and get me out the door over there with some money for him or whatever it was. But eventually I was just like, all right, man, look, Squirt, this isn't adding up. I don't know why I can't talk to my mom about this if she's right there and you're like making this threat. It feels very off. Eventually I wisened up and finally started reaching the conclusion that this is likely phony baloney. But even in the slim chance that it wasn't, I kind of liked my mom's odds in this case here. If things did start to get rowdy, she carries, and I bet on her in this situation. So eventually I just hung up, gave her a ring. Obviously it turns out none of it was legitimate at all. It was just completely made up. It was a scam. But I really was considering going over there. In fact, I had even got my wallet and my keys, and I was like, all right, I'll just start making a trip over there because they gave me like an address to the gas station. The point is, this kind of thing is obviously alarming, and it kind of throws a lot of things out of whack in the old noodle up here. It makes steel trap all cattywampus. So this couple, when they got this call as well as this picture of their dog, they didn't like immediately recognize it as a scam, which I totally relate to. If I had received an AI-generated photo of my mom behind the wheel going like a Mr. Beast thumbnail from those scammers, I wouldn't have thought twice. I would have been out the door on my way over steaming like, oh.
Being prepped for surgery. Bill and Allison Cousins say the caller identified himself as a vet and said Archer had been run down by a car.
He was going to have surgery because he had a broken femur and a dislocated shoulder. And we were like, yes, whatever needs to be done.
Archer's panicked owners were told the surgery would cost $2,746. They were willing to pay up, but then they realized some things just didn't add up. First, they received a text instructing them to pay with Walmart or CVS gift cards.
As any reputable vet would request. We don't accept money or credit or anything like that. Only these extremely specific means through this text message here. Please click this link. And that's kind of how it happened for me, too. Like, eventually it's like, no, you gotta come over here. No, you can't talk to her. No, you can't hang up this phone, as if it was like, fucking Keanu Reeves in Speed or something. Like, eventually it started to dawn on me, same as it did for them. Like, it's easy to look at this and be like, how did they not immediately recognize that as AI or, like, all just a bunch of fucking hullabaloo? But when you get, like, a call like this, it's alarming, it's jarring, and especially now with AI, it is enough to, like, fool you, at least temporarily. And they did actually have their dog stolen. In my case, they didn't, fucking hog tie my mom or anything like that. Like, they were just straight up lying, but in their case, they actually did take their dog. So they had even more reason to believe that, okay, maybe there's an air of legitimacy to all of this, until, of course, they got that text message about how wacky the payment protocol was for this supposed vet. Then they started to really look at that photo they got sent of Archer on the table.
Then they were sent another photo of Archer post-surgery, this time with fancy bandages.
I'm like, this is exactly the same as the first picture, just the two doctors had moved.
And look at the date on the x-rays.
It says 12/21/2022.
Wow.
Holy shit, it's more serious than we thought. Arthur ran so fast that he traveled back in time 4 years. Must have been hit by the DeLorean or something. Oh my goodness heavens to Betsy. So yeah, when you really look at it, it falls apart. But the thing with the AI and scams, like we talked about with the AI voicemail scams, where AI scammers, not voicemail, but AI voice scammers, where they will emulate a loved one in order to try and like weasel money out of a relative. It doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be good enough. And since they're preying on people that are in a vulnerable state already, like them missing their dog and trying to exploit that, it's even more effective there because they're just really wanting their dog to be okay and safe, and they're willing to pay to ensure he gets proper care. So they're more willing to believe that.
Almost 4 years ago.
Correct.
Turns out the photos were entirely AI generated. The AI scam failed, but the heartbroken owners were still missing their dog, Archer. Then, 4 days later, Archer suddenly showed up at their front door in Deltona, Florida. Here he is. Hey, Archer.
Here's our Archer.
I actually couldn't believe this shit right here. So the fucking scumbags that stole their dog from their property ended up returning the dog after they failed to get money out of this. That was a bigger subversion of my expectations than everything that happened with Game of Thrones at the end. I am shocked. Like, it doesn't redeem the scammers and dog nappers here, but I am happy at least that, their heart grew 3 sizes there like the Grinch, and they did decide to return the dog when they realized that this didn't work. Because I imagine in most cases with these fucking vile worms, they do not care about the dog or anything or the family, so they'll, maybe kill the dog, have it put down, or, throw it in a shelter or just release it into the wild on the side of the road or something like that. So I was really surprised to see that they actually did just bring the dog back.
Without being able to make a buck, the dog napper apparently decided to return Archer.
Archer, hey, buddy. How do you try to take advantage of people when they're at their most vulnerable? Like, that's disgusting.
Archer's owners think he was confined because he's walking like he's sore. The sheriff's department is investigating.
My guess is this isn't an isolated incident. I imagine that this is a group that goes out and actively searches for animals that they can steal and then try and ransom to these families and mislead them by saying oh, we found your dog and now we need this money in order to take care of their injuries, that kind of thing, just exploiting the vulnerability. And like she mentioned, it is very twisted. It is disgusting stuff, but that's what scammers prey on. That's what they look for. And now in the age of AI, they can more effectively manipulate their victims and more effectively convince them of basically anything they want. So, anyway, I saw this earlier today, and while it is, wacky, like the AI image they sent of, the dog in surgery, and then it, got all patched up there, and it's very clearly just AI-generated fucking hoopla, it is scary, though, because they did steal that dog, and they were looking for thousands of dollars from this family, trying to lead them to believe that it was going to a vet that cared for their beloved animal. Now, luckily it does have a happy ending. They got the dog back, but I imagine in most cases like this, family probably doesn't. So hopefully they do catch these assholes responsible. Anyway, just wanted to put this on your radar and yap about it. That's really about it. So, yep.
When it comes to internet trends and memes, I am very, very far behind the times. I had learned about Big Chungus only a few weeks ago, and apparently it's been dead for a year now. But that being said, I'm pretty goddamn early to the newest one that's taking over Twitter called the Bottle Cap Challenge, and the only reason I was made aware of it is because my favorite martial artist, Donnie Yen, participated in it. And this challenge is just taking the fucking internet by storm. Not only did Donnie Yen participate, but my fucking boy Vasily Kamatsky, the king of slapping, the god slap, also participated. Let me just show you what the Bottle Cap Challenge is. Naturally, as a high-level competitive athlete, I saw these and wanted to compete with them to make the best possible bottle cap video.
And, you know, I realized I'm no martial artist. I can't even get my foot up to, like, my nipples length when I kick it straight up without pulling something drastically. No, I can't slap very hard. If I slap someone, it'd be like getting hit by a third grader's fingertips. So I couldn't do either of those. I also can't break dance. But what I can do is I'm quite the goddamn mastermind when it comes to fleshlight martial arts. So I thought, let's try and get this bottle cap off with a fleshlight, and that's exactly what I did. I took this challenge to the next fucking level. This was actually my third attempt. The first two didn't go nearly as well. I wasn't too pleased with the marksmanship I had displayed in the first two, but I'll share them with you anyway so you can see the process. So I just saw him. This is a movie that a lot of people are clowning on. It's not doing too hot right now. People are taking their turns spitting at it. And now that I've seen it, I'd like to weigh in. Is everyone blowing it out of proportion, or is this film really as bad as everyone claims it is? Kinda. Like, it's not a good movie, but I don't think it's, like, unwatchably horrible. There was real potential here. The concept alone I find kind of fascinating. A football horror movie. There are so many elements you could explore there, from like CTE and stuff like that, and then play with the audience's perception of it. And I've seen other people mention this, but you also have like the built-in goat, where it symbolizes something more satanic, and maybe exploring like what it would mean to sacrifice everything to become the best at it. All things I feel like would be a fucking easy touchdown here for them to explore with this movie, and kind of expected them to. But it doesn't. It's a film that doesn't really have anything that it wants to get across to the audience at all. Most of the movie is kind of just like a bunch of scenes thrown together without really giving you any reason to care about, like, even the main character and what he's going through. Which is a shame, because the performances across the board are really strong, especially Marlon Wayans. I actually thought he did an amazing job as the villain here. But there's nothing like really fleshed out about it. There's nothing to care about, and there's nothing to get invested in story-wise. It's kind of a mess. And most people are saying the same thing, style over substance. And that's very true. It is a stylistically good movie. Like, it actually does show real potential. The cinematography is extremely interesting, especially when they do like these X-ray scenes. Then they get like really like visceral with it. It's very cool. Like, I actually thought they did a great job with some of like the wild scenes that they showcase. But it just doesn't go anywhere or contribute to anything. And then the second half, well, not the second half, the last like 30 minutes of the movie is dedicated to just getting rid of all of like the abstract and all of like the mystery of it, and just beating home what it all is. Spoiler alert, it's like cult ritualistic shit. That kind of thing. And then it all of a sudden, all at once, just becomes like a normal Hollywood slop buffet, where it even ends with Cameron Cade, he's the main character, going on a killing spree, taking down all the bad cult members with a sword and an axe, like chopping their head off and disemboweling them. It's very goofy. And it like completely betrays everything else the movie like seemed to want to be, like very artsy and very interesting, like aesthetically. But again, like, it just feels like this film didn't even know what it wanted to do with this concept. And it is a good concept, just poorly utilized. Also, I think a lot of people are extremely misled with this film. I've seen a lot of buzz about how Jordan Peele fell off. Man, is he washed? Because the marketing for him has Jordan Peele's name all over it. Like, if you didn't know any better and you were just going off the trailers, you would think Jordan Peele personally made this film with his own two hands and his own blood, sweat, and tears, start to finish, and no one else even worked on it. His name is plastered all over this film for their marketing push. But he didn't direct this movie. He is a producer of it. He had, from what I understand, no hand in the actual making of this film. He was a producer. So this is not a Jordan Peele film, but because his name is like attached to it, they decided to go hog wild with that as like its main marketing hook. It's pretty shameful. It's very misleading. So a lot of people, I think, probably expected this to be a Jordan Peele movie, but it's not at all. Anyway, though, to lay like the foundation of what the film is even really about, Cameron Cade is the next up-and-coming great, and there is a football player named Isaiah White, played by Marlon Wayans, who is the undisputed GOAT. He is the best to ever play the game. He is football, damn it. And he is on the verge of retiring, and everyone's looking to Cameron Cade to fill his shoes. He has all the makings of being the next great. But he gets attacked and gets a very severe concussion that then ruins his chances of making it to the league because he has to skip the combine. And Isaiah White decides to kind of mentor him, let him suckle from his bosom of greatness to try and, spruce him up, get him back on his feet to recover from this injury so he can be the player that he should be, that everyone expects him to be. So he takes him into like his training camp, his boot camp, which is just hell. And it's real weird and wacky. And Isaiah, he's kind of all over the place. He's on edge. He's fucking going Insano style. And he's like being tortured almost in order to like bring out his greatness. And there's people that are getting, even killed going through all of this training. And you as the viewer are left wondering, well, what's it all mean? What's it all for? And the answer is crickets. It's fucking, like, it doesn't go anywhere. At the last 30 minutes, they basically just tell you, oh, it turns out it's a cult, and they pass blood down from one generation of GOAT to the next. And this is their passing of the torch. But Isaiah doesn't want to give it up without a fight, so now they both have the blood of the GOAT in them, and one has to kill the other, and then sign the contract with the devil, basically, in order to be the next best football player. And it all happens like that. So they build up like this slow, abstract, like adventure that never really says anything, and then at the end it just fucking vomits it all out at once. It's just kind of lame. I just think they didn't know what they wanted to do here. It felt like the writers were concussed when they were coming up with this. Like they had all of these ideas, but they didn't know how to make them work together. And at times it feels like they didn't even know what kind of movie they were making in the first place. Like it wants to be really artsy and even abstract pretty often, yet it doesn't commit to that at all. Like it completely gets rid of that by the end anyway. And even when they were in their like artsy fartsy, pinky up mode, it still wasn't saying anything. It wasn't even delivering a message. It was just feeding you chaotic scenes with like a wacky score, like a wacky background music and noise making to make it feel eerie and deep. But it doesn't actually do anything. And it feels like it wants to do everything at once. So like, it's billed as a horror movie. It's not one. Like, there's nothing scary about this film at all, and it doesn't try to be. But it does borrow something from the horror genre, like 2 jump scares. And then they introduce like these cultish fans of Isaiah White who only have maybe 2 minutes of screen time, where one of them comes in and tries to hit Cameron with a rock, but then she gets choked out and then thrown against the wall. Again, the idea would probably be to play off of like how, sports fans will sometimes worship their favorite player. And like, there's potential there to explore in a film, but this is not the one that does it. It doesn't even like begin to. It just takes like the general idea of it and shows you like a brief snippet without ever like diving into it or giving any kind of like actual commentary on it or a resolution to it. It's just, it doesn't really feel like it knows what it wanted to do with this concept. Really, the worst part about my experience with him was the meal I ate going into it. I was really hungry beforehand and I had a little time to kill, so I got a tuna sandwich and mac and cheese. A diabolical combination that made an unholy concoction in my gut that had me struggling with bubble guts throughout the entire film. And I will admit, a traitorous fart or two may have escaped my cheeks, but it seems like this movie's kind of flopping. There weren't a whole ton of people in that theater, so the auditorium wasn't exactly, hitting the PU who did that or anything. It kind of just, got to dissipate without disrupting many people's, viewing of him.